the essence pill are enough to make many people crazy. Of course, Xuanyuan Wudi would not tell Ye Bufan about these inner thoughts. Yes, Brother Niu is very powerful, so he doesn't need to be afraid of these clowns. Xuanyuan Wudi flattered, and then changed the subject. However, it is better to be safe than sorry. There is always a lack of people who are not afraid of death in this world. If someone attacks Brother Niu in groups, wouldn't Brother Niu suffer a great loss? The most important thing is, if these blind people come to Tianji City to make trouble every day, wouldn't it delay Brother Niu's plan to make money? Hearing this, Ye Bufan deliberately frowned, as if making money was very important to him. Seeing Ye Bufan's reaction, Xuanyuan Wudi seemed very satisfied, and continued, "So, Brother Niu, how about this, let me stay in Tianji City to support you for a while." After a pause, Xuanyuan Wudi said again, "Of course, I'm not saying this because Brother Niu is not as good as me. After all, compared with Brother Niu, my strength is nothing. It's because I am also the commander of the temple. For the sake of the temple, no one will come to embarrass Brother Niu. In this way, there will be less trouble, and Brother Niu can make money peacefully. But having said that, if there are still some blind guys who come to cause trouble, then Brother Niu will have to take action himself. After all, I am not as strong as you." This is a fart shot. Ye Bufan sneered in his heart. Who could have thought that Xuanyuan Wudi, the commander of the temple, would actually flatter and curry favor with others? However, Ye Bufan was very clear about Xuanyuan Wudi's intention in doing so. He was simply trying to get closer to him and wanted to stay in Tianji City to get closer to him. "In that case, I will grant your wish." Ye Bufan immediately said, "Okay, let's do as you say." Well, hearing this, Xuanyuan Wudi was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect Ye Bufan to agree so readily. But that's a good thing. The one who is closest to the water sees the moon first. Xuanyuan Wudi believed that as long as he stayed with Ye Bufan, he would be able to gain a lot of benefits for himself and then obtain huge profits. It's a pity that Xuanyuan Wudi didn't know that in Ye Bufan's eyes, he was an enemy, not a friend. He was intent on making friends with Ye Bufan, but Ye Bufan was always thinking about how to trick him. In the mansion of the city lord of Tianji City, Ye Bufan and Xuanyuan Wudi were having a very pleasant conversation. However, outside Tianji City, what happened in Fengling City seemed to have wings and spread throughout the entire Tianyi in a very short time, so that Ye Bufan became famous again after the essence pill. Have you heard that the King Niu from Tianji City actually confiscated the Feng family in Fengling City of the second heaven? What kind of search? That's clearly robbery. Is there any difference? Well, it seems there really is no difference. Nonsense, whether it's house raiding or robbery, there's no difference at all, and this is not the point. The point is that's the Feng family of Fengling City, a transcendent existence ranked 97th among the 108 ancient city families. I didn't expect that King Niu of Tianji City could rob them by himself. Tisk tisk, this King Niu, it's impossible not to admire him. Yeah, I have to admire him, but I feel sorry for the Feng family in Fengling City. I didn't expect that the Zhao family in Tianji City was just destroyed by that King Niu not long ago, and now there is another Feng family. Sigh, I don't know how many more people and families will be harmed by this King Niu in the future. Pitiable. The Feng family is not pitiful at all. They just brought it upon themselves. They deserve it. What do you mean? Is there any inside story here? Of course there is an inside story. What's the inside story? It's okay to tell you. Just before this Niu king went to Fengling City, the Feng family's semi-god ancestor actually went to Tianji City to blackmail Niu king. But who is Niu king? It's already good enough that he doesn't rob others. Now someone actually came to blackmail him. How could he tolerate it? So, he directly chopped the Feng family's semi-god ancestor with a knife. He killed a demigod with one sword. That's fake, right? It's fake, right? Haha, everyone in the city of heaven saw it at the time. Do you think it can be fake? After King Niu killed the demigod ancestor of the Feng family with one sword, he raised his arm and said, "Little third son, prepare to confiscate the family," and then he took the guards of Tianji City to Fengling City in the second heaven. So, it was the Feng family that provoked King Niu first, and King Niu robbed the Feng family later. Now, do you still think that the Feng family is pitiful? Pitiful? What? You actually sympathize with them. Didn't you understand what I just said? It's because I understood that I feel sorry for them. Think about it, the Feng family was originally planning to blackmail King Niu for benefits, but now they didn't get any benefits, but instead lost all their family assets. Even the demigod ancestor was killed. This is simply a case of losing more than they gain. Isn't that pitiful enough? Huh, that's right. But then again, isn't that King Niu too evil? He was able to chop down a demigod with just his initial soul fusion realm cultivation. If he advances to demigod status in the future, who will be able to be his opponent? My friend, you two are a little out of date. What's a mere demigod? It is said that at that time in Fengling City, the Feng family found 4 demigods to help, but in the end these 4 demigods didn't even dare to fart in front of King Niu, and in the end they were blackmailed by King Niu for 200 billion stones. No, it can't be, the 4 demigods joined forces, but were still blackmailed by King Niu for 200 billion. What do you think? No, the reason why King Niu was able to blackmail the 4 demigods was because he had Xuanyuan Wudi, one of the 12 commanders of the temple, to help him. Otherwise, would the 4 demigods easily compromise? That's simply impossible. The commander of the temple has arrived in Fengling City. Bullshit, don't listen to his nonsense. It's true that Xuanyuan Wudi went to Fengling City, but what did King Niu have to do with blackmailing the 4 demigods? King Niu had already done that before Xuanyuan Wudi showed up. Xuanyuan Wudi was just the icing on the cake. Actually Xuanyuan Wudi and the 4 demigods are nothing. It is said that a stunning woman appeared in Fengling City at that time. When King Niu saw her, he snatched her away and said he would take her back to Tianji City to continue the Niu family's lineage. No way, this is all right. Why not? From now on, won't those beautiful girls in our Tianyi Tiandi dare not go out? You're wrong again. What's the meaning? Didn't you notice that there are many more women on the street today than usual? Really? What are they doing? Aren't they afraid of being met by that bull king? Met by King Niu? Haha, they are eager to be met by King Niu. Can't you see that they are all heading towards the teleportation array? They are all preparing to rush to the city of heaven and let King Niu snatch them away. Is this okay? Nothing is impossible. The strong are respected. To paraphrase King Niu, he has money, power, and strength. Why don't girls like him? That's right. Okay, that's all I have to say. I should go to the city of heaven. What are you doing in the city of heaven? Could it be that that bull king even robs men? What are you thinking about? I went to the city of heaven to join the city lord's mansion. Join the city lord's mansion. That's right, join the city lord's mansion and become a member of the guard. After experiencing the incident with the Feng family in Fengling City, everyone knew that the rise of Tiancheng was unstoppable. As long as King Niu was there, Tiancheng would be as famous as the 108 ancient city families. Not only that, it is very difficult to join the 108 ancient city families, and even if you get in, you are just a peripheral member, and your status cannot be compared with the disciples within these ancient city families. But the city of heaven is different. Everyone knows that King Niu was alone when he appeared in Tianji City, which means that there was no one around him. In this case, as long as you join Tianji City and become a member of the guard, you will most likely be appreciated by King Niu and rise to fame overnight. In short, going to the city of heaven offers far more opportunities than going to the 108 ancient cities. Most importantly, the Sky City guards offer rewards that most people cannot refuse. In that case, why not go to the city of heaven? Why not become a member of the Imperial Guard? Follow the Bull King, you will have meat to eat and wine to drink. Chapter 1180, The Treasure Hunt in the City of Heaven begins. The first heaven, the city of heaven. As the news of the Fenglingcheng incident continued to spread, more and more people entered Tianjicheng, and the entire Tianjicheng became more and more lively, and it was even overcrowded. Those who came to Tianjicheng can be roughly divided into 3 categories. The first category came for the essence pill, the second category came to join the city lord's mansion and become a member of the Tianjicheng guard, and as for the third category they were some women who dressed up beautifully, hoping that King Niu would kidnap them back home. In short, everyone who comes to the city of heaven has their own different purposes. Of course, if everyone does not have their own purpose or agenda, no one would come to the city of heaven under the current circumstances. After all, the entrance fee of 100 yuan stones is a considerable sum of money for many people. In front of the city lord's mansion. At the moment, this place is also crowded with people, but it is different from other places in Tiancheng. After all, most people from other places in Tiancheng come here to participate in the treasure hunt. To put it bluntly, their purpose of coming to Tiancheng is just to get the essence pill. But the people gathered in front of the city lord's mansion at this moment are different. Most of them, or even all of them, come here to join the city lord's mansion. That is why, among these people, the ones with the worst cultivation are in the divine martial realm, and there are even saint realm powerhouses who have entered the saint realm and the soul fusion realm. As for flying gods and demigods, there is not a single one. Of course, in addition to these people, there was another group of people in front of the city lord's mansion at this moment, a group of women who were dressed up beautifully and each had her own charm. They looked at the city lord's mansion in front of them with fiery eyes, like wolves seeing sheep. "Brother Lu, what should we do?" Looking at the women in front of him, Zhang Ying asked Lu Sanyuo with a fearful look. What to do? Lu Sanyuo couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. To be honest, at this moment, he didn't know what to do. After all, the intentions of these women in front of him were obvious, they came for King Niu. Lu Sanyuo never imagined that after the news of his king snatching Ji Yu Qingyan away from Fengling City spread, it not only failed to scare away the women from Tianweishan, but also caused so many women to kill directly to Tianji City. What did they want to do? They are waiting to be snatched away by King Niu. Comparing yourself with others is really frustrating. If it were just that it would be fine, but these women who were posing in front of the city lord's mansion at this moment, although they were all dressed up beautifully, but their looks, Lu Sanyuo was truly speechless. A plump woman weighing over 300 pounds, an old lady with a pockmarked face who is thinner than a bamboo pole, a young girl with a purple birthmark on half of her face and holding her nose. This scene is simply 100 flowers competing for beauty. Not to mention admiring it, even just taking a look at it makes people feel chilly. Report to the king. Lu Sanyuo was afraid that Ye Bufan would kill him immediately after seeing this. Drive them all away. Helplessly, Lu Sanyuo could only say in a deep voice. Why? However, as soon as Lu Sanyuo finished speaking, the women in front of him refused to accept it. We paid 100 yuan stone entrance fee to enter the city. Why are you chasing us away? That's right. Humph, we won't leave, what can you do to us? Call out my king. Yes, call out the king. My king, where are you? I am Shao Tiantian. I am here to see you. Please come out quickly. Your Majesty. In an instant, the sounds that came one after another immediately drowned out Lu Sanyuo and others. Lu Sanyuo's mouth twitched. Zhang Ying and Zhang Jia looked horrified, and the guards at the city lord's mansion were also in a state of confusion and madness. Those who came to sign up and prepare to join the city lord's mansion were so scared that they stepped aside. Really, the scene before my eyes was too crazy, too violent, and too bloody. Shut up. Suddenly, Lu Sanyuo let out an angry roar. However, in response to Lu Sanyuo's roar, a plump woman weighing 300 to 400 kilograms in the crowd pointed at him and said angrily, "Why are you roaring? Do you believe that I will fire you after I become the wife of the city lord?" Hearing this, Lu Sanyuo was stunned, and then, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch again. After you became the city lord's wife, you fired me directly. Damn, where does your confidence come from? Lu Sanyuo's face was distorted. Unable to bear it any longer, he looked directly at the people who were about to join the city lord's mansion and said, "Don't you want to join the city lord's mansion? Don't you want to become a member of my Tianji City Guard? Then drive all these people away. I can tell you right now that the king has said that the heavenly city guards will only recruit 500 people. There are already more than 100 people, and there are less than 400 vacancies left. You can decide for yourselves." Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was instantly boiling. The Tianjicheng guards only recruit 500 people, and now there are less than 400 vacancies left. There are at least 1 or 2,000 people here now, and there are less than 400 places. This is not enough. Roll. The next second, a roar of anger rang out from the crowd. A mid-level warrior who had entered the Saint Realm burst out with full momentum, crushing the women in front of him and saying, "If you don't get out of here, don't blame me for slaughtering you all." Boom. But at this moment, a breath of soul fusion realm burst out from the women's camp. The young girl with a purple birthmark on half of her face looked directly at the warrior who entered the Saint Realm, and then said angrily, "If you say one more word, believe it or not, I will tear you apart." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. This deep and rough voice is clearly a man's voice, and most importantly this woman is actually a powerful person in the soul fusion realm. In an instant, the warrior who had entered the saint realm twitched his mouth and lost his temper. The whole place was dead silent. The woman with the purple birthmark looked directly at Lu Sanuo and said in a cold voice, "What are you still standing there for? Why don't you call my king out?" Lu Sanuo was almost crying. "Call." After a moment, he took a deep breath, looked at the woman with the purple birthmark, and said solemnly, "Do you really want to see my king?" "Nonsense, what am I doing here if I don't see the king?" "You too." Lu Sanuo ignored the woman with the purple birthmark and looked at the other women. "Nonsense. Call the king out quickly. Hurry up." The women urged him, but Lu Sanuo took a deep breath again and said, "You can see the king if you want to. I also know why you want to see the king, but there is one thing I must remind you of." "What?" Everyone was stunned. Lu Sanuo said in a deep voice, "Do you know where the girl from Fenglingcheng is now?" Well, everyone was puzzled and didn't know why Lu Sanuo suddenly asked this. However, Lu Sanuo did not stop, but continued, "I can tell you now that she is dead. She died before she entered the city of heaven, and it was the king who did it himself." In an instant, the whole place fell into dead silence. Lu Sanuo glanced at the women in front of him and said, "Now, do you still want to see my king?" This. Everyone was stunned. "You're lying." The next second, someone immediately questioned it. "I lied." Lu Sanuo sneered, "Do you think I dare to joke about such a thing or make it up?" Snort. After saying that, Lu Sanuo snorted coldly, and then said, "Zhang Ying and Zhang Jia, since they want to see the king, let them in." As he spoke, Lu Sanuo stepped aside, as if to say please do as you please. Zhang Ying, Zhang Jia and others also stepped aside to make way for the women in front of them. However, the women hesitated slightly, and for a moment no one dared to step into the gate of the city lord's mansion. "You're just King Niu. What's so great about you? I don't even look down on you." After a moment, someone spoke first and then turned and left. With the first person taking the lead, followed by the second, the third, the fourth, then, with a whoosh, hundreds of women in front of them immediately scattered. After all, everyone can see that Lu Sanuo does not seem to be lying, which means the woman from Fenglingcheng was indeed dead, and was killed by King Niu himself. As for why King Niu wanted to kill her, the first thing that came to the minds of the people present was this: King Niu might have some special hobbies. In this case, how could they dare to stay any longer? Call. Watching the group of women fleeing for their lives, Lu Sanuo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Brother Lu, now that you have told this matter, the king will not blame you." Right at this time, Zhang Ying suddenly looked at Lu Sanuo and said, "What else can we do? Should we really take them to see the king?" Lu Sanuo said helplessly. At last he added, "Don't worry about this matter. I will go to the king to apologize now. You can continue to recruit people. Remember, the king said that the guards only need 500 people. Just make up the remaining 300 or so. In addition, we don't want the Saint Realm, only the Divine Martial Realm." "Only the Divine Martial Realm?" Zhang Ying and others were stunned. Lu Sanuo nodded and said, "The king said that recruiting Saint Realm warriors requires interviewing them, which is too troublesome, so we won't recruit them. Of course, if there are Saint Realm warriors who are willing to take the same reward as the Divine Realm warriors, then you can accept them." After hearing this, the two brothers Zhang Ying and Zhang Jia looked at each other. They were speechless and felt fortunate. It's too troublesome, so you don't want to recruit. This reason really left them speechless, and they felt sad for those saint-level warriors. After all, the reward for a Saint Realm warrior is divine crystals. But this has nothing to do with them. They just need to follow Ye Bufan's instructions. In fact, this is what they want to see. After all, not recruiting Saint Realm warriors means that no one will compete with them. For them, this will bring more benefits than disadvantages. How could they know that the guards of Tiancheng City were completely dispensable to Ye Bufan? The reason why he offered such a high price to recruit guards was because Ye Bufan had just arrived in Tianweishan and he needed to create a sensation to enhance his influence. But now, he no longer needs to rely on this method to increase his influence, and naturally, there is no need to continue to recruit guards on a large scale. After all, for the daily management of the City of Heaven, 500 guards are enough. Lu Sanuo didn't say anything more. After leaving a few words, he walked straight into the city lord's mansion. Lu Sanuo believed that it wouldn't be long before the news of Ye Bufan killing Ji Yu Qingyan would spread throughout the entire TianYTN. By then he was afraid that King Niu of their Tianji city would make all the women in TianYTN terrified. But will Ye Bufan blame Lu Sanuo? Not at all. He would even thank Lu Sanuo in his heart. After all, good reputation or bad reputation is not important to Ye Bufan, as long as it can increase his influence. He even prefers bad reputation. After all, good news never travels far, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. This is also true. When Lu Sanuo reported this matter to Ye Bufan was shocked. He never thought that his unintentional action would cause such a big change. Just thinking about it, Ye Bufan felt a chill. Fortunately, Lu Sanuo had helped him solve the problem. The night is as quiet as water and the moon is bright in the sky. After a day of bustle, the entire Tianji city fell into a dead silence. In the streets and alleys, except for the guards of the city lord's mansion, there was no one to be seen. But there was no doubt that no one in Tianji city had fallen asleep, and no one wanted to sleep. Because everyone knows that at this moment, King Niu of Tiancheng is placing the essence pills for the treasure hunt. Once he has finished placing them, the first treasure hunt will begin immediately. That's 200,000 essence pills. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Time passes by inadvertently. 1 o'clock in the morning. As everyone waited anxiously, Ye Bufan's voice broke the silence of the night and echoed throughout the City of Heaven. The first treasure hunt in the City of Heaven begins. Chapter 1181. The Third Sun, Tied Up. The first treasure hunt in the City of Heaven begins. Boom. Following Ye Bufan's order, the entire City of Heaven instantly became boiling. Inside the City of Heaven, the warriors who had been impatient for a long time no longer hesitated. They rushed out of the houses and rushed into the streets and alleys of the City of Heaven. Although first come first served does not necessarily mean first served, but being 1 second earlier means 1 more second of opportunity. In this way, no one will hesitate or slack off. They rush in, they pass through like locusts. In just a blink of an eye, the originally empty and silent City of Heaven has become crowded with people. Crowds of people are surging in the streets and alleys. Everyone has their eyes wide open, searching carefully and cautiously, as if they were afraid that if they missed a place, they would miss the chance of the 200,000 essence pills. Everyone in the city was busy looking for essence pills, but outside the city many people gathered with bitter looks on their faces. Has the treasure hunt started? I wonder which lucky person will get the 200,000 essence pills. Damn it, if I had come earlier I wouldn't have been locked outside the city. Half an hour, just half an hour and I could have entered the city. If I had entered the city, I would be participating in the treasure hunt now, woo woo woo. It's half an hour late, why are you still making a fuss? I was only 18 seconds late and couldn't get into the city. I want to know who is lucky enough to get the super gift package of 200,000 essence pills. You want to know the shit? Who will get the 200,000 essence pills? I think we should just pray that none of them can find the super gift package. Only in this way, when the city gate opens at 8 o'clock, will we have a chance to get the super gift package, right? Yes, yes, yes. Let's pray that no one can find it. Ha 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 ha, the 200,000 essence pills are mine. Oh, if only the time could go to 8 in the morning all at once. Don't think about it, that's impossible, just wait. What do you think is there 200,000 essence pills in this treasure hunt? What's the meaning? What I mean is, if this is just a gimmick created by Tianjicheng, there is actually no super gift package of 200,000 essence pills. You're saying this is a scam. Very likely. Hee hee. Huh, what do you mean? Brother, do you know how much the daily income of Tianji City is now? Just 200,000 essence pills, do you think King Niu has to lie? 200,000 essence pills is indeed a lot for an individual, but for the people of a city, it is nothing. Also, remember, trouble comes from the mouth. If you want to stay alive here, you have to control your mouth. The man was horrified. But at this moment, a voice of great surprise suddenly rang out in the City of Heaven. Ha ha ha, I found it, I found it, I found it. When these words were spoken, everyone outside the city was shocked. In the city, West District. Swish, swish, swish. The sudden sound instantly alarmed everyone around, so that everyone's eyes turned to the direction of the sound, and saw a warrior in the condensation realm holding a small porcelain bottle and cheering. Suddenly, everyone sneered. Tisk, I thought someone had found a big gift package, but it turns out to be just a small porcelain bottle, and that's it, at most 10 essence pills, not worth mentioning at all. That is to say, shouting and screaming, scaring me. Hearing the disdainful and mocking voices from the people around him, the warrior in the condensation realm felt extremely embarrassed. However, this embarrassment only lasted for a moment, and was soon replaced by a hint of joy and pride. After all, something is better than nothing. Compared to others who got nothing, 10 essence pills are already very good. Everyone continued to search for the essence pill. I found it. Ha ha ha, I found it too. I got 1,000 essence pills. This time I made a profit. Damn it, why are there only 10? 10,000 freshly made essence pills. Bid quickly to get them. The highest bidder wins. Fuck, all 10,000 essence pills were found. That is. It's a pity it's not 200,000. Ha ha ha, I found it too. 1,000, got it. Under the cover of night, voices continued to be heard one after another. Less than an hour after the treasure hunt began, people gradually found the essence pills that Ye Bufan had hidden in various places in Tianji City. However, this was normal. After all, there were many people in Tianji City, and Ye Bufan had placed quite a few essence pills. There are 1,000 small bottles of essence pills, each bottle contains 10 essence pills. There are 100 medium-sized bottles of essence pills, each containing 100 essence pills. 10 large bottles of essence pills, each bottle contains 1,000 essence pills. 5 extra large bottles of essence pills, each containing 10,000 essence pills. A super gift pack containing 200,000 essence pills. Ye Bufan divided these essence pills into 1116 portions, which is equivalent to 1116 opportunities. With so many opportunities, it is normal for people to find dozens or hundreds of them in a short period of time. However, the further we go, the more difficult it will be to find. Of course, no one cared about this at all. Even if someone had already obtained the essence pill, everyone looked indifferent. After all, everyone came for the super gift package of 200,000 essence pills. As long as this super gift package had not been found, nothing would happen and no one would care. This night is destined to be a sleepless night. This night was destined to be spent in tension and excitement for everyone. No matter whether they were people inside or outside the city, every time they heard that someone had found the essence pill, they couldn't help but feel nervous and worried. After all, everyone was worried that the 200,000 essence pills would be taken away by someone else first. As for others finding it and then snatching it away. Although there are many people who have this idea, no one dares to do it. After all, this is the city of heaven, this is King Niu's territory. If anyone really dares to do this, it will be absolutely impossible and they will never be able to walk out of the city of heaven alive. Therefore, as long as they are in the city of heaven, no matter who obtains these 200,000 essence pills, even if they are just a transcendent realm warrior, they will be absolutely safe. An hour later, the treasure hunt is still going on, and the super gift package of 200,000 essence pills has still not been found. That is why no one felt tired. Instead, everyone was full of energy. Swish! In the night sky, 2 figures rushed over from afar. They were extremely fast and cut through the night sky in an instant, arriving above the city of heaven. At the same time, the 2 of them released their powerful auras without any concealment, as if they were afraid that others would not know about their arrival. Looking at the 2 figures in the air, the warriors outside the city of heaven were all stunned, and even the warriors who were searching for treasure in the city stopped. At this moment, everyone looked up at the 2 people in the air. They were shocked and even horrified. Nowadays, everyone knows that in the city of heaven, except for the guards of the city lord's mansion, no one else is allowed to fly in the city of heaven. But these 2 people in front of me. They were clearly challenging the authority of King Niu of Tianji City. Who is King Niu? They are fierce men, madmen, and fools who are greedy for money and lustful, and who value their face more than their life. Provoke King Niu. That's simply seeking death. Before anyone inside or outside the city of heaven could think about it, the 2 people in midair suddenly spoke. The commander of the temple, Wu Zhengyi, has come to visit the bull king of the city of heaven. Sha Mo, the commander of the temple, is here to visit the bull king of the city of heaven. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, everyone inside and outside the city of heaven was shocked. Temple Commander Wu Zhengyi. Temple Commander Sha Mo. No one expected that the 2 people who came from the air at night would be the commanders of the temple. As the leader of the human race, the power of the temple is unquestionable, and the two people in front of them are the commanders of the temple, and their identities and status are even more incomparable and transcendent. Now, these two temple commanders are flying in the air in the city of heaven, openly provoking King Niu. So what will King Niu do? Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, everyone's solemn, uneasy and nervous eyes turned to the city lord's mansion. Inside the city lord's mansion, Ye Bufan's cursing voice was heard instantly. What do you mean by commanding the dead? Who told you to fly in the sky? Little Sanzi, tie him up. Chapter 1182, Fighting for Winning Over 1. Little Sanzi, tie him up. When Ye Bufan said this, everyone was stunned, and then they were all shocked. Tied. King Niu is worthy of being King Niu. He is so arrogant that he even dares to kidnap the commander of the temple. Outsiders were shocked and even admired. However, Lu Sanuo, Zhang Ying, Zhang Jia and other guards in the city lord's mansion were in a state of confusion and madness. They even had the urge to bang their heads against the wall and die. They wanted to follow Ye Bufan's order and tie up Wu Zhengyi and Sha Mo. But why did they kidnap these two people? You have to know that these are two genuine demigod-level powerful men. With their strength, it would be extremely difficult to even get close to them, let alone tie them up. The most important thing is that these two people are the commanders of the temple. Kidnapping the temple commander, Lu Sanuo and others felt that their king was simply crazy. But who is King Niu? Others may not know, but Lu Sanuo knows it very well. His king's foolishness and recklessness are all pretended. In fact, he is smarter than anyone else. At this moment, since King Niu asked him to tie up the two temple commanders in front of him, there must be another meaning behind it. With this in mind, Lu Sanuo dared not be negligent. Yes, my king, he responded immediately, then flew up into the air and came directly in front of the two commanders. He looked at them and said coldly, I advise you to be sensible and surrender immediately, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Seeing this scene, everyone in the city of heaven became even more confused and crazy. It's fine that King Niu is crazy, after all, he has no brains but strength, but why are you, Lu Sanuo, interfering? You are just a divine martial realm, and you want to make two demigods surrender. What are you thinking? Brother, what should we do? At this time, the two brothers Zhang Ying and Zhang Jia looked at each other, and Zhang Ying couldn't help but ask. Superior, Zhang Ying said while gritting his teeth. Call out. Then, he flashed and came directly behind Lu Sanuo, acting as if he was ready to take action at any time to arrest Wu Zhengyi and Sha Mo. Seeing that Zhang Ying had already taken action, Zhang Jia no longer hesitated and went forward to meet him. After Zhang Jia, more than 10 guards from the divine martial realm also gritted their teeth and rushed forward. The other guards did not dare to act rashly. A sudden change. In midair, Lu Sanuo and his group were confronting each other, with Wu Zhengyi and Sha Mo. Wait a minute. But at this moment, Wu Zhengyi looked at Lu Sanuo and his party, raised his hand, and said, I understand the rules of Tianji City. Then he took out a zumi ring and threw it to Lu Sanuo. This is 10 million yuanshi, which is the penalty for me flying in the sky in Tianji City. This is mine. As soon as Wu Zheng finished speaking, Sha Mo on the side also threw out a zumi ring. This. After taking the zumi ring from the two commanders, Lu Sanuo stood there in a daze. For a moment he didn't know what to do. Seeing Lu Sanuo act like this, everyone inside and outside Tianji City was dumbfounded. 10 million yuan stones. The fine for flying in the city of heaven. Is this surrender? Wu Zhengyi and Sha Mo came here in a high-profile manner, but now they are directly surrendering. What on earth did they want to do? Although most people can't figure it out, there are quite a few people who understand the key. Who is Wu Zhengyi? Who is Sha Mo? Although both of them are temple commanders, they are under the jurisdiction of different deputy temple masters. Wu Zhengyi, Sha Mo, and the previous Xuanyuan Wudi, represent the 3 deputy masters of the temple. Now, Wu Zhengyi and Sha Mo came to Tianji City in this way, which was undoubtedly revealing a message to the major forces in Tianyi, or warning the major families in Tianyi. Although the King Niu of Tianji City had the heaven-defying essence pill in his hands, it had nothing to do with the major families, because the formula of the essence pill belonged only to the temple, and could only belong to the temple. As for who will win in the end, that is a matter between the 3 deputy temple masters within the temple. It has nothing to do with others, and there is no need for others to interfere. It has to be said that the temple's behavior is overbearing in every way, but there is no way around it, because the temple has the strength and foundation to suppress the entire human race. In this world where the strong are respected, everything can only be determined by strength. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that King Niu had an unfathomable master behind him, the temple would have detained him long ago and would never have allowed him to do whatever he wants outside. After all, essence pills were of vital importance, because once the formula of essence pills was mastered, a large number of essence pills could be refined, thereby quickly cultivating an army of divine martial arts. Once the human race has a large number of warriors in the divine martial realm, would they still be afraid of not being able to defeat the heavenly demon clan? Even if it's like a moth flying into a flame, it can still kill the demon clan. Therefore, essence pill is no longer a medicine, but a strategic resource. The three deputy hall masters naturally want to keep this kind of resources firmly in their own hands. For this reason, as soon as Xuanyuan Wudi arrived, Wu Zhengyi and Sha Mo immediately came to Tiancheng. At this time, Ye Bufan's voice rang out in the city lord's mansion with a smile. Haha, since the fine has been paid, forget it, Xiao Sanzi, let the man go. For a moment, everyone was speechless. King Niu, where is your moral integrity? You wanted to kidnap someone just now, and now you let him go. But when they thought about everything in the city of heaven, everyone felt relieved again. King Niu is greedy for money and lustful. Now that the person has paid the fine, which is a full 10 million yuanxi, there is no reason for King Niu to not let him go. Wu Zhengyi and Sha Mo's lips twitched slightly. Although they had already done some research and understanding about Ye Bufan before, and had already made some mental preparations, when they actually came into contact with him, they still found it difficult to accept it. But they are the commanders of the temple after all, and even the powerful demigods. It is definitely not difficult for them to keep their emotions hidden. The next second, Wu Zhengyi calmed down, looked towards the city lord's mansion, and said, King Niu, I have something important to discuss with you. May I see you? Me too. After Wu Zhengyi, Sha Mo also spoke. Want to see the king? In the city lord's mansion, Ye Bufan said something, and then said, Little Sanzi, explain the rules to them. Rule? What rules? Wu Zhengyi and Sha Mo frowned, but both looked at Lu Sanuo in front of them. Lu Sanuo was stunned at first, then slowly said, If you want to see the king, pay the visiting fee first. Visit fee? Sha Mo couldn't help but twitch the corner of her mouth. How many? Wu Zhengyi asked directly. 500. Lu Sanuo just opened his mouth, but immediately changed his words and said, No, 10 million yuan stones per person. In an instant, Wu Zhengyi was speechless, Sha Mo was in a mess, and everyone in Tianji City went crazy. It was clearly 5 million, but you changed it to 10 million right away. This city of heaven is indeed a den of snakes and rats. However, neither Sha Mo nor Wu Zhengyi refused. City Lord's Mansion, Main Hall. Ye Bufan sat on a chair deep in the hall, and beside him, Lu Sanuo stood respectfully. Wu Zhengyi, Sha Mo, and Xuanyuan Wudi were also sitting in the hall. After looking at the three people, Ye Bufan yawned and asked, If you have anything to say, please tell me now. I am sleepy and will go to bed soon. Sleep with your sister. Wu Zhengyi cursed in his heart, then stood up, took out an exquisite jade box, held it in his hand, opened it, looked at Ye Bufan and said, It's our first meeting. These 10 divine crystals are a small gift prepared by me for King Niu. I hope King Niu will not despise them. 10 divine crystals. Lu Sanuo was shocked. Ye Bufan's eyes lit up as well, and then he asked, Can it be exchanged for yuanxi? Chapter 1183, Fighting for Winning Over 2. Can it be exchanged for yuanxi? As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Wu Zhengyi was stunned. Sha Mo was dumbfounded. Xuanyuan Wudi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Exchange divine crystal for essence stone. As commanders of the temple, Wu Zhengyi, Sha Mo, and Xuanyuan Wudi had seen all kinds of people and experienced all kinds of things, but they had never encountered such a bizarre thing as exchanging divine crystals for yuanxi in such a bizarre person. After all, divine crystals are hard to come by, and in the outer world of heaven, even if you have money you may not be able to buy them. Even if there are occasional auctions of divine crystals, it must be because the owner of the divine crystal has encountered some trouble and is in urgent need of yuanxi. But does Ye Bufan lack yuanxi? King Niu of Tianji City is a fraud in the city, so that the daily income of Tianji City is an astronomical figure. Under such circumstances, Ye Bufan obviously has no shortage of yuanxi. But he still wanted to exchange the divine crystal for yuanxi. If this isn't sick, what is? But that's a good thing. After all, compared to the preciousness of the divine crystal, the yuanxi is nothing. Since he wants yuanxi, give him yuanxi. Thinking about this, Wu Zhengyi immediately smiled and said, since King Niu likes yuanxi, then why not? As he spoke, Wu Zhengyi took out a zumi ring and said, however, I don't have many yuanxi with me. Here are about 200 million. I hope King Niu will not despise it. In terms of value, 10 divine crystals are far less than 200 million yuan stones. However, 200 million yuan stones may not be able to buy 10 divine crystals. The most important thing is that as a demigod, yuan stones are of little use to Wu Zhengyi and are completely dispensable. So, let alone 200 million, he wouldn't feel bad even if it was 2 billion. Ha ha ha, this king likes yuanxi, how could I dislike it? Ye Bufan said as soon as Wu Zheng finished speaking, and then said, since you gave me 200 million yuanxi as a gift, I will make you my friend. If anyone dares to cause trouble for you in the future, just come to me and I will help you kill him in a minute. Hearing this, Wu Zhengyi couldn't help but twitch his mouth. I am the commander of the temple, a demigod, and I have so many people trying to curry my favor. But you are willing to be my friend for the sake of 200 million stones. Also, if I run into trouble in the future, can I come to you for help? Damn it. Within Tianhui Tiandi, it is already very good for this commander not to cause trouble to others. Let me ask, who dares to cause trouble to this commander? Even if I really encounter such a person, this commander cannot deal with him. What can you, a mere warrior at the initial stage of Soul Fusion Realm, do to him? And you can destroy the opponent in minutes. Although your last name is Niu, you can't brag like this. Wu Zhengyi looked down upon Ye Bufan in his heart, but he smiled and said, then I would like to thank King Niu first. It's a small matter. Ye Bufan said casually, then looked at Lu Sanuo who was standing aside and said, little Sanzi, accept the gift. Yes, my king. Lu Sanuo responded and walked straight towards Wu Zhengyi. Brother, 200 million stones, keep it. Looking at Lu Sanuo in front of him, Wu Zhengyi smiled and handed the Sumeru ring in his hand to him. A 7th rank official in front of the Prime Minister. As the steward of Tianji City and the confidant of King Niu, Wu Zhengyi did not dare to underestimate Lu Sanuo even though he was only at the divine martial realm. Lu Sanuo responded and took the Sumeru ring directly. That guy. But at this moment, Ye Bufan suddenly spoke. Who? Wu Zhengyi couldn't help but twitch his lips, then he looked at Ye Bufan helplessly and said in a messy manner, King Niu, my name is Wu Zhengyi. Oh. Ye Bufan responded weakly, then looked at the jade box containing 10 divine crystals in Wu Zhengyi's hand, and said, little Wu Zi, are you still planning to give this divine crystal to me? Well, hearing this, Wu Zhengyi was stunned. Not only him, but also Xuanyuan Wudi and Sha Mo, and even Lu Sanuo couldn't help but twitch his lips. My king, didn't you say that you would exchange the divine crystal for the yuan stone? Why now from what you said, you want to have the best of both worlds? Wu Zhengyi is a demigod after all, and one of the 12 commanders of the temple. Is it really okay for you to do this? Thinking in his heart, Lu Sanuo secretly glanced at Wu Zhengyi in front of him, only to see that Wu Zhengyi's mouth was twisted and his face was messy. Do you still plan to give this divine crystal to me? Now that you ask me this, can this commander still say no? Wu Zhengyi was going crazy. He had seen shameless people, but he had never seen anyone so shameless. Unfortunately, although he was very reluctant, Wu Zhengyi still gritted his teeth and uttered a word, send. There was no way, since he had to, need, Ye Bufan. Ha ha. Ye Bufan laughed loudly and said impatiently, little Sanzi, hurry up and take the divine crystal as well. Hearing this, Wu Zhengyi couldn't help but twitch his mouth again. Damn it, do you really think that this commander will go back on his word like you do? Wu Zhengyi was confused and angry. Xuanyuan Wudi and Sha Mo also had gloomy expressions. Lu Sanuo did not stop. He directly took the 10 divine crystals and 200 million stones from Wu Zhengyi, and then immediately retreated back to Ye Bufan. Seeing that the god crystals and yuanxi had been taken away by Lu Sanuo, Wu Zhengyi no longer thought about it. After all, 10 god crystals and 200 million yuanxi were nothing to him, and these 10 god crystals were originally prepared for Ye Bufan. He just felt aggrieved. After calming down, Wu Zhengyi looked at Ye Bufan and got straight to the point, saying slowly, King Niu, this time I came here to visit you, and I also have something to discuss with you. What's the matter? Is someone causing trouble for you? Do you want me to help you deal with him? Ye Bufan asked directly after Wu Zhengyi finished speaking. Without waiting for Wu Zhengyi's answer, he patted his chest and said confidently, don't worry, I'll take care of this matter. Tell me, who has provoked you? I'll go and help you kill him now. Kill your sister. Wu Zhengyi was confused and even mad, but he still suppressed his violent emotions and said to Ye Bufan, King Niu, you misunderstood. Misunderstanding. Ye Bufan pretended to be stunned. Yes. Wu Zhengyi responded, saying, I came here not because I want King Niu to avenge me, but I want to hire King Niu to serve as the inspector of my army, and help me manage the 500,000-man army. After a pause, Wu Zhengyi continued, after all, with King Niu's wisdom and bravery, he really shouldn't be confined to a mere city of heaven. Here, King Niu's abilities cannot be fully utilized. But the battlefield is different. On the battlefield, our human and demon races fight and kill each other. With King Niu's strength, he will surely achieve great things and become famous for all eternity. Famous for all eternity. Ye Bufan's eyes lit up and he pretended to be moved. That's right, he is famous throughout the ages and is admired and worshipped by hundreds of millions of people in my race. Wu Zhengyi responded with a smile. Shameless. Mean. Seeing this scene, Xuanyuan Wudi and Sha Mo immediately cursed in their hearts. Temple supervisor. What the hell? Both of them are commanders of the temple, but why have they never heard of the position of inspector in the temple? It is very obvious that the position of inspector was simply fabricated by Wu Zhengyi, or in other words it was simply a position temporarily added by the deputy hall master behind Wu Zhengyi in order to win him over. No, it should be said that it was to trick King Niu into joining their camp. Okay, the king agrees. The next second, before the two of them could think about it, Ye Bufan suddenly spoke. Agree. Xuanyuan Wudi and Sha Mo were both stunned. Wu Zhengyi was overjoyed. King Niu, if that's the case, then shall we go to the army now? Slow. As soon as Wu Zheng finished speaking, Xuanyuan Wudi and Sha Mo spoke at the same time. What do you mean? Seeing this scene, Wu Zhengyi was dissatisfied for a moment. It's a pity that neither Xuanyuan Wudi nor Sha Mo paid any attention to Wu Zhengyi, but looked at Ye Bufan instead. Then, Sha Mo took out a zumi ring and said first, this is the gift I prepared for the king. It also contains 10 divine crystals and 200 million stones. In addition, I also want to hire the king to serve in my army, but not as an inspector, but as a chief instructor. In addition, Sha Mo paused, then looked at Xuanyuan Wudi and Wu Zhengyi, and said proudly and provocatively, the 500,000 soldiers under my command are all women, without a single man, and they all hope that the king can guide them in their cultivation in the future. Upon hearing this, Xuanyuan Wudi and Wu Zhengyi clenched their fists instantly. They gritted their teeth and were extremely angry. Nowadays, everyone in Tianyi knows that King Niu of Tianji City is greedy and lustful. Now Sha Mo's words are clearly a naked seduction, and she is seducing an army of 500,000 people. In this case, how can they not be anxious and angry? Snort. Sha Mo snorted coldly, no longer paying attention to Xuanyuan Wudi and Wu Zhengyi, but looked at Ye Bufan again, and asked with a smile, what do you think, Your Majesty? At the end, she blinked again and said charmingly, Your Majesty, if you refuse, then my 500,000 sisters will be sad and upset. Chapter 1184 Capture Lin Loyan alive within 3 days. My king, if you refuse, then my 500,000 sisters will be sad and upset. This voice, this tone, the four men present, Ye Bufan, Lu Sanuo, Xuanyuan Wudi and Wu Zhengyi, could not help but shudder all over when they heard it. There is no doubt that this is a conspiracy, a naked conspiracy, a blatant conspiracy. In an instant, Xuanyuan Wudi and Wu Zhengyi were furious, even furious. Sha Mo, do you think we don't exist? The way they looked at Sha Mo was almost spitting fire. The importance of essence pills is unquestionable, especially for the 3 deputy hall masters. Once they get the formula of essence pills, they can train a large number of Shenwu realm warriors. Although 1 or 2 Shenwu realm warriors are of little use, what about 1 million, 10 million, or even more? A large number of ants can kill an elephant, not to mention that there are various battle formations in the temple. Therefore, once the formula of the essence pill is obtained, the Deputy Hall Master who has obtained the formula of the essence pill will definitely be able to break the existing structure of the temple, become the most important of the 3 Deputy Hall Masters, and have more say. If used properly, they may even have the chance to succeed the position of the next Hall Master. You know, inside the temple master represents more than just power and status. The benefits he possesses are so numerous that it is unimaginable. According to convention, only the Son of God or the Holy Daughter had the opportunity to succeed the position of Temple Master, and the 3 Deputy Temple Masters were not qualified. But there are exceptions to everything. If the 3 Deputy Hall Masters control an extremely powerful force, then it is not impossible for them to compete for the position of Hall Master of the temple. That is why, nowadays, for the 3 Deputy Hall Masters, the essence pill is their best chance. As long as they get the formula and train a large number of divine martial realm warriors and keep them firmly under their control, they can use this power to compete with the Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the temple for the position of Hall Master. Therefore, essence pill is the key. Therefore, the 3 Deputy Hall Masters are determined to obtain the essence pill. However, it is definitely not an easy task to obtain the formula of essence pill, because everyone knows that the bold king of Tianji City is not easy to deal with. The most important thing is that there may be a super powerful person behind him who even the temple cannot afford to provoke, a monster that is tens of millions of years old. Without figuring out whether this old monster that has survived for tens of millions of years really exists, even the 3 Deputy Masters of the temple did not dare to act rashly. You can't act rashly, to put it bluntly, you can't rob openly, but at the same time you can't just sit there and wait for death, so you can only make friends with him and find a way to make him hand over the formula of the essence pill. This is also the main reason why the 3 temple commanders came to the City of Heaven. But at the same time, they all knew that it would take more than a day to get the essence pill formula in King Niu's hands, and during this period, their chances of winning were the same. Therefore, in order to increase their chances of winning, the best option was to control King Niu and not give the other 2 parties any chance to come into contact. In this way, it means that the other 2 parties have been eliminated in advance, and all they have to do is to slowly deal with the King Niu of Tianji City. That was why Xuanyuan Wudi and Wu Zhengyi were so furious when they saw Sha Mo hooking up with Ye Bufan so blatantly. Nowadays, everyone knows that King Niu is greedy and lustful. It can be said that Sha Mo's move directly hit King Niu's soft spot. Cater to someone's preferences. Xuanyuan Wudi and Wu Zhengyi also wanted to do so, but they simply did not have the same advantage as Sha Mo. 500,000 female soldiers. Just thinking about it is enough to drive people crazy. Unfortunately, facing the anger of the 2, Sha Mo simply ignored them. Not only that, Sha Mo also came directly to Ye Bufan, sat down next to him, and took his arm, shaking him, and said coquettishly, "My king, please agree to my little sister, okay, okay." Nima. Seeing this scene, Xuanyuan Wudi and Wu Zhengyi's mouth twitched and they were furious. Sha Mo, do you still have any shame? Sha Mo, you are the commander of the temple after all, where is your moral integrity? Xuanyuan Wudi and Wu Zhengyi were angry, but Lu Sanhua was dumbfounded. Is this the temple commander? The temple commander actually openly acted like a spoiled child to my king in front of so many people. The king is indeed domineering. However, at this moment, although Ye Bufan did not know what Xuanyuan Wudi and the other 2 were thinking, he himself was in a dilemma and even felt bitter. Greedy, lustful, and unreasonable. This was originally a personality flaw that Ye Bufan made up for himself in order to gain a better foothold in Tianyi, but now Ye Bufan never thought that a dignified temple commander would actually seduce him. Except, that meant that he would have to go to the battlefield with her and join the army. But this is not what Ye Bufan wants. At least he can't leave Tiancheng now. But what if you don't accept it? The commander of the temple plus a legion of 500,000 women, if I refuse such a offer, it will be inconsistent with my lustful personality, and then I am afraid that it will reveal my flaws. Except, no, you can't refuse to accept it. For a moment, Ye Bufan actually felt like he was in a dilemma. But what can we do? You have to keep pretending even if you are crying. Ha ha ha, okay, I agree. I'll go to your place. Ye Bufan immediately hugged Sha Mo into his arms and said with a big laugh. At the same time, he was constantly thinking about countermeasures in his heart. Thank you, my king. You are so kind. Hearing this, Sha Mo was delighted. She looked very intimate, but a hint of disgust flashed in her eyes. It's over. Looking at the scene in front of them and hearing Ye Bufan's words, Xuanyuan Wudi and the other man were suddenly shocked. Buzz. But at this moment, Xuanyuan Wudi's body shook violently. The next second, he took out a shining mother and child true essence stone. Looking at the mother and child true essence stones in his hand, Xuanyuan Wudi frowned, then walked out of the hall directly. No one cares about this. Deep inside the hall, on the city lord's throne, Shamo was held in Ye Bufan's arms. She felt extremely disgusted, but she still forced a smile and said, "My king, since you have already agreed, why don't we set off now? The sisters are all waiting for you to teach them. Delay will lead to changes." Shamo really didn't want Ye Bufan to continue staying in this outer world. As for what to do after going to the army, Shamo had already thought of a plan. After all, they were not prostitutes and it was impossible for them to allow Ye Bufan to play with them at will. It was just that now she needed to use this reason to coax Ye Bufan into the army. Facing Shamo's proposal, Ye Bufan was about to speak, but unexpectedly, an angry roar suddenly sounded outside the hall. "Shamo, that's enough." The sudden voice startled everyone in the hall. Outside the hall, Xuanyuan Wudi came slowly. Under the stunned eyes of everyone, he looked directly at Shamo and said disdainfully, "You are such a mediocre woman, how dare you come out and show your face in public, Niu Dawang." "You." Hearing this, Shamo became furious and said, "Xuanyuan Wudi, what do you mean?" Snort. Xuanyuan Wudi snorted coldly and ignored Shamo. Instead, he looked at Ye Bufan and said, "Brother Niu, how can such a mediocre woman be worthy of you? Wait, I will give you a great gift later." "A big gift?" Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. "That's right." Xuanyuan Wudi responded, "In 3 days at most, this commander will definitely send the most beautiful woman in the world to Brother Niu." The most beautiful woman in the world. When Xuanyuan Wudi said this, both Wu Zhengyi and Shamo were stunned. Ye Bufan was startled. The peerless goddess Lin Loyan, and the saintly beauty Lingu Shui. The most beautiful woman in the world is Lin Loyan. 3 days. Is Xuanyuan Wudi confident that he can capture Lin Loyan within 3 days? Bang! The next second, Ye Bufan suddenly stood up and pushed Shamo away from his arms. Then he looked at Xuanyuan Wudi with shining eyes and asked impatiently, "Where is she? Where is she? Where is the most beautiful woman in the world?" Chapter 1185, Wangshu City. Where is the most beautiful woman in the world? Bang! As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Shamo, who was caught off guard, was pushed to the ground by Ye Bufan. "You." Suddenly, Shamo looked at Ye Bufan, who was furious and gritting her teeth. It's a pity that Ye Bufan ignored it at all. He looked at Xuanyuan Wudi with ardent eyes and asked impatiently, "Tell me quickly, where is the most beautiful woman in the world?" The anxious voice, the anxious tone, and seeing Shamo being pushed to the ground and being ignored, Xuanyuan Wudi and Wu Zheng were instantly confused. City of Heaven, King Niu. This guy is simply a sex-hungry ghost, and a sex-hungry ghost who doesn't know how to be gentle with women. But that's a good thing. If Shamo can seduce, then he, Xuanyuan Wudi, can do the same. Immediately, Xuanyuan Wudi looked at Ye Bufan and smiled, then slowly said, "Brother Niu, don't worry. This commander will go and catch her for you right now. She will be sent to you in 3 days at most." Unexpectedly, Ye Bufan shook his head and said, "3 days is too long. I want it now. Want it now." Upon hearing this, Xuanyuan Wudi was stunned, then became confused and crazy. "You really are a lustful ghost. You want it now. Can't you even wait for 3 days?" The most important thing is that Xuanyuan Wudi is very clear that he simply cannot hand over Lin Loyan now, let alone now, even within today is impossible. But he didn't want to cause Ye Bufan's dissatisfaction because of this. Helplessly, he could only explain, "Brother Niu, Lin Loyan is not only the most beautiful woman in the world, but also a semi-god. It is not easy to capture her. Although this commander has designed a plan to trap her, it will take time to capture her." As soon as Xuanyuan Wudi finished speaking, Ye Bufan immediately vowed, "Isn't he just a demigod? I can kill 100 of them in a minute." Hearing this, Xuanyuan Wudi's mouth twitched and he felt extremely confused. Isn't he just a demigod? Can this king kill 100 of them in a minute? Do you think that demigods are cabbages that you can chop whenever you want? And you can chop 100 of them in a matter of minutes? Not only Xuanyuan Wudi, but also Wu Zhengyi and Shamo were speechless. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. At this moment, this sentence is the most appropriate to describe this bull king. It is true that you killed Feng Wuming, the ancestor of the Feng family who was at the semi-god level, with one sword strike, but do you really think you are invincible? Don't you know that there is always someone better than you? What's more, Feng Wuming is only at the initial stage of demigod and cannot be compared with the mid-level demigod at all. The most important thing is that Lin Luoyan is still the top existence among the mid-level demigods. With her current strength, she may be able to fight against the peak demigods. Just you. It's not that you capture her alive in a minute, but that she kills you in a minute. It's a pity that Xuanyuan Wudi, Wu Zhengyi and Sha Mo were obviously worrying too much, because Ye Bufan was not trying to capture anyone but to save people. After all, he could not let Lin Luoyan fall into Xuanyuan Wudi's hands no matter what. Although according to Xuanyuan Wudi, even if he caught Lin Luoyan, he would hand her over to him, but there were too many variables in the whole process and Ye Bufan could not control it at all. For example, if Lin Luoyan fought to the death in this process, what would be the result? It may be difficult for a person to live, but if a person wants to die, and the other person is a strong man in the demigod realm, who can stop him? The most important thing is, if he waits until Xuanyuan Wudi sends Lin Luoyan to him, it will inevitably bring him more trouble, and even expose his flaws. At present, when Long Xiaobao and others have not been found, Ye Bufan does not want to lose the identity of Niu Duoduo. It is better to have less trouble than more. Therefore, he must rescue Lin Luoyan, and the way to rescue her must be to snatch food from the tiger's mouth and rescue Lin Luoyan in front of Xuanyuan Wudi and others. Of course, if you want to save people, you must know where Lin Luoyan is trapped now. That is why, while Xuanyuan Wudi and the other two were speechless, Ye Bufan spoke directly, "Tell me, where is my most beautiful woman in the world now? I will go and invite her to the city of heaven right now." "Please. You're robbing, right?" Xuanyuan Wudi and the other two were speechless for a while. Afterwards, Xuanyuan Wudi glanced at Wu Zhengyi and Sha Mo, frowned, and thought that even if he didn't tell them where Lin Luoyan was trapped, if Wu Zhengyi and Sha Mo followed him all the time, they would still be able to find Lin Luoyan. Therefore, in Xuanyuan Wudi's opinion, there was no need to keep the location of Lin Luoyan's trap a secret from the two of them. The most important thing was that he hoped that the two of them could cooperate with him at this moment. Since we need their cooperation, we naturally need to show some sincerity. After all, Lin Luoyan's risk factor is too high. Once this King Niu goes with him, if something happens King Niu will die, but what about the formula of the essence pill? Therefore, Xuanyuan Wudi absolutely did not want, nor would he allow King Niu to go with him. Thinking in his heart, Xuanyuan Wudi looked at Ye Bufan and said with embarrassment, "Brother Niu, people are now trapped in Wangshu City, but if Brother Niu goes there in person, I'm afraid it's not appropriate, right?" "Why is it inappropriate? Brother Niu, think about it. You are the lord of a city after all. If you have to make a special trip in person just for a woman, wouldn't that be too embarrassing?" As he spoke, Xuanyuan Wudi secretly winked at Wu Zhengyi and Sha Mo. The two of them understood and immediately realized Xuanyuan Wudi's thoughts and concerns. Moreover, like Xuanyuan Wudi, they did not want Ye Bufan to get involved. After all, Lin Luoyan was too dangerous. It would be a small matter for her to kill the King Niu in front of them, but what if she destroyed the formula of the essence pill in his hands? So, Sha Mo immediately said, "That's right. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? City Lord Niu, this is just a small matter, why do you need to do it yourself? Don't worry, I will personally deliver Lin Luoyan to you. Within 3 days, this commander will definitely send the person to City Lord Niu." Wu Zhengyi also said this with confidence. Damn it. After hearing the two people's solemn assurances, although Xuanyuan Wudi was prepared, he still couldn't help but curse. It was obvious that these two people wanted to steal the credit from him. However, Xuanyuan Wudi was also helpless. After all, the incident happened suddenly. If Wu Zhengyi and Sha Mo had not come to Tianji City, if they had not competed to win over Ye Bufan, if Sha Mo had not blatantly seduced him, and if Lin Luoyan had not shown up at that time, Xuanyuan Wudi would not have brought up Lin Luoyan to seduce Ye Bufan at this time. Now, the three of them are back at the same starting line. Who can capture Lin Luoyan in the end will all depend on their own abilities. Of course, compared to Wu Zhengyi and Sha Mo, Xuanyuan Wudi believed that his chances of winning were more than 90%. After all, he was the one who arranged the arrest of Lin Luoyan. He had an advantage that Wu Zhengyi and Sha Mo did not have, that is all the demigods who besieged Lin Loyan belonged to his camp. This was one of the reasons why Xuanyuan Wudi directly revealed Lin Loyan's whereabouts. Thinking in his heart, Xuanyuan Wudi spoke again. Brother Niu, you heard everything, right? It is really inappropriate for you, the lord of a city, to go and capture a woman in person. Not only will it be embarrassing, but it will also lose your dignity. So, how about you give us a chance and let us make a trip for you and bring back Lin Loyan? This. Faced with the persuasion of the three people, Ye Bufan hesitated slightly, but he was very happy in his heart. Originally, he just wanted to find out where Lin Loyan was, and then change his identity and go there. However, in this case, he would have to find an excuse to give up the idea of going with Xuanyuan Wudi after learning Lin Loyan's whereabouts. However, he didn't expect that before he even opened his mouth, Xuanyuan Wudi and the other two had already helped him solve the problem. He naturally knew what these three people were thinking. But it doesn't matter, as long as he can stay out of it. All right. So, Ye Bufan reluctantly agreed, but, I will only wait for 3 days. Call. Hearing this, Xuanyuan Wudi and the other two couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Afterwards, Xuanyuan Wudi said directly, Brother Niu, don't worry, just wait for good news in the city of heaven. It will take 3 days and the person will be sent to you. Wu Zhengyi and Shamo were not willing to be outdone. City Lord Niu, I will definitely send people to the 3 days city for you. Brother Niu, I will never let you down. After leaving a message, Xuanyuan Wudi and the other two left the city lord's mansion directly. After the three of them left, Ye Bufan narrowed his eyes and suddenly said, Little Sanzi, where is Wangshu City? Chapter 1186 Give her a chance to survive. Little Sanzi, where is Wangshu City? As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Lu Sanuo's body shook and his heart was startled. Others don't know that Ye Bufan's greed, lust, recklessness and impulsiveness are all pretended, but Lu Sanuo knows it very well. That is why, when Ye Bufan asked this question, Lu Sanuo immediately had an idea in his mind. The king was going to Wangshu City to rescue Lin Loyan. Call. Although it was just a guess, Lu Sanuo couldn't help but hold his breath. Who is Lin Loyan? She was once the most beautiful woman in the world, but now she is the most wanted criminal in the temple. If Ye Bufan wants to save Lin Loyan, doesn't that mean he wants to be an enemy of the temple? Thinking that Ye Bufan might become an enemy of the temple, Lu Sanuo couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. But he said nothing, asked nothing, and just looked at Ye Bufan and said, My lord, if I remember correctly, this Wangshu city should be in the third heaven. The third heaven. As soon as Lu Sanuo finished speaking, Ye Bufan groaned and then asked, You should have guessed what this king wants to do, right? Lu Sanuo's body trembled. Ye Bufan continued, That's right. This great king is going to rescue Lin Loyan and become an enemy of the temple. Are you afraid? Are you planning to find a chance to tip off the temple and expose this great king? Bang! As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Lu Sanuo couldn't help but tremble. Then he immediately knelt down in front of Ye Bufan and said anxiously, I am loyal to the king and will never betray the king, let alone sell out the king. Yeah, Ye Bufan groaned. Lu Sanuo was covered in cold sweat. After a moment, Ye Bufan said, Get up. Your Majesty. Lu Sanuo couldn't help but be stunned. Ye Bufan said slowly, I believe you are a smart person and know how to choose. Now, go and prepare a map of the third heaven for me. Remember, be quick. Yes, my king. After responding, Lu Sanuo immediately stood up and ran out of the city lord's mansion. I hope you won't let me down. Looking at Lu Sanuo who was leaving, Ye Bufan narrowed his eyes and murmured something. Young master, why don't you just let Uncle Feng tamper with his memory? Wouldn't it be a lot less trouble this way? At this moment, a questioning voice suddenly sounded in Ye Bufan's ears. Ye Bufan shook his head and said, Uncle Feng said that tampering with a person's memory will not cause any problems in the short term, but in the long run, it is very likely to affect a person's cultivation after entering the divine realm. If he is willing to be loyal to me sincerely, I don't want to owe him anything. Of course, this is also a test for him. If he can't satisfy me, then I can only tamper with his memory. After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, So Ah Fu, go follow him and see if he makes any unusual moves. If so, tie him up and bring him back to me. Yes, master. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Ye Fu responded. Call out. The next second, Ye Bufan disappeared from the spot and entered the cemetery of gods and demons. In the cemetery of gods and demons. Looking at Feng Hen in front of him, Ye Bufan asked directly, Uncle Feng, do you have any way to change my cultivation? Or hide my cultivation so that outsiders cannot see my realm? In the first heaven, in the divine emperor city, there is an inn. In the backyard, a purple-clothed woman looked at the white-haired old man in front of her and said solemnly, Vice President, there is a message just received from the temple. What news? The white-haired old man frowned. Lin Luoyan is trapped in Wangshu City. The 12 deacons of the temple have already set off for Wangshu City, 2 of whom are at the peak of demigod level, said the woman in purple. Has something finally happened? The old man in white was not surprised at all, but just groaned helplessly. Since Yi Tianxiang was arrested, Lin Luoyan disappeared for a while. When she reappeared, she began to kill people wantonly and take bloody revenge. It can be said that Lin Luoyan's behavior was absolutely crazy, absolutely unwise and undesirable. The white-haired old man originally thought about stopping her. After all, this was not a long-term solution, and if it continued like this, something would happen sooner or later. It's a pity that Lin Luoyan is elusive and her whereabouts are uncertain. The temple can't find her, and Linglong Chamber of Commerce can't find her either, so this matter has been shelved until now, and finally the truth has been revealed. Vice President, what should we do now? At this time, the purple-clothed woman looked at the silence of the white-haired old man and asked a question. What to do? The old man in white smiled bitterly. There are 12 demigods, 2 of whom are at the peak of the demigod realm. We cannot confront them head-on with such strength. Even if we go, we will die in vain. So, what else can we do? This. The purple-clothed woman hesitated for a moment. Vice President, are we just going to ignore it? In spite of. The old man in white shook his head. We still have to take care of her, but with our strength, we can't help at all, so the only thing we can do is to give her a glimmer of hope. Give her a chance of survival. The purple-clothed woman was stunned, her face full of confusion. The white-haired old man said, Ziyu, go tell them now that we are willing to pay 300 divine crystals to buy Lin Luoyan's life. Hearing this, the purple-clothed woman was stunned. Vice President, although 300 divine crystals are not a small amount, this is not their territory after all. Will they agree? They will definitely agree, the white-haired old man said with great confidence. At the end, he added, after all, for them, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They can plot against the 12 demigod deacons of the temple at once. How could they miss this opportunity? But what about Lin Luoyan? They may not let her go by then. That's why we have to spend 300 divine crystals to buy her life. But what if they want lives instead of money? After all, their hatred for Yi Tianxiang has already penetrated deep into their bones. So what? After all, besides this, do you think we have any other solutions? Facing the purple-clothed woman's concerns, the white-haired old man said helplessly, and then he lowered his voice and said, if they don't take action, Lin Luoyan will definitely die. If they take action, it will be a fight between the snipe and the clam. Although we can't be the fisherman who gains the benefit, we can give Lin Luoyan a chance to survive. Whether she can survive depends on her own luck. Chapter 1187. Who is plotting against whom? The third heaven, Wangshu City. As one of the 108 ancient cities, Wangshu City is controlled by the Xuanyuan family, to which Xuanyuan Wudi belongs. It is a transcendent existence ranked 38th among the 108 ancient cities. In the entire Xuanyuan family, besides Xuanyuan Wudi, there are 2 demigod realm powerhouses. They are Xuanyuan Wudi's father, who is also the current head of the Xuanyuan family, Xuanyuan Po, who is at the initial stage of demigod realm, and Xuanyuan Po's father, Xuanyuan Jian, who is at the middle stage of demigod realm. Xuanyuan Sword, Xuanyuan Destroyer, Xuanyuan Invincible. 3 demigods in one clan. This kind of foundation makes the Xuanyuan family considered to be the top existence in Tianyi. However, it is such a family, and all the members are facing a disaster at this moment, and the reason for all this is just because of one person, a person who has been stirring up trouble in Tianyi and killing people wantonly during this period of time. This person was none other than the high-level demigod, the witch Lin Luoyan. At this moment, in front of the city lord's mansion, Lin Luoyan stood high in the sky. In front of her were Xuanyuan Po and Xuanyuan Jian, confronting her. Looking at the 2 people in front of her, Lin Luoyan's white hair danced in the wind, and her scarlet eyes were filled with murderous intent, which she did not conceal at all. Lin Luoyan, just surrender, you have no way to escape. Facing Lin Loyan, who was full of murderous intent in front of him, Xuanyuan's sword, who was at the middle level of the demigod realm, said coldly. That's right. Next to the Xuanyuan sword, Xuanyuan Po also responded, saying, you should have seen that the entire Wangshu city has been blocked by a barrier. You can only enter but not leave. Moreover, the teleportation array in Wangshu city was destroyed the moment you arrived at my Xuanyuan family. So you are now trapped in a jar and cannot escape from Wangshu city at all. Also, more than 10 demigod deacons from the temple are on their way. Once they arrive, you will have no choice but to surrender. So I advise you to surrender and stop struggling in vain. Ha ha ha. However, facing the two people's persuasion to surrender, Lin Loyan just laughed a few times, then looked at the two people and said sarcastically, what a Xuanyuan Wudi, what a temple commander, he actually used the lives of thousands of people in his own Xuanyuan clan as bait to lure me to Wangshu city. Xuanyuan Wudi, you are really cruel and ruthless. Changing the subject, Lin Loyan looked at the two and said coldly, it's a pity you are just scheming and being clever. Do you really think I don't know that the so-called Xuanyuan family is preparing to evacuate Wangshu city and move into the temple is false, and the real purpose is to lure me to Wangshu city? You. Hearing this, Xuanyuan Po and Xuanyuan Jian were both stunned and even shocked. I tell you, I know all this, I understand it all, but I still came. With a loud shout, Lin Loyan looked at the two people in front of him. A trace of disdain and ridicule appeared on his face, and he smiled and said, do you know why? Why? Xuanyuan Jian and Xuanyuan Po were stunned, and an ominous premonition suddenly emerged from the bottom of their hearts. That's because even if I didn't come today, I wouldn't be able to live much longer. What? When Lin Loyan said this, Xuanyuan Po and the others widened their eyes and were shocked again. Are you shocked? Looking at the two, Lin Loyan continued with a smile and said, so, whether it's Xuanyuan Wudi or Jastin, they are simply too clever for their own good and have done nothing. Their calculations against me are not only meaningless, but will also cause more people to die. Boundary, right. You can only go in but not out, right. Don't forget, this barrier can trap me, but it can also trap you. I can't run away, and neither can you. What's more, a dying person has no reason to fear death. Since you want to plot against me, I will use your trick against me and drag you to be buried with me. The death of demigods is the disaster of the human race. As one gains, the other loses. This is a blessing for the demons. Tianshang gave everything for the human race, but what did he get in return? It's better not to have such a human race. If I can't kill Xuanyuan Wudi and Jia Saitong, I will kill all of you who are helping him to commit atrocities. Today, I will be a demon. First destroy Xuanyuan, then kill the 12 deacons. I, Lin Loyan, will take your lives. Base. As soon as he finished speaking, a milky white and transparent gukan appeared out of thin air in front of Lin Loyan. I forged the harp with my soul. I will control the zither with my soul. Tianshang, today, I will dance the last song of my life for you. Seeing this scene, Xuanyuan Po and Xuanyuan Jian's pupils trembled and their hearts trembled. Lin Loyan, what do you want to do? Xuanyuan Po couldn't help but yelled loudly. Kill. It's a pity that Lin Loyan ignored her and just spoke in a cold voice. Bite. The next second, she moved her delicate hands, plucked the strings, and a clear note rang out instantly. In midair, Lin Loyan played the piano. Ding ding ding. The clear and melodious piano music instantly filled the entire Wangshu city. Seeing this scene, Xuanyuan Po and Xuanyuan Jian were stunned. They looked at each other, with confusion and puzzlement in their eyes. They couldn't figure out what Lin Loyan was doing or what she wanted to do. But at this moment, behind them, in the city lord's mansion where the Xuanyuan family lived, a miserable scream suddenly sounded out of nowhere. Zhan Yuan's sword and the other man were shocked, and they couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound. Inside the city lord's mansion, miserable screams continued to ring out. Xuanyuan's sword and the others could clearly see that the tribesmen in the transcendent realm were holding their heads, falling to the ground, howling and struggling. The other Xuanyuan family members who were above the transcendent realm looked on in horror. Bang! But at this moment, a muffled sound suddenly rang out, and the head of a young man in the transcendent realm who was originally lying on the ground and struggling exploded, and then he lost consciousness. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned and dumbfounded. However, this was just the beginning. Soon, more and more people died with their heads exploded. And not only those in the transcendent realm. Gradually, those Xuanyuan people in the condensation realm, returned to origin realm, and divine origin realm also fell to the ground one after another, struggling and howling inexplicably. In an instant, the incident caused the entire city lord's mansion to be shrouded in a haze of fear. Swish, swish. Xuanyuan Jian and Xuanyuan Po looked at each other and said in unison, "Soul attack." The next second, the two of them looked directly at Lin Loyan in midair. There is no doubt that this is Lin Loyan's masterpiece, and it all has to do with the sound of the piano. Lin Loyan, you are looking for death. After an angry roar, the Xuanyuan sword rushed directly towards Lin Loyan in midair. Kill. Xuanyuan Po also did not stop. Two demigods attacked, but Lin Loyan didn't even look at them, just waved his right hand. Bite. The sound of a light piano rang out, and a colorful light curtain instantly enveloped Lin Loyan. Bang bang. At this time, Xuanyuan's sword and the other man had already arrived beside Lin Loyan. Without any hesitation, they attacked directly. Unfortunately, their attack landed on the colorful light curtain around Lin Loyan, and they could not advance even a little bit, let alone hurt Lin Loyan. Seeing this scene, the two were shocked. Lin Loyan glanced at them and said disdainfully, "I forged the harp with my soul, and I control the harp with my soul. I am a high-level demigod and I use my cultivation to activate the god-slaying song. You, a mid-level demigod or a beginner demigod, think you can break my harp sound barrier. You are simply wishful thinking. Just wait, this is just the beginning. I have already said it before. The barrier of Wangshu City has trapped me, but it has also trapped you. Most importantly, this barrier is more beneficial to me because none of you can escape from here. You can only endure my spiritual attacks again and again. Now, let you experience the feeling of watching your own people die tragically in front of you and being helpless. Later I will perform a big show for you." Chapter 1188. A sound spreads across the heavens and the earth. Bite. After she finished speaking, Lin Loyan no longer held back. She sat cross-legged in the air, her white hair dancing in the wind. She plucked the strings of the zither faster and faster, and the light, murderous sounds of the zither continued to spread to the entire Wangshu city. In just a breath of time, the ethereal sound of the piano had spread throughout the entire Wangshu city. What's that sound? Is this the sound of a piano? Who is playing the piano in the middle of the night? Who the hell is this? It's so noisy. How can I sleep in the middle of the night? Hey, this piano music seems to be quite nice. What a nice piano sound. The sounds came one after another. For a moment, everyone in the entire Wangshu city, regardless of gender, age or status, was attracted by Lin Loyan's piano playing. However, all this has just begun. After all, Lin Loyan's song is not a simple piano piece, but a song of killing gods and the sound of killing people. In the night, the sound of the piano is clear. In the darkness, murderous intent floats. When everyone was immersed in the ethereal sound of the piano, something strange happened. That light and beautiful sound of the piano suddenly turned into demons, rushing towards everyone who was immersed in the music with their fangs and claws, directly attacking their souls. The 3 souls are shaken and the 7 spirits are torn apart. Ah! Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream rang out, breaking the night sky and echoing across the horizon. However, this was just the beginning. After the first scream rang out, it was followed by the second, third, and fourth screams in less than a breath. The entire Wangshu city was filled with the howling of ghosts and wolves, and heart-wrenching screams. Countless people fell to the ground, rolling and struggling. This place seems to have turned into a hell on earth. Bang bang bang. There were even some warriors with low cultivation whose heads exploded directly and turned into blood mist, and their lives disappeared in an instant. Terrible piano skills. Fierce piano sound. This was a nightmarish, indiscriminate attack. Looking at Lin Loyan in front of them and feeling everything in Wangshu City, Xuanyuan Po and Xuanyuan Jian couldn't help but tremble in their souls. Even though they were powerful demigods, they felt unprecedented fear in their hearts at this moment. Killing is not the right path. However, Lin Loyan not only wanted to kill people, but also wanted to torture everyone to death. Too cruel, too ruthless. This is simply a demon. The most important thing is that Wangshu City has been blocked by a barrier. Within 12 hours, people here cannot escape even if they want to. To put it bluntly, now everyone in Wangshu City has become a turtle in a jar and fish on Lin Loyan's chopping board, and they can only do whatever she wants and be slaughtered by her. Lin Loyan, stop it. When he thought of this, Xuanyuan Sword's eyes turned red, and he looked at Lin Loyan in front of him and let out an angry roar. Stop. Why? Lin Loyan sneered, and the music of the piano did not stop for a moment. You. Facing Lin Loyan's response, Xuanyuan Sword gritted his teeth and was furious. He may not care about other people in Wangshu City, but what about the members of his Xuanyuan clan? He couldn't help but care. He couldn't bear to watch his family members being tortured and beaten to death by Lin Loyan. He wanted to stop it all, but he was powerless. After all, Lin Loyan's song is both offensive and defensive. Defense, unbreakable. Attack, unstoppable. As a powerful demigod, Xuanyuan Jian felt nothing but helplessness at this moment. He never imagined that Lin Loyan's piano skills were so powerful and so terrifying. Originally, he thought, as long as they trapped Lin Loyan in Wangshu City and waited until the reinforcements from the temple arrived, it would be enough. But now he was afraid that before they could wait for the reinforcements from the temple, his Xuanyuan clan would be exterminated. Wrong, wrong, all wrong. They overestimated themselves and underestimated Lin Loyan. They are all innocent. Helpless, Xuanyuan Sword could only shout, even if you want to annihilate my Xuanyuan clan, what about the other people in this Wangshu City? Do you want to kill them all? Ha ha ha. Lin Loyan raised her head and laughed loudly, then looked at Xuanyuan Sword and said coldly, innocent. What an innocent, what a righteous person, it sounds good, but, in the final analysis, don't you still want me to stop this song so that the people of your Xuanyuan family can have a chance of survival? I'm telling you, it's impossible. Put away your hypocrisy. Your false kindness and hypocrisy have no effect on me. And you're telling me you're innocent. Tianshong has made countless contributions to the human race, but what did he get in return? It's fine that the temple framed him, but others actually tortured him, slandered him, and abused him. In my opinion, there are no innocent people in the entire human race. You all deserve to die. Besides, I've already said it before. If you don't want to die, cut off all ties with Xuanyuan Wudi and Justin and stay away from them. But what is the result? Wangshu City is the ancestral land of your Xuanyuan family, not the ancestral land of others, let alone theirs. Since they didn't leave before, who can you blame now? Death, that's what they deserve. Today, I will use you to avenge Tianshong. Today, I will let you be buried with me. Kill. A cold voice, ruthless murderous intent. Bang bang bang. In the city of Wangshu, people's heads kept exploding because they could not bear the spiritual attack of Lin Loyan's music. First they transformed into mortals, then they condensed into essence, and then returned to the essence. The longer the time, the more powerful Lin Loyan's music will become. Xuanyuan Jian and Xuanyuan Po were helpless, their faces were grim and they were extremely angry. Kill. Seeing that they could not convince Lin Loyan, the two of them no longer held back and rushed towards Lin Loyan again. If you just sit there and wait for death, you will die. If they give it a try, perhaps they can buy some time for their people and give them a chance of survival. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Without any hesitation, Xuanyuan Jian and Xuanyuan Po attacked Lin Loyan frantically from the front and the back. Unfortunately, all their attacks were blocked by the 7-color piano sound barrier around Lin Loyan. They couldn't hurt Lin Loyan at all, and couldn't even interrupt her song of killing gods. It's useless. Seeing the two people attacking him frantically, Lin Loyan had a look of contempt on his face, and said with a smile, I have already said it before, with your strength, you can't break my piano sound barrier at all, so, don't do these useless things anymore, just wait for death in pain, ha 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 ha. Today, there will be no one alive in Wangshu City. You. After hearing this, Zhan Yuan's sword and the other man looked extremely ferocious. What a big mouth. But at this moment, an angry voice sounded in the air, Lin Loyan, I want to see what you are capable of to make sure that no one in this Wangshu City is left alive. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as he finished speaking, 12 figures suddenly descended from the air into Wangshu City and came in front of Lin Loyan. The 12 demigod deacons of the temple arrived. Call. Seeing these 12 people, Xuanyuan Jian and Xuanyuan Po couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They couldn't break through Lin Loyan's so-called piano sound barrier, but what about these 12 demigod deacons? You know, among the 12 of them, there are 2 powerful demigods. They will definitely be able to break Lin Loyan's piano music barrier. Once the barrier is broken, Lin Loyan, who is only a high-level demigod, will no longer be a threat. However, Lin Loyan smiled and glanced at the 12 people in front of him, saying, Are you finally here? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Well, hearing this, the 12 demigod deacons who were unaware of the situation were all stunned. The leader, a peak-level deacon at the demigod level, frowned and looked at Lin Loyan, saying, Lin Loyan, what do you mean? Wait for us. Could it be that you already knew that this Wangshu city was a trap we set for you? Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Lin Loyan laughed loudly and said, you will know the answer soon. After a pause, Lin Loyan continued, since you have already entered the barrier, I don't have to worry about alerting the enemy, so let the show begin. Bang! As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Loyan stopped playing the guqin, and then she slammed the guqin in front of her with both hands. Boom! The next second, Lin Loyan's spiritual power erupted completely. Lin Loyan, what do you want to do? Seeing this scene, an ominous feeling instantly arose in the hearts of the 14 demigod warriors present, and the demigod-level peak deacon who had spoken earlier shouted loudly. Ha ha ha. Lin Loyan laughed loudly towards the sky, her white hair fluttering in the wind, and she looked like a madman. I forged the harp with my soul. I will control the zither with my soul. Dance with my soul. Come on, God-slaying song, soul resonance. As soon as the words fell, the piano started to play. Boom. In an instant, all of Lin Loyan's spiritual power poured into the guqin in front of him. Bite. The next second, the ethereal sound of a piano rang out, instantly filling the entire TianYTN. Chapter 1189 Crazy Lin Loyan. What's that sound? Piano music. Who's playing the piano? No, this is not the sound of a piano. No, this is not the sound of a piano. But why is there a sound of a piano suddenly ringing in my mind? Is this telepathic communication? What's going on? Where does the piano sound come from? Husband, did you hear the piano music just now? Lin Loyan rang out a note, seemingly at random, but the first heaven, the second heaven, the third heaven. This note instantly spread throughout the entire TianY heaven, so that everyone in TianY heaven, regardless of gender, age, strong or weak, could hear it clearly at this moment. However, this is just the beginning. In Wangshu City, in front of 14 demigods, Lin Loyan played the piano as if no one was around. There are so many grievances and hatreds in this world. Awaken the unyielding soul in the dark. Ask your heart. Play the piano. Thinking about the changes in the world. Flick your fingers. Play the strings. Listen to the sound of the piano. Who controls the rise and fall in this world? Heaven, law, gods and demons. My heart is in a frenzy. Right and wrong, good and evil, who is and who is not. War and fire, life and death, one reincarnation after another. See, Mulberry Field. Where does the master come from? Where does the destiny come from? Heaven is unfair, earth is unjust, this world has no master. No master. I am the Lord. Destroying the heavens and the earth, gods and demons forge my path as a hero. Ask your conscience. Playing the piano. Thinking of the changes in the world. Flick of fingers. Playing the strings. Listen to the piano. Martial arts, sentient beings, heaven and earth, reincarnation, reenacting a lonely life. At your fingertips. Kill the sky and slay the gods. The melodious sound of the piano echoed under the night sky of Wangshu City, and also resounded in the minds of everyone in TianYTN, making everyone intoxicated. When the song was over, everyone woke up suddenly. The second heaven, Ye Bufan had just been teleported here from the first level of the Divine Emperor City, when the ethereal song of killing gods rang in his mind. This sudden change made him lose consciousness and shocked. Is this the song of killing gods? A surprised voice sounded, and Ye Bufan's face was full of shock and suspicion. Who is playing the god-slaying song? Why is this sound echoing in my mind? Not only Ye Bufan couldn't figure it out, but at this moment, in TianYTN, except for Wangshu City, people in other places were confused by the beautiful piano music that suddenly sounded in their minds. Sixth heaven, Temple Square. At this moment, Yi Tianxiang and Old Man Yi were still tied up in the middle of the square. They were covered with bloody scars and were already dying. If it weren't for Justin not letting them die and keeping them alive, they would have been dead long ago. But even so, they both felt that life was worse than death and couldn't even die. Even though they were still alive, they could only close their eyes and didn't even have the strength to speak. When Lin Loyan's song, Slaying God, resounded throughout the entire TianYTN and in everyone's mind, Yi Tianxiang and Old Man Yi were naturally no exception. However, unlike others, Yi Tianxiang was not unfamiliar with the song of killing gods. He was even more clear and understood what this song meant when it sounded in his mind. The zither is made from soul. Control the piano with your soul. Dance with soul. This is Lin Loyan using his own life to display his piano skills and perform the God-slaying song. Yi Tianxiang knew that after this song, Lin Loyan would not live long, or even die soon. Because Yi Tianxiang knew Lin Loyan, he knew very well that there was only one possibility in this situation, that is, Lin Loyan was ready to fight for her life and start a killing spree. He wanted to stop it, but he was powerless. He wanted to rescue, but he was powerless. That kind of helplessness, that kind of heartache. Thinking back to the past, Yi Tianxiang was sad and even more angry. In the past, he gave everything for the human race, but what did he get in return? Betray the human race. Collude with the demon race. Ridiculous. With the power of the temple, it would certainly not be difficult if they wanted to find out the truth about that day. But they didn't. Not only did they not do that, they also wanted to kill everyone around them. Such a temple has long since decayed. If he were given another chance, Yi Tianxiang would never step into the temple again. Because, such a temple is not worthy of Yi Tianxiang's loyalty. It's a pity that there is no if in this world, and he no longer has another chance. Yinner, in this life I have failed you. If there is an afterlife, I will repay you double. As he thought about it, Yi Tianxiang couldn't help but shed 2 lines of tears from the corners of his eyes. How can I live on when my beloved has passed away? Unfortunately, now he doesn't even have the qualifications to ask for death. The third heaven, Wangshu City. Lin Loyan, what on earth do you want to do? Looking at Lin Loyan in front of him, the deacon at the peak of the demigod realm couldn't help but question him. Lin Loyan's song echoed in their minds. Although it did not cause any impact or even harm to them, they always felt that something was wrong, and the feeling of uneasiness in their hearts became stronger and stronger. Unfortunately, facing the inquiries from the peak demigod deacon, Lin Loyan simply ignored them. Damn it! Instantly, the peak demigod deacon was furious, and then he waved his hand and shouted, "Go ahead, kill her." Deacon Jin, Palace Master Jia Fu said that we must capture him alive. At this time, another deacon at the side suddenly spoke up to remind. No matter whether she is alive or dead, let's capture her first. The deacon at the peak of the demigod realm always felt that something was wrong. That's why he didn't care about anything else and immediately rushed towards Lin Loyan. Superior. Seeing that Deacon Jin, who was at the peak of demigod level, had already taken action, the others did not stay any longer. Even Xuanyuan Po and Xuanyuan Jian were no exception. In an instant, 14 demigod warriors attacked Lin Loyan at the same time. It's a pity that Lin Loyan didn't even look at them, but just moved the strings of the zither. Bang bang bang. 14 demigods joined forces to strike down. But it still failed to break the 7-colored piano sound barrier around Lin Loyan. Seeing this scene, the 12 demigod deacons of the temple were all shocked. This is especially true for Xuanyuan Sword and Xuanyuan Wudi. Originally, they thought that the combined power of 14 demigods could break Lin Loyan's piano sound barrier, but in the end the combined power of 14 demigods was just like when they attacked just now, with no effect at all. How could they accept this? After all, no matter how strong Lin Loyan was, he was just a high-level demigod. A high-level demigod withstood a combined attack from 14 demigods and emerged unscathed. This is really fucked up. The 14 demigods were in disbelief, but Lin Loyan had already spoken slowly. Her voice, through the soul resonance of the god-slaying song, instantly spread throughout the entire heavenly world again. The ancient forbidden song is called God-slaying, and the heavenly grade divine weapon Taichu Qin is the previous song. And I am the spirit of the heavenly grade divine weapon Taichu Qin. Divine song, Taichu Qin. Ancient forbidden area, heavenly magic weapon. The song just now was called Slaying Gods, and you, Lin Loyan, are the spirit of the Taichu zither. Damn, what's going on? When Lin Loyan said this, the 14 demigods in front of him were all stunned and dumbfounded. Lin Loyan continued, 30 million years ago, when my master, the true man Taichu, passed away, he sealed the Taichu Gukan in the land of Wangshu, which is now the Wangshu city. Now, 30 million years have passed, and the seal has automatically disappeared. I, the spirit of the Taichu ancient Qin, want to choose a new master. Anyone who has reached the demigod realm can come to Wangshu city to try. Any demigod who can obtain the Taichu Ancient Qin can inherit the divine king realm of my master, the Taichu True Man. Boom. Never stop until your words are shocking. As soon as Lin Loyan said this, the entire TianYTN was in an uproar. Ancient forbidden song. Heavenly divine weapon. That would be fine, but there is actually a legacy from a powerful god king. What is the god king? After becoming a demigod, one enters the realm of God. The divine realm is divided into 9 reincarnations: servant god, mysterious god, earth god, heavenly god, god king, and god emperor. Although the god king is only in the 5th reincarnation of the god realm, you have to know that in the heaven beyond heaven, demigods are already the strongest at the top, so what about the god king? A divine king can definitely suppress the entire world in minutes. In this case, how great is the value of the inheritance of a powerful god king? It's simply unimaginable. Get it, must get it. This is what all the demigods in TNYTN are thinking at this moment. As for doubt it. The ability to transmit divine thoughts to the entire heaven beyond heaven, even the temple master may not be able to do this. To be so powerful, the other party must be the weapon spirit of the gods. In an instant, within the TNYTN, most of the demigods rushed straight to Wangshu City without even thinking about it. Inside the city of Wangshu. You. Looking at Lin Loyan, the 14 demigods in front of them all had expressions of shock and even fear on their faces. Ancient forbidden song. Heavenly divine weapon. The inheritance of the divine king realm. Bullshit. Others don't know, but they know very well that all of this is completely fake and was simply made up by Lin Loyan. What does she want to do? Why did she trick all the demigods into coming to Wangshu City? Puff. At this time, Lin Loyan ignored the reactions of the 14 demigods. She immediately withdrew her spiritual power. At the same time, a mouthful of blood spurted out of her mouth. However, Lin Loyan didn't care at all. Ha ha ha. The next second, Lin Loyan faced the 14 demigods and laughed out loud. Are you scared? Have you figured out what I'm going to do? That's right. I deliberately lured the human demigods to come to Wangshu City. I want you to be buried with me. Chapter 1190 A Sure Kill. I want you to be buried with me. Lin Loyan's cold and high-pitched voice echoed under the night sky of Wangshu City, and also echoed in the minds of the 14 demigods in front of him. In an instant, the hearts of the 14 demigods were shaken and their souls trembled. They were not fools, so they could naturally understand the meaning behind Lin Loyan's words. It was clear that she wanted to die together with all the demigod powerful men who came to Wangshu City. One person killed dozens of demigods. This might be impossible for anyone else, but it would be different for Lin Loyan. There is no smoke without fire. Moreover, looking at Lin Loyan's expression, she didn't seem to be shooting without a purpose, which meant that she was absolutely sure and confident that all the demigods would die here. When they thought of this, the faces of the 14 demigods turned pale in an instant. They were terrified and even more angry. Madman. This Lin Loyan is a lunatic. At present, there are already 14 demigods in Wangshu City, and after Lin Loyan's enticement, just now, there will definitely be more demigods coming to Wangshu City. By then, the number of demigods in Wangshu City may exceed 20, 30, 40, or even more. What will happen once all these demigods fall here? One gains while the other loses. The death of a large number of human demigods means that the strength of the demon clan will increase. This is definitely not a good thing for the human race, and it may even be a catastrophe. Lin Loyan, do you know what you are doing? Thinking of this, Deacon Jin, who was at the peak of the demigod realm, couldn't help but let out an angry roar. Do what? Lin Loyan sneered, her voice was even more gloomy and cold. If you owe money, you must pay it back. If you kill someone, you must pay for his life. Today, I will recover everything you owe Tianshang. Since the world has let him down, then what if I let the world down? The death of demigods is the disaster of the human race. As one gains, the other loses. This is a blessing for the demons. Today, I want this place to become the burial place of the gods of the human race. Let's see how you can resist the demons in the future. Let's begin. God-killing song, Soul Band. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Loyan played the piano with both hands. Stop her. Seeing this scene, Deacon Jin immediately shouted angrily. Kill. 14 demigods attacked instantly. It's useless. Lin Loyan smiled and shook his head, then said solemnly, return to the sky, hide in the earth, and transform my piano music into the world. Bite. The sound of a piano began. Lin Loyan's figure disappeared out of thin air. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The combined attacks of the 14 demigods all missed. The sudden change in Lin Loyan's disappearance made the 14 demigods stunned, and then they were shocked. Where are the people? They looked at each other, and even searched frantically with their spiritual senses, but there was no trace of Lin Loyan, as if she had disappeared between heaven and earth. Dead silent space. Depressing atmosphere. Lin Loyan, come out. I know you are nearby. If you have the guts, don't hide yourself. Deacon Jin couldn't help but roar in anger. The other demigods were also searching around, their expressions alert and even frightened. After all, the unknown is always the most terrifying. Lin Loyan disappeared out of thin air. Who knows what crazy thing she will do in the next second. Unfortunately, the only response they got was Lin Loyan's cold and deep voice and the ethereal and melodious piano music. How many grudges are there in this world? Awaken the unyielding soul in the dark. Conscience. Playing the piano. Thinking of the changes in the world. The song of killing the gods, the soul is forbidden, and the wind rises. Bite. Huff, huff, huff. When the sound of the piano rang out, a violent wind blew in the city of Wangshu. The 14 demigods were all stunned by the sudden strong wind. The next second, Deacon Jin shouted angrily, "She must be nearby, attack indiscriminately, beat her out for me." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, he struck directly into the void. Boom 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 boom. The other 13 demigods did not stop and began to frantically attack the surrounding space, trying to force Lin Loyan out. It's a pity that everything they did was destined to be in vain. Between heaven and earth, the sound of the piano remains. Fingers flick, playing the strings. Listen to the sound of the piano. Song of God killing, soul binding, sound binding. Call. For a moment, the world was in dead silence. What's going on? The 14 demigods suddenly widened their eyes with a look of disbelief, because they found that the people around them were clearly talking, but they just couldn't hear what the other person was saying. All they could hear was the sound of Lin Loyan's piano. However, this is just the beginning. Who controls the ups and downs of this world? Heavenly way, laws, gods and demons. My heart is racing. Right and wrong, good and evil, who is right and who is wrong? War and fire, life and death, reincarnation after reincarnation. See. Mulberry Field. Where does the master come from? Where does the destiny come from? Song of God killing, soul forbidden, covering the sky. Call. As the sound of the piano stopped, a ball of white mist appeared out of nowhere in Wangshu City, rose up, and then spread to the entire Wangshu City. The whole city was enveloped in a breath. The 14 demigods were shocked, appalled, and even terrified. At this moment, they were in Wangshu City. They knew that there were other people nearby, but they could not see anything, hear anything, and even their spiritual sense had lost its function, as if they were the only ones left in the whole world. The unknown is scary. A terrifying haze. The 14 demigods trembled in fear. Between heaven and earth, Lin Loyan's voice came faintly. "Dear demigods, how does it feel to be unable to see or hear? You, Lin Loyan, what on earth do you want to do? Bitch, what's the point of hiding your head and showing your tail? Show up and fight me if you dare. It's just a trick, Lin Loyan. Do you think you can do anything to us like this? You are simply wishful thinking. Bitch, come out." The 14 demigods were furious and roared, but unfortunately, they could not hear each other's voices at all, let alone understand the situation around them. Ha ha ha. Between heaven and earth, Lin Loyan laughed loudly and said, "Indeed, I can't do anything to you with my own strength, but I will tell every demigod who enters Wangshu City that in the end only one person can obtain the so-called heavenly grade divine weapon and the divine king realm inheritance. Not only that, if you want to obtain the heavenly grade divine weapon and the divine king inheritance, you must kill everyone in Wangshu City, and you only have half an hour. After half an hour, if there are still 2 or more people alive in Wangshu City, then I will wipe out everyone here and re-examine them. Never stop until your words are shocking." Boom, boom, boom. As soon as Lin Loyan finished speaking, the 14 demigods couldn't help but tremble again and again. They all widened their eyes, their faces full of fear. Only one person can obtain the heavenly divine weapon. Only one person can obtain the inheritance of the God King. If you want to obtain the heavenly weapons and the inheritance of the God King, you must kill everyone except yourself. Moreover, you only have half an hour. After half an hour, if there are 2 or more people alive, they will all be wiped out. Lin Loyan is basically forcing all the demigods who come to Wangshu City to kill each other in Wangshu City and fight for their lives. Despicable, insidious and vicious. If it were any other time, Lin Loyan would never get what she wanted, and the demigod realm powerhouse would definitely not be led by her by the nose. After all, no one is a fool. Lin Loyan's approach and behavior are too easy to arouse suspicion. But it's different now. In the city of Wangshu, you can see nothing and hear nothing. In this environment, everyone's inner sense of security will inevitably be reduced to the lowest point. Without a sense of security, the demigods who enter here will inevitably be suspicious of each other and guard against each other. All the friendship, right and wrong, good and evil will inevitably become completely gone, and everyone will only care about their own interests. After all, if a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. I can't even take care of myself, so how can I care about others? The most important thing is, what if this heavenly divine weapon, this inheritance of the God King, this so-called inheritance is all true? Human greed, human luck, human selfishness in this unknown atmosphere, under this huge pressure, they will inevitably be infinitely magnified. That is why, when the time comes, someone will inevitably be unable to resist taking action. Once someone takes action, even if it is just one person, the war will be ignited instantly and everyone will have to fight for their lives. After all, if you don't kill people, people will kill you. Sit back and wait for death. Impossible. Then there is only one choice: kill everyone here except yourself. This is a conspiracy, but also an open conspiracy. This Wangshu City is basically a killing trap for Lin Loyan. Once you enter the trap, then no one can escape. You can only take action, and you must take action. Here, either you die or I die. Bang, bang, bang. When they thought of this, the hearts of the 14 demigods began beating rapidly, and their souls could not help but tremble and shake. At this moment, they were scared, really scared. Ambush Lin Loyan with all the tricks. Ridiculous. Who is scheming against whom? Who ambushed whom? Lin Loyan, let's stop here. After 12 hours, the barrier will automatically dissipate. At that time, we will let you go and no longer pursue your previous murder and massacre. How about it? Deacon Jin gritted his teeth and said helplessly. You won't pursue it. Lin Loyan sneered. Don't you think what you said is a little ridiculous? You are trapped in a jar. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? You. Deacon Jin was furious, but he calmed down his anger and said, it's better to live than to die. It won't do you any good to perish together, right? Perish together. Ha ha ha. You're overthinking it. This isn't about dying together. It's about you all being buried with me because I'm done with my life. Even if I don't die today, I won't live for more than 3 months. So, you don't need to say anything. Today, you will die. Today, I want you to be buried with me. Today, I will use the blood of the gods to avenge Tianshang. Chapter 1191. You are in the trap, you have to kill even if you don't want to. 500 miles outside Wangshu City. Ancient Forbidden Song. Taichu Gukan, the inheritance of the God King. The sudden telepathic message in their minds made Xuanyuan Wudi and the other 2 stunned. They froze, and Shamo and Wu Zhengyi couldn't help but look at each other. They saw a hint of shock, astonishment, and confusion in each other's eyes. Wasn't Lin Loyan being hunted down in Wangshu City? How did a primordial ancient Qin spirit suddenly appear? Most importantly, did this spirit have to choose a new half-god realm master? What on earth is going on? Not knowing what was going on, Wu Zhengyi and Shamo couldn't help but look at Xuanyuan Wudi in surprise. At this moment, Xuanyuan Wudi was stunned and dumbfounded. He was also somewhat confused. Suddenly, he murmured softly, This is the voice of that bitch Lin Loyan. She is transmitting the voice through her spiritual consciousness. Damn it, what does this bitch want to do? Lin Loyan. Hearing this, Shamo and Wu Zhengyi were stunned again. Boom. But at this moment, Xuanyuan Wudi couldn't help but tremble. He seemed to have thought of something. Call out. The next second, Xuanyuan Wudi no longer stopped. He moved and immediately rushed towards Wangshu City. This. Shamo and Wu Zhengyi looked at each other, their faces filled with surprise and confusion, but without any hesitation, they followed. Outside the city of delusion. Looking at the Wangshu City in front of them, which was shrouded in a barrier and filled with fog inside, where nothing could be seen, Xuanyuan Wudi and the other 2 were horrified. After a moment, Wu Zhengyi asked in confusion, "What's going on? Why has Wangshu City become like this? What is this white mist? Where did it come from?" "Bitch, it must be that bitch's doing," Xuanyuan Wudi said angrily, gritting his teeth. Lin Luoyan, Wu Zhengyi and the other man glanced at Xuanyuan Wudi, and then Sha Mo said, "What should we do now? Should we go in? I always feel that there is something wrong with this Wangshu City." "So what if it's wrong?" Xuanyuan Wudi snorted coldly and said, "A trapped beast is still fighting, it's just a desperate struggle. This commander wants to see what other tricks she can come up with. Call out." After he finished speaking, Xuanyuan Wudi rushed directly into Wangshu City. In his opinion, Lin Luoyan lied and lured a group of demigods to come to Wangshu City just to fish in troubled waters and take the opportunity to save his life and escape. If that was the case, how could he possibly let Lin Luoyan get her wish? Of course, delay would lead to changes, so he had to act quickly. Seeing Xuanyuan Wudi entering Wangshu City, Wu Zhengyi and Sha Mo did not stay any longer. After all, they were determined to get Lin Luoyan. When Xuanyuan Wudi and the other two entered Wangshu City, Ye Bufan had just stepped into the third heaven. However, the scene before him stunned and shocked Ye Bufan. All below demigod are ants. In Tianyi, demigods are definitely top existences, but even so, demigod masters are practicing in seclusion most of the time, so that in Tianyi, demigod masters are rare. But now, Ye Bufan had just entered the third heaven, and he had already encountered no less than 10 demigods on the teleportation array. However, these demigods did not stay at all. As soon as they appeared on the teleportation array, they flashed white light and disappeared in front of Ye Bufan. There is no doubt that these demigods all came for Wangshu City and the inheritance of the God King. Unfortunately, they are destined to be disappointed. Ancient forbidden music, the Taichu ancient zither, the inheritance of the God King. This Lin Luoyan is playing a bit too big. What on earth does she want to do? Thinking in his heart, Ye Bufan no longer hesitated and teleported directly to the city closest to Wangshu City. At this moment, countless powerful demigods rushed to the third heaven, Wangshu City. Inside the city of Wangshu. Xuanyuan Wudi, I originally thought that you dared not enter the city, but I didn't expect that you would come anyway. In that case, you will stay here and be buried with me. As Xuanyuan Wudi entered Wangshu City, Lin Luoyan's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Lin Luoyan. Xuanyuan Wudi was stunned at first by the sudden sound, and then he was shocked, because he had already sensed the strangeness of this Wangshu City. Here, he could hear nothing and see nothing. What did you do? Xuanyuan Wudi couldn't help but shout. What did you do? Lin Luoyan chuckled and said, haven't you already felt it? I just suppressed all sounds and blocked all of your sight. To put it bluntly, I just made it impossible for people in the city to communicate. You. Hearing this, Xuanyuan Wudi was stunned at first, then said in a cold voice, Lin Luoyan, do you think this will work? Humph, you want to fish in troubled waters and wait until the barrier disappears so that it will be convenient for you to escape, right? Let me tell you, that's impossible. Today, you can't escape even if you have wings. Ha ha ha, taking advantage of the situation to escape. Xuanyuan Wudi, you are too naive, aren't you? Do you think I went through so much trouble just to escape? What do you mean? You'll soon know what I mean. You. Okay, someone's here. Get ready. Our game is about to begin. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Lin Luoyan finished speaking, 3 figures arrived outside Wangshu City. 2 men and 1 woman, 3 demigods. However, after arriving, these 3 people did not rush directly into the barrier and enter the city. Instead, they stood in midair, looking at the Wangshu City in front of them with a slight daze. Is this a barrier? Who set up this barrier? What is this? The white fog in the city? It can actually block spiritual consciousness. The 2 demigods expressed surprise, but at this moment, the woman pointed to the center of Wangshu City and said, look over there. Upon hearing this, the 2 demigods immediately looked in the direction the female demigod pointed. In the sight, in the center of Wangshu City, a group of 9-colored divine light was looming in the white fog, and in that divine light there was clearly a 9-colored ancient zither. Taichu Gukan. Seeing this scene, the 3 demigods were all shocked. Swish, swish, swish. The next second, the 3 of them rushed towards the 9-colored Gukan without any hesitation. After all, faced with the threat of a heavenly grade divine weapon, the 3 of them had no time to care about anything else. Unowned property is on a first-come, first-served basis. Swish, swish, swish. Almost at the same time, the three demigods all entered the city and grabbed the Gukan. Unfortunately, the moment they touched the Gukan, their hands went straight through the body of the Gukan. This change shocked the three demigods. No doubt what they saw just now was just a shadow. At this moment, they were even more horrified to find that the other two people beside them had disappeared. In other words, they could feel each other's existence, but they just couldn't see each other. Even if they said something, the other party couldn't hear it. At this time, Lin Loyan's voice came out of nowhere. Welcome to the little fellows in the demigod realm to the inner space of the Taichu Ancient Qin. If you enter the Taichu Ancient Qin, you will be directly promoted to one of the examinees. The strong shall be respected, the weak shall die. Assessment content: kill everyone except yourself. Within half an hour, the person who survives to the end can claim the Taichu Gukan as his master, and obtain the Divine King Realm inheritance from the previous owner of the Taichu Gukan, Taichu Zhenren. In addition, if there are 2 or more survivors after half an hour, then all the survivors will be killed and the assessment will start over until someone finally claims the position of the Taichu Gukan. Now, the assessment begins. What? As soon as Lin Loyan finished speaking, the 3 demigods who had just entered Wangshu City were all shocked. Only one person can survive the test. If after half an hour, there are only 2 or more people alive, should they all be killed? In an instant, the faces of the 3 demigods turned pale. Puff! Xuanyuan Wudi was so angry that he couldn't help but spit out blood. Assessment. What a bullshit assessment. At this moment, he finally understood what Lin Loyan wanted to do. Taichu Gukan, inherited from the God King. Lin Loyan made such a big fuss and lured a group of demigods to Wangshu City. It was not to fish in troubled waters. She wanted to force all the demigods to kill each other. No wonder there are those unknown white fogs here, no wonder she wants everyone to be unable to see or hear, because in this way, the people in the city cannot communicate, and if they cannot communicate, they cannot communicate. If they cannot communicate, who will expose her conspiracy? Even if she and others know that this is Lin Loyan's conspiracy, they can't tell others. To put it bluntly, Lin Loyan has the final say on everything here. The only difference is whether the people here believe Lin Loyan's words or not. If you believe it, you will definitely take action. If you don't believe it, then you won't take action. But in this situation, apart from those who know the truth, how many people would question the truth of all this? How many people would not believe it? Even if we take a step back, what if we don't believe it? What if we know that this is all just a scam? If you don't take action, are you waiting for others to kill you? Unless everyone knows that this is a scam and recognizes that it is a scam. But is that possible? It's impossible. Too insidious, too despicable, too vicious. Once you enter the world, you have no choice. If you are in the game, you have to kill even if you don't want to. Chapter 1192 The Devil Enters the City. It is both a conspiracy and an open plot. Lin Loyan used human hearts as swords, forcing the demigods to kill each other. In Wangshu City, Xuanyuan Wudi and other people who knew the inside story were so angry that they gnashed their teeth and were furious. They wished they could eat Lin Loyan's flesh and drink Lin Loyan's blood, but they could only think about it in their hearts. At this moment, they had no way to do anything to Lin Loyan. Xuanyuan Wudi and others were like this, and the other 3 demigods were panicked and frightened. The first thing they thought of was to leave here and escape from this place of trouble. Unfortunately, bang bang bang, when they wanted to fly away from Wangshu City, they were blocked inside the city by the barrier of Wangshu City. Damn it! This unexpected turn of events made the 3 demigods extremely angry. They didn't know that this was just a barrier that blocked Wangshu City. In their eyes, this was the internal space barrier of the Taichu Gukan. Now they were trapped in the internal space of the Taichu Gukan and had no way to escape. What to do? I would rather die than let my friend die. It is better for others to die than for yourself. With this thought in mind, the 3 demigods no longer hesitated, and they directly attacked the people around them. No matter you are a friend or an enemy, human hearts are unpredictable. At this moment, you can't trust anyone except yourself. Boom 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 boom. In an instant, the 3 demigods took action, and terrifying energy madly impacted the surrounding space. Although Lin Loyan's soul confinement blocked sound and vision, everyone's perception was still there. Therefore, everyone could clearly feel the aftermath of the battle between the 3 demigods and the aura of destruction. Damn it! In an instant, Xuanyuan Wudi and others looked extremely ferocious. They wanted to stop it, but they were powerless, so they could only stay away from the three demigods. But how big is Wangshu City? For the people living here, Wangshu City is indeed not small, but for the war between demigods, the space here is not big at all. Although Xuanyuan Wudi and others could avoid it for a while, they could not avoid it forever. After all, there were only 3 demigods who declared war at the moment. As time went on, when more and more demigods entered Wangshu City and were forced to join the fight, they would not be able to avoid it even if they wanted to. The most important thing is that Xuanyuan Wudi and others can hide, but what about the others in Wangshu City? All below demigod are ants. Faced with the fighting and slaughter of powerful demigods, they were unable to leave Wangshu City. In this situation, they were like a group of ants fighting between 2 elephants, which could trample and crush them to death in minutes. The battle between demigods, the end of life. The buildings in Wangshu City collapsed one after another, and people in Wangshu City died tragically. This place seems to have become a purgatory on Earth, but it is still eerily quiet. Not only that, more demigods were coming from afar one after another. Although they were curious and alert when faced with the strange scene in Wangshu City, when they saw the Taichu ancient zither in the fog in the city, all of their reason, concerns, and vigilance disappeared in the blink of an eye. What replaced it was madness, desire, and greed. The most important thing is that people with great skills are bold. As powerful demigods, in their eyes, who can plot against them? Who dares to plot against so many demigods? Therefore, they all rushed into Wangshu City recklessly and fell into Lin Loyan's trap. Once you enter the world, you have no choice. Once you are in the game, you have to kill even if you don't want to. 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11. More and more powerful demigods entered Wangshu City, and the fighting in Wangshu City became more and more brutal. In just less than 10 minutes, in Wangshu City, except for Xuanyuan Wudi and other people who knew the truth, the number of demigod powerful people here had exceeded 20. The scene of 20 demigods fighting and killing each other was absolutely devastating. And this is just the beginning. After all, these are only demigods in the 3rd heaven. Since they are closest to Wangshu City, they are the first to arrive. At this moment, in addition to them, there are more demigods flocking towards Wangshu City. The most important thing is, facing the melee of more than 20 demigods, Xuanyuan Wudi and others helplessly discovered that even if they wanted to avoid it, they could not, and no matter where they were, they would be affected by the aftermath of the battle. What to do? Finally, one of the 12 demigod deacons of the temple could no longer hold back and took action. After all, if you don't take action, you will be ruthlessly killed by others. If that's the case, why hold back? Kill. I would rather die than let my friend die. If you want to survive, kill everyone around you except yourself. Gradually, more and more deacons of the 12 temples took action. 3, 4, 5. In less than 3 minutes, all 12 demigods had taken action. Even Xuanyuan Wudi, Shamo and Wuzhengyi, the 3 great temple commanders, were forced to take action. This was Lin Loyan's conspiracy. She knew it was impossible, but she had no choice but to do it. A bloody battle between demigods in Wangshu City. Above Wangshu City, within the thousands of miles of clouds, 10 celestial demons stood proudly, led by a celestial demon at the peak of the demigod realm. They overlooked the area below, paying close attention to Wangshu City and everything around it. My lord, this is already the 23rd human demigod to enter Wangshu City. Together with the 3 previous temple commanders and 12 deacons, there are already 38 human demigods gathered here. If it is just for Lin Loyan, is it necessary to have such a big fuss? A moment later, next to a demigod at the peak of the realm of heavenly demon, a high-level demigod looked at Wangshu City below with a confused and solemn expression. The demon at the peak of the demigod realm frowned. There must be a reason for everything being unusual. He naturally knew that some important incident must have occurred in Wangshu City. After all, it was impossible for the human race to mobilize so many demigods just for Lin Loyan. But what exactly happened here? It was obvious that Lin Loyan's previous soul resonance was only aimed at the human race and was ineffective against the demon clan. After a moment, the demigod peak heavenly demon said slowly, "You should contact the fat humans men now and find out what happened here." Yes. The high-level demigod was stunned at first, then responded. Buzz. But at this moment, the body of the high-level demigod demon shook violently, and then his face changed, and he took out a palm-sized, jade mirror, from his body. At this moment, a line of golden boys instantly appeared on the Jade Mirror. An unknown message was sent to the entire clan, saying that in Wangshu City, a heavenly grade divine weapon, the Taichu Gukan, was born in choosing a master. Whoever obtains the Gukan can inherit the legacy of the God King. It is unknown whether it is true or not. Looking at the golden characters revealed on the Jade Mirror, the 10 great demons were all stunned and horrified. The high-level demigod said, "Sir, could this be true? Heavenly grade divine weapons. The inheritance of the God King. Could it be that these human demigods came here for this?" The demigod Peak Heavenly Demon did not speak, but frowned and looked towards the Wangshu city below. After a moment, he said slowly, "The 9 of you, enter Wangshu city immediately and fight for the Taichu Gukan." Hearing this, the 9 demons were stunned. The high-level demon in the demigod realm looked solemn and embarrassed. "Sir, there are already 38 human demigods in Wangshu City, and there will definitely be more human demigods coming later. With our strength, wouldn't it be tantamount to suicide if we go in now? Also, we don't know what the situation is in Wangshu City now. If this is a trap set for us by that fat guy and other humans, then wouldn't we be sending ourselves to die in vain?" Bang! As soon as the high-level demigod demon finished speaking, the demigod demon angrily slapped his head. "Are you an idiot?" Afterwards, the demon at the peak of the demigod realm shouted angrily again. "My lord, I." The high-level demon in the demigod realm looked aggrieved. The demigod peak heavenly demon continued, "We only have so few people lurking in the third heaven. Do you think it is necessary to send out so many demigods if they want to ambush and kill us? But even if they are not targeting us, in this situation, even if we enter Wangshu City, it would be a waste of our lives, right? Are you afraid of death?" "Sir, I am not afraid of death, but I don't want to die in vain." "Who asked you to die in vain?" "Can. What do you mean by, but? Didn't you see the news from the fat man's men just now? There is a divine weapon ready to be recognized as a master and the inheritance of a powerful God King in Wangshu City. Are we going to watch these 2 peerless treasures fall into the hands of the human race?" "Sir, I don't want the human race to take advantage of us, but how can we compete with the human race with just a few of us? Even if you can't win, you have to fight. If you win, that's the best. If you can't win now, there are so many demigods of the human race gathered together in this limited space. If you can't win, then you will all self-destruct and perish together with these demigods of the human race. Grown-ups. That's an order. Yes. Action. Yes." The demon at the peak of the demigod realm waved his hand, and the other 9 demons no longer hesitated. They dropped from the sky and rushed directly into the Wangshu city. Chapter 1193 The Holy Sun arrives in person. Inside the city of Wangshu. When the 9 demons entered the city, they had already prepared for their collective self-destruction and to perish together with the human demigods. After all, in their opinion, with their strength as 9 demigods, they could not compete with the 38 demigods of the human race, let alone snatch the divine weapon Taichu Gukan and the inheritance of the divine king realm from the 38 demigods of the human race. That is simply a fairy tale and a fool's dream. But when the 9 demons entered Wangshu City, they found that they were wrong, very wrong. Divine King Realm Assessment. Kill them all, and the last survivor will get the Taichu Gukan and the God King's inheritance. For the demigods of the human race, this was definitely a nightmare, but for the 9 heavenly demons, this so-called assessment was truly wonderful. After all, they entered Wangshu City with the determination to die, and originally planned to perish together with the gods of the human race. Now, they can perish together with the gods of the human race even without self-destructing. The most important thing is that they also have the opportunity to obtain the Taichu Gukan and the inheritance of the God King. As for the rule that only one person can survive, they don't care at all. After all, no matter whether it is the demon or the human who survives in the end, it will not be a loss for them. In that case, what are you waiting for? Kill him. 9 great demons joined the battle. In an instant, the number of demigods fighting in Wangshu City reached 47. The scene of 47 demigods fighting was absolutely devastating. The entire Wangshu City had long since become a ruin, and the residents in the city had long since been killed or injured. Except for the demigods, there was no one left alive, and most of them didn't even leave their bodies in the end. Tragedy, blood, and death were everywhere. As time goes by, even demigods have begun to fall. Outside Wangshu City, the powerful demigods were completely unaware of the fatal situation inside Wangshu City. They rushed into Wangshu City one after another like a swarm of carp crossing the river, fighting for the illusory Taichu Gukan and the inheritance of the God King realm. Another 10 minutes later. At this time, half an hour had passed since Lin Loyan cast the soul confinement technique. Including the demigods and the 9 heavenly demons who had entered Wangshu City, the number of people had reached 56. These 56 powerful semi-gods fought frantically in Wangshu City. It was a bloody fight and their lives and deaths were unknown. Originally, there would be more demigods entering Wangshu City, however, all this changed because of the 8 silver-armored demigods. At this time, above Wangshu City, in the 8 directions of east, south, west, north, southeast, 8 silver-armored demigods were guarding each side. Their faces were cold and solemn, like the guards of Wangshu City. The more than 30 demigods who had gathered around did not dare to cross the line and enter Wangshu City even when faced with the Taichu Gukan and the God King's inheritance. Silver-armored demigod, personal guard of the Holy Sun. Everyone knows that these 8 demigods wearing silver armor with dragon patterns are members of the personal guard of the Son of God, and are also his most trusted confidants. Their appearance here must be the intention of the Holy Son of the Temple. Although they didn't know what the Holy Son of the Temple wanted to do, the demigods around him did not dare to act rashly for a while. After all, no one wanted to offend the powerful Holy Son. Of course, the premise is that this Holy Son does not go too far. While the demigods were trying to figure out what the Son of God was up to, the 8 guards of the Son of God were already facing the 8 directions of Wangshu City and spoke in unison. The Holy Son has ordered that from now on, no one is allowed to set foot in Wangshu City. Anyone who violates this order will be killed without mercy. The Holy Son has ordered that from now on, no one is allowed to set foot in Wangshu City. Anyone who violates this order will be killed without mercy. The Holy Son has ordered that from now on, no one is allowed to set foot in Wangshu City. Anyone who violates this order will be killed without mercy. The Holy Son has ordered that from now on, no one is allowed to set foot in Wangshu City. Anyone who violates this order will be killed without mercy. The neat and solemn voices of the 8 saints echoed between heaven and earth, resounding in everyone's ears. What? Not allowed to enter Wangshu City? In an instant, the more than 30 demigods present were all shocked and dissatisfied. You know, at this moment, there is a divine weapon and a God King inheritance waiting for them in Wangshu City. Everyone can even clearly see the Taichu ancient zither, looming in the white mist of Wangshu City. If they are not allowed to enter Wangshu City, wouldn't it be equivalent to directly killing their qualifications to obtain the divine weapon and the God King inheritance? How could they agree to this? In an instant, a group of demigods shouted angrily at the 8 Holy Sun guards. Don't go too far. That's right, so what if he is the Son of God? Does that mean he can do whatever he wants? This is outrageous. The Taichu Gukan and the Divine King's inheritance are both ownerless. Why can't we enter Wangshu City? Could it be that your Holy Son wants to directly take possession of the Taichu Gukan and the Divine King's inheritance? I am going to enter Wangshu City now, let's see what you can do to me. That's right, go in. What about the Holy Son? I don't believe it if I'm good, do you really dare to do it? Swish, swish, swish. But at this moment, the 8 Holy Sun guards drew their swords from their waists. They pointed their swords at the demigods in front of them who were about to enter the Delusion City, and shouted in a cold voice, if anyone takes another step forward, we will kill them on the spot. Seeing this scene, all the demigods were furious, but they gritted their teeth and dared not take another step forward. The highest cultivation level of the 8 Holy Sons' personal guards before them was only mid-level demigod, and there were only 8 of them. If they forced their way in, these 8 Holy Sons' personal guards would definitely not be able to stop them, but what would be the consequences of breaking in by force? At that time, all of them will inevitably have to bear the wrath of the Holy Son of the Temple. This situation is definitely not what they want to see or encounter. But, can we just let it go like this? You know, this Wangshu City has divine weapons and God King inheritance that are not even found in the entire heaven beyond heaven. Once you get them, you will be able to ascend to heaven in one step, break through the demigod level, enter the God realm, set foot in the endless starry sky, and even become a God King powerhouse one day. For a moment, the more than 30 demigods present were all undecided and in a dilemma. They can neither go in nor not go in. For them, this is simply a torment and even a torture. Time flies by. Under the confrontation between a group of demigods and the 8 personal guards of the Holy Sun, more and more demigod masters gathered outside Wangshu City. However, facing the interception of the 8 personal guards of the Holy Sun, no one dared to cross the line and enter Wangshu City. In the crowd, Ye Bufan, who had originally come in his true form, had now transformed again into the appearance of the Bull King of the City of Heaven. Ye Bufan did not care about the 8 Holy Sun's personal guards in front of him. He just frowned as he looked at Wangshu City, which was blocked by the barrier and filled with fog, and could not see the situation clearly. Taichu Gukan, the inheritance of the God King. Ye Bufan knew that these were simply made up by Lin Loyan. The so-called Taichu Gukan and the God King inheritance did not exist at all. It's just that Ye Bufan couldn't figure out what Lin Loyan wanted to do for a moment, and why she wanted to lure so many demigods to come to Wangshu City. The most important thing was the situation in Wangshu City was too weird now, so Ye Bufan didn't dare to act rashly before he figured out the situation. At least Ye Bufan would never take action before he saw Lin Loyan. After all, there were too many demigods here. If he acted rashly, he might not be able to save Lin Loyan. As for myself, Ye Bufan was not worried at all. With the cemetery of gods and demons as his support, if he wants to leave, no one can stop him. While Ye Bufan was thinking, a figure came flying in the air from the distance of Wangshu City. The speed was so fast that in the blink of an eye he had arrived above Wangshu City from 1,000 miles away. Bang bang bang. Upon seeing the newcomer, the 8 Holy Sun guards guarding the 8 directions of Wangshu City half knelt in the air and shouted in unison, "Greetings to His Majesty the Holy Sun." Chapter 1194. All of this belongs to this king. Greetings to His Majesty the Holy Sun. The 8 Holy Sun's personal guards shouted in unison. The sudden change made all the demigods present stunned instinctively, and then they all looked sideways at the figure in the air. Ye Bufan was naturally no exception. In mid-air, a young man stood with his hands behind his back. The young man had a slender figure and was wearing a white robe with dragon patterns. His black, straight hair fell to his shoulders, his fair face was handsome with sharp edges, his dark and deep eyes were charming, his thick eyebrows, high nose, and beautiful lips all showed his nobility and elegance. But at the same time, in this nobility and elegance, there was a hint of rebelliousness. He was like an eagle in the night, cold, lonely, and domineering. At this moment, facing the gazes from nearly 100 demigods, the young man didn't care at all. He acted as if he saw nothing and just looked at the Wangshu City below with a frown. Outside Wangshu City, nearly 100 powerful demigods did not show any dissatisfaction in the face of the young man's disregard. Holy Sun Yin Chofeng, Saint Linggu Shui. As one of the future successors to the Temple Master, Yin Chofeng is a top existence in Tianyi in terms of identity, status, and strength. Even the demigods dare not openly challenge him. Yin Chofeng's disregard and the silence of the demigods made the surrounding space dead silent. After a moment, which was only 2 or 3 seconds, Yin Chofeng retracted his gaze, glanced at the 8 guards, and said calmly, "Everyone, get up." "Yes, Your Highness." The 8 personal guards responded and then stood up one after another, but they still guarded the 8 directions of Wangshu City. Without paying any more attention to the 8 guards, Yin Chofeng stood proudly in midair, turned around and looked at the nearly 100 demigods gathered outside the Wangshu City, and said, "Let's not waste any more time. I know why you all came here, but I can tell you very clearly that there is no Taichu Gukan in this Wangshu City, let alone the inheritance of the Divine King realm. All of this is fake, it's just a scam." "What? Never stop until your words are shocking." When Yin Chofeng said this, nearly 100 demigods present were all shocked and found it unbelievable. There is no Taichu Gukan in Wangshu City, nor is there any inheritance of the Divine King realm. Is all this fake? Is it just a scam? How is that possible? If this is true, what was the clan's voice transmission just now? And what was going on with the 9-colored ancient zither in Wangshu City in their eyes? Immediately, a middle-aged man of high level in the intermediate stage of the demigod realm faced Yin Chofeng, clasped his fists and said, "Your Highness, I have no intention of offending you, but on what basis do you say that all this is fake? And on what basis do you believe that this is just a scam?" When the high-level demigod asked this question, the other demigods present also looked doubtful. Snort. Hearing this, Yin Chofeng snorted coldly and said, "Human greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. Sooner or later, you will be killed by your own greed." After a pause, Yin Chofeng continued, "Since you don't believe it, then I will show you the truth." Changing the subject, Yin Chofeng said, "Now, everyone, join forces and forcibly break the barrier." What? When Yin Chofeng said this, all the demigods were shocked again. Break the barrier by force. What would happen if this angered the spirit of the Taichu ancient zither within the barrier? Looking at the reactions of these demigods in front of him, Yin Chofeng naturally knew what they were worried about. But he knew very well that there was no Taichu Guqin in Wangshu City, let alone any inheritance of the Divine King realm. There was only one Lin Loyan here, and all of this was just a scam fabricated by Lin Loyan. He didn't know why Lin Loyan did this, but there must be a reason for the abnormal behavior. Lin Loyan's behavior was definitely a bad sign, so he came, and he had to stop it. With this thought, Yin Chofeng swept all the demigods present and said in a cold voice, "This is an order. If anyone does not take action, don't blame me for settling the score with you later." Buzz. Hearing this, nearly 100 demigods present couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. They didn't expect that Yin Chofeng would openly threaten them. But since Yin Chofeng has already said so, how dare they neglect it? In an instant, nearly 100 demigods flew up and attacked the barrier that blocked Wangshu City. Boom 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 boom. Nearly 100 demigods attacked at the same time, and the power of destruction fell on the barrier, causing the barrier to shake violently, shaking again and again. Although Yin Chofeng did not attack, he looked at the 8 Holy Sun Guards and said, "Seal off Wangshu City. After the barrier is broken, if anyone attempts to escape, kill them on the spot, no matter who they are." Buzz. Hearing this, nearly 100 demigods were shocked again. They could clearly feel the anger and murderous intent in Yin Chofeng's words. But why is this? Could it be that something in Wangshu City angered this powerful son of the temple? "Yes, Your Highness." The 8 Holy Sun's personal guards did not think much about it, but just responded in a deep voice. They held sharp swords in their hands, their expressions grim, and all their attention was focused on the Wangshu City in front of them. Once the barrier was broken and someone tried to escape, they would definitely kill the opponent without mercy. Yin Chofeng did not say anything more. He just looked at the Wangshu City in front of him with a cold face. Not only that, his spiritual sense had already locked onto the entire Wangshu City. Weaving lies to deceive the human demigods. No matter what Lin Loyan intended, her behavior had already touched the bottom line of the temple. Yin Chofeng would not let her leave Wangshu City alive no matter what. Ka ka ka. Although the barrier was strong, it could not withstand the violent bombardment of nearly 100 demigods. Only half a minute after the demigods took action, spider web-like cracks appeared on the barrier. Not only that, these cracks are spreading wildly and quickly in all directions. Bang! In less than a minute, the barrier was shattered. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a cold wind blew in, and the fog in Wangshu City was more like a ferocious beast that had escaped from its cage, rushing madly in all directions. In just a moment, the fog dissipated, and everything in Wangshu City appeared before everyone. Hiss. However, seeing the scene before them, nearly 100 demigods present couldn't help but gasp, even Yin Chofeng was no exception. Not only them, but also in Wangshu City and in the air, there were more than a dozen demigod warriors standing scattered around. They were facing each other in pairs. At the moment the barrier was broken, after seeing the Wangshu City in front of them, they instinctively stopped fighting and were all dumbfounded. At this moment, there is no longer any Wangshu City in sight. Here, except for the outer city walls, everything else has already turned into ruins. Not only that, this ruin was littered with broken limbs, bloody corpses, and more. All the people in the city below the level of demigods died tragically. In the demigod realm, except for the dozen or so people who were still standing in midair with wounds all over their bodies, the other demigods who had entered Wangshu City had either fallen or were seriously injured and fell to the ground, dying, struggling and wailing in pain. Blood flowed like a river, the demigod was killed. The scene before their eyes shocked the vision of everyone present. It was bloody, hideous, and horrific. At this moment, the city of Wangshu looked like a purgatory on earth. Lin Loyan, you are looking for death. In a brief moment, Yin Chofeng came back to his senses, and the shock in his heart was instantly replaced by endless anger, followed by an uncontrollable roar. Although he didn't know what happened here, the process was not important at all, what was important was the result. The result now was that the people of the city died tragically because of Lin Loyan, and dozens of demigods were also killed or injured because of Lin Loyan. All those below the level of demigod are ants. Yin Chofeng may not care about the life and death of these people, but this cannot be said for the demigods. After all, demigods are the foundation of the human race and the capital for the human race to fight against the demons. Now, more than 10 demigods were killed by Lin Loyan at once, and more than 10 demigods were seriously injured and dying. Even the remaining demigods were injured. Under such circumstances, as the holy son of the temple, how could Yin Chofeng not be angry? He was furious, even more furious. At this moment, with Yin Chofeng's angry roar, nearly 100 demigods present came back to their senses. They were shocked and even more scared. At this moment, they finally understood why Yin Chofeng did not let them enter Wangshu City. He did not want to monopolize the Taichu Gukan and the God King realm inheritance. He was clearly trying to stop them from entering Wangshu City to die. Seeing the scene before them and thinking that they almost became one of these demigods, nearly 100 demigods couldn't help but feel grateful to Yin Chofeng in their hearts. Ha ha ha. But at this moment, in Wangshu City, above the city lord's mansion, a rampant laughter suddenly rang out. In an instant, everyone looked in the direction of the voice. At this moment, Lin Loyan's figure appeared out of thin air above the city lord's mansion. She was originally sitting cross-legged with her hands on the strings of the zither, but at this moment, a mouthful of blood spurted out of her mouth, and then her body fell from midair. With a bang, Lin Loyan fell to the ground, and then she spurted out another mouthful of blood. Her face turned even paler, but Lin Loyan didn't care at all. She forced herself to stand up, raised her head and looked at Yin Chofeng in the air in the distance, and said jokingly, "I didn't expect that even His Royal Highness the Holy Sun is here. What's going on? Could it be that His Royal Highness the Holy Sun is also here for the Taichu Gukan and the God King inheritance?" Ha ha ha. As soon as Lin Loyan said this, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. Taichu Gukan. The inheritance of the God King. Bullshit. There is nothing in this Wangshu City at all. Lin Loyan is clearly humiliating them at this moment. You're looking for death. In an instant, Yin Chofeng's heart was boiling with anger, and he couldn't help but let out a roar. Stop. However, just as Yin Chofeng was about to make a move, a loud shout suddenly rang out from among the nearly 100 demigods, and then a figure rushed out and stood directly in front of Yin Chofeng. Everyone was stunned by the sudden change. A lot of cows. Seeing the person in front of him, Yin Chofeng was stunned. Do you know this king? Ye Bufan looked at Yin Chofeng and asked. Is this the Bull King from the City of Heaven? The other demigods present couldn't help but look at Ye Bufan. Facing Ye Bufan's question, Yin Chofeng ignored it, but he didn't ignore Ye Bufan directly. Instead, he looked at him, frowned and asked, "What do you want to do?" What? Ye Bufan rolled up his sleeves, pointed at Yin Chofeng and the nearly 100 demigods present, and said viciously, "Let me tell you, the zither and the God King inheritance, as well as the most beautiful woman in the world, all belong to me. If any of you dare to snatch them from me, don't blame me for being rude to you." Chapter 1195 Senior Sister. I'm telling you, the zither, the God King inheritance, and the most beautiful woman in the world all belong to me. If any of you dare to snatch them from me, don't blame me for being rude to you. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the whole place fell into dead silence for a moment. Everyone looked at Ye Bufan, their mouths twitching, their hearts were confused and they were even more crazy. This weird. What does he want to do? Does he want to challenge the whole audience alone? Also, the Taichu Gukan and the God King inheritance are both yours. Damn, did you go out without your brain? Can't you see at this point that this so-called Taichu Gukan and the Divine King inheritance is simply a scam fabricated by Lin Loyan? There is no Taichu Gukan here, nor is there any inheritance from the God King. All of this is a false lie. Thinking in their hearts, everyone was speechless about the Bull King of the City of Heaven. Seeing all the demigods acting like this, Yin Chofeng couldn't help but twitch his lips in front of Ye Bufan. A man's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. Yin Chofeng had already heard about the deeds of King Niu from Tianji City. He knew that this guy was a greedy, lustful, and brainless young man. Now hearing about someone is really not as good as meeting him in person. Even though Yin Chofeng is the holy son of the temple and his heart is extremely strong, he couldn't help but feel a little confused at this moment. I've seen weird things, but I've never seen something this weird. This guy is not only brainless, he's simply a pig. No, comparing him to a pig is an insult to pigs. However, this does not mean that Yin Chofeng will show weakness or compromise with Ye Bufan. Who is he? He is the son of the temple. The majesty of the Son of God cannot be violated. Therefore, he would not allow anyone to provoke him, and would not compromise with anyone. No matter whether the other party does it intentionally or unintentionally. That is why, facing Ye Bufan's interception, Yin Chofeng's face turned cold and he immediately said, Niu Duoduo, you have nothing to do here, hurry back to your city of heaven, otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. What did you say? Say it again to me, my king, if you dare. In an instant, Ye Bufan became furious. Call. Seeing this scene, nearly 100 demigod warriors present couldn't help but hold their breath. The space was dead silent and the atmosphere was eerie. Looking at Ye Bufan and Yin Chofeng, everyone instinctively took a few steps back. Who is King Niu? Who is Yin Chofeng? One of these two people cares about his reputation, and the other cannot tolerate anyone provoking him. When they meet, it will be like a tit-for-tat confrontation, and something bad is bound to happen. This is also true. Faced with Ye Bufan's repeated provocations, Yin Chofeng frowned and became angry. Wait. But at this moment, seeing that Yin Chofeng and Ye Bufan were about to fight, a cry of alarm rang out in Wangshu City. Then, Xuanyuan Wudi, who was covered in wounds and had blood on his mouth, came directly to the two of them. He looked at Yin Chofeng, bent his waist, and said with a fearful look, Your Highness, it's a misunderstanding, Brother Niu was just joking with you, please don't take it seriously. Who's kidding? Unexpectedly, before Yin Chofeng could even open his mouth, Ye Bufan shouted angrily, all the treasures here belong to me. If anyone dares to steal them, I will kill him. My dear ancestors, can we please stop making trouble? Don't you think this place is chaotic enough? Xuanyuan Wudi was confused, and then he looked at Ye Bufan and said, Brother Niu, you are wrong. There is no Taichu Gukan here, let alone the inheritance of the God King. Fart. Ye Bufan cursed directly and said, I heard what the weapon spirit said just now. Also, if there is no treasure here, what are you doing here? Humph, you want to deceive me. No way. Xuanyuan Wudi was in a mess, he wanted to cry but had no tears, then he said, Brother Niu, listen to me. Unfortunately, just as Xuanyuan Wudi opened his mouth, an extremely confident voice in Wangshu City interrupted him directly, That's right, they are all lying to you. Here is the Taichu Gukan and the inheritance of the God King, and it is in my possession. The person who spoke was none other than Lin Loyan, who was pale and breathing weakly in Wangshu City. These words seemed to have exhausted all of Lin Loyan's strength. As soon as she finished speaking, she spat out a mouthful of blood and then collapsed to the ground. Everyone was shocked by the sudden change. But it was not because of Lin Loyan's injury, but because of what she said. She was clearly trying to sow discord and was just hoping for chaos in the world. Lin Loyan, you are looking for death. In an instant, Xuanyuan Wudi was furious. He shouted at Lin Loyan, then immediately looked at Ye Bufan and said anxiously, Brother Niu, don't listen to her nonsense. I promise, this place is absolutely. However, Xuanyuan Wudi had just finished speaking when Ye Bufan ignored him, flashed directly into Wangshu City, and landed next to Lin Loyan. Everyone was stunned by the sudden change. The next second, Ye Bufan didn't hesitate at all. He turned his back to Yin Chofeng and the others, bent down as if no one was around, grabbed Lin Loyan and carried her on his shoulders. At this time, not knowing if Lin Loyan had any backup plans, in order to prevent her from doing something crazy again and thus affecting his rescue, Ye Bufan immediately sent a message to her through his spiritual sense. Don't say anything, don't do anything, I will take you away from here, and Xiao Xuaner misses you. Boom. Never stop until your words are shocking. Ye Bufan's sudden voice transmission shocked Lin Loyan, who was originally in a weak state, and her body couldn't help but tremble. Xiao Xuaner. Yi Jingxuan. If there is anything in this world that Lin Loyan cares about and cannot give up, it is only the pair of children in Shenwu continent. Does this person know Yi Jingxuan? Who is he? You. Thinking in his heart, Lin Loyan uttered a word instinctively. This is Ye Bufan. At this time, Ye Bufan immediately sent a message. Boom. Lin Loyan's mind was shocked again, and her heart was filled with shock as if the world was turning upside down. Everything seemed to take a long time, but it was only a moment. Ye Bufan did not give Lin Loyan a chance to speak. He carried Lin Loyan up like snatching someone away, then turned around, looked at Yin Chofeng and the others, and said in an extremely domineering manner, "The most beautiful woman in the world belongs to me, the zither belongs to me, and the inheritance of the God King also belongs to me. If anyone dares to snatch it from me, I will destroy you." Nima. Hearing this, everyone was confused. Who do you think you are? But at this moment, Yin Chofeng snorted coldly, then looked down at Ye Bufan and said, "You dare to be so presumptuous here when you are just at the initial stage of Soul Fusion realm. Now, this Saint Sun will give you two choices. Either stay and get out, or die with this bitch. Your Highness the Holy Sun." Hearing this, Xuanyuan Wudi became very anxious. He immediately spoke up and tried to persuade Yin Chofeng. After all, the formula for the essence pill has not been obtained yet, and he really doesn't want Ye Bufan to die here. Just shut up. Unfortunately, the only response he got was Yin Chofeng's angry rebuke. Suddenly, Xuanyuan Wudi felt helpless and bitter, but did not dare to say anything more. Yin Chofeng ignored him and looked at Ye Bufan. His expression was stern, but he said lightly, "You choose, life, or death. Are you fucking done yet? If you want to fight, just do it now, there's no need for all that nonsense." Ye Bufan cursed angrily. In an instant, everyone was in chaos. Yin Chofeng was furious and even more furious. The reason why he endured it again and again was because first, like Xuanyuan Wudi, the formula of the essence pill was of vital importance to the human race. Before getting the formula, he really didn't want to kill Ye Bufan. The second is Ye Bufan's identity. Before figuring out Ye Bufan's background and origins, neither Yin Chofeng nor the temple dared to act rashly. After all, no one knew whether the old monster behind Ye Bufan really existed. However, human patience has its limits. Ye Bufan's repeated provocations had clearly exceeded Yin Chofeng's limit of tolerance. "Do it." Yin Chofeng immediately gave an order, saying, "Leave him alive, Lin Loyan don't care if he lives or dies." "Yes, Your Highness." Above Wangshu City, 8 Holy Sun guards under Yin Chofeng's command immediately responded and shouted, "Kill." The next second, they rushed straight towards Ye Bufan without stopping. Seeing this scene, nearly 100 demigods present were shocked. Are they finally taking action? At the same time, they expressed sympathy for Ye Bufan. After all, although he could kill demigods in the Soul Fusion realm, there was an essential difference between 1 and 8. He would not be able to win no matter what if he fought 1 against 8. Snort. Unexpectedly, Ye Bufan snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "The majority bullying the minority." After he finished speaking, he shouted again, 78th Senior Sister. Chapter 1196 Ants. 78th Senior Sister. Ye Bufan shouted loudly, and everyone present was stunned. Even the 8 Holy Sun's personal guards who had already rushed towards Ye Bufan paused. 78th Senior Sister. What the hell? Yin Chofeng frowned even more. Hee. But at this moment, above Wangshu City, a woman's sweet laughter suddenly rang in everyone's ears. This sudden change shocked everyone. Are there other people nearby? Without any hesitation or further thought, everyone instantly looked up in the direction of the source of the sound above Wangshu City. Even Yin Chofeng, the holy son of the temple, was no exception. In midair, a woman stood in midair. The woman is wearing a light white dress. She has a slender figure with curves in all the right places, and her long black hair falls to her shoulders, drooping like a waterfall. Eyebrows as dark as distant mountains, eyes like stars in the bright moon, a delicate and graceful nose, rosy cheeks, cherry lips that smell like orchids, cheeks as white as snow with blush patches, and skin as smooth as snow. Quiet and comfortable. From a distance, the woman seemed to possess an elegance that was far away from the mundane world and untouched by the affairs of this world. She just stood there like a fairy in a still painting. This is a beauty. Everyone couldn't help but think. But it was obvious that everyone present was deceived by Qian Rumeng's appearance. She was a beauty, for sure, but at the same time, the title of the Little Witch of the Martial Academy was not in vain. She is a beauty, but also a witch. This will not change even after a few years. While everyone was in a daze, Qian Rumeng had already come to Ye Bufan's side. Looking at Ye Bufan, she smiled and asked, "Dear little junior brother, is there anything I can do for you?" As soon as Qian Rumeng said this, everyone present came back to their senses instantly. Junior brother. 78th Senior Sister. Damn, is there such a weird name as 78 in this world? However, at this moment, the people present obviously did not care too much about these things. After all, compared to Qian Rumeng's appearance and name, they cared more about her own strength. However, when they discovered Qian Rumeng's cultivation level, they were all instinctively stunned. Mid-level demigod. Is this the helper that the Bull King of Tianji City found? Isn't this a little too weak? Sister 78, kill them. Without waiting for them to think more, Ye Bufan pointed at the 8 Holy Sun's guards in front of him and spoke angrily. No problem, my dear junior brother, I am happy to serve you. Qian Rumeng said with a sweet smile, and at the end she added, but for 8 demigods, I will charge you 800 billion stones, which is not expensive, right? Well, when Qian Rumeng said this, everyone present was stunned. 8 demigods, charging you hundreds of billions. What the hell? Is this a murder for hire? Damn, where does your confidence come from? You are just a mid-level demigod, how can you fight against 8 people alone and kill 8 personal guards of the Holy Sun? It's really shameless. Unexpectedly, Ye Bufan suddenly said, no, the maximum is 80 million. Make a deal. Qian Rumeng didn't even think about it and agreed immediately. Puff. Seeing this scene, countless powerful demigods present almost couldn't hold back from spitting out blood, and even the remaining demigods couldn't help but twitch their lips. In their opinion, this pair of senior and junior siblings are simply a weird couple. It would be fine if the senior sister took money to kill people with the brazen intention of being a mere mid-level demigod, but the junior brother actually bargained down the price from 800 billion to 80 million in one breath. The most important thing is that this, 78, senior sister agreed very readily. Damn, can you guys stop taking it so lightly? 8 demigods are worth 80 million stones, and 1 demigod is worth 10 million stones. When did demigods become so cheap? The demigods were in a mess, but Yin Chofeng was furious. In his opinion, Ye Bufan and Qian Rumeng were simply humiliating him. That was why Yin Chofeng turned to the 8 guards and shouted angrily, what are you still standing there for? Attack. The 8 Holy Sun's personal guards were stunned at first, but they did not hesitate and rushed out instantly. Seeing the 8 Holy Sun guards coming to kill her, Qian Rumeng's smile faded, and she said in a cold voice, how dare a mere ant in the demigod realm act so presumptuously in front of me? Since you are so eager to die, I will grant your wish. A mere ant in the demigod realm. After hearing this, everyone was confused. It seemed that you were only a demigod, right? Yin. But at this moment, a long metallic sound suddenly rang out between heaven and earth. Call out. The next second, a golden spear appeared out of thin air in Qian Rumeng's hand. Everyone could vaguely see a golden dragon entwined on the spear. The golden dragon roars. A cold murderous aura instantly surged out from the spear, as if to freeze the heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Yin Chofeng stared at the spear in Qian Rumeng's hand with his pupils shrinking, and exclaimed, Earth God weapon. What? When Yin Chofeng said this, everyone present was shocked. Earth God soldier. In an instant, their expressions changed drastically as they looked at the golden spear in Qian Rumeng's hand. There was shock, desire, greed, but more of it was disbelief. There isn't even a second-level divine weapon in Tianyi, and now a third-level divine weapon suddenly appears. Is this true or false? Without waiting for anyone to think about it, Qian Rumeng sneered and said, you know what's good. As soon as she finished speaking, she shook the spear in her hand and rushed out directly. 1 against 8. If Qian Rumeng was willing, it would be no problem for her to kill 8 of the Holy Sun's guards with one shot. However, the inheritance of the Emperor's concubine only gave her 3 super powerful attacks. Every time one of these 3 super powerful attacks was used, 1 less attack would be available. So, how could she possibly waste these 3 super powerful attacks on these ants, who were at the initial and intermediate stages of demigod? Moreover, with her inheritance from the Emperor's concubine of heaven, and her cultivation as a mid-level demigod, even without unleashing a powerful attack, it would be more than enough to deal with the 8 Holy Sun's personal guards. If that's the case, why bother? Kill. Facing the 8 Holy Sun's personal guards who were surrounding and killing him, Qian Rumeng waved his spear and swept it 360 degrees. Seems random, but dang dang dang. After a burst of golden swords clashing sounds, the holy swords in the hands of the 8 Holy Sun guards were all cut off. Not only that, facing Qian Rumeng's cold earth soldier spear, the 8 Holy Sun guards, without exception, all retreated rapidly. With one spear he cut off 8 holy weapons and forced back 8 demigod warriors. Extremely powerful and terrifying. All the demigods present couldn't help but gasp and tremble in their souls. The 8 holy sons' personal guards were even more shocked, and at the same time, they were instinctively stunned. Qian Rumeng did not stop. She moved and came directly in front of a personal guard of the Son of God who was at the initial stage of the demigod realm. Then she moved her right hand and stabbed out with a spear. One shot, fast, fierce and powerful. The Holy Son's personal guards who were at the initial stage of demigod realm were shocked, but they had no time to dodge. A cold golden light flashed past. Puff! Qian Rumeng's spear directly pierced through the head of the Holy Son's personal guard who was at the initial stage of the demigod realm. Blood splattered. The bodyguard trembled, looked at Qian Rumeng in front of him with horror, and said in one word, "You." Bang! The next second, there was a muffled sound, and the head of the Holy Son's personal guard exploded, with blood and flesh flying everywhere. One shot, and the demigod died. The whole place was dead silent. Qian Rumeng retracted his spear, turned toward the headless corpse in front of him, and said with disdain, "Ant." Chapter 1197, Terrifying Master. Ant. The word Qian Rumeng sounded cold, arrogant, and overbearing, but no one present refuted it. After all, facts speak louder than words. Kill demigod with one shot. To her, demigods are indeed nothing more than ants. Call out. As soon as Qian Rumeng finished speaking, the headless corpse of the initial stage of demigod realm fell from midair instantly. Everyone came back to their senses, and their hearts were shaken. He fought 1 against 8, cut off 8 holy weapons with one shot, forced back 8 people, and directly killed the demigod with another shot. With such strength, how many people present could fight against him? Mid-level demigod. I'm afraid she can fight against a peak demigod, and even defeat him. Thinking about this, everyone couldn't help but glance at Ye Bufan, who was carrying Lin Loyan and watching with great interest in front of the city lord's mansion. Nowadays, everyone in the heaven beyond heaven knows that King Niu of the City of Heaven has the extraordinary power to kill a demigod at the initial stage of Soul Fusion realm. That's all. Now, this King Niu has a senior sister who is equally powerful. Everyone is messy. When did evil spirits become so worthless? Are they too weak, or are the other side too strong? Although everyone felt speechless, they had to admit one thing, that is, the master of this King Niu must be very extraordinary. Even the rumors outside that his master lived for tens of millions of years might be true. If not, who could produce so many evildoers? Thinking of this in their hearts, most of the demigods couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. A super powerful being who has lived for tens of millions of years. They didn't even dare to think about what kind of existence it was. Kill. Without waiting for everyone to think about it, Qian Rumeng's expression became fierce, and he rushed towards another Holy Son's guard again. Today, she wants to kill someone to establish her authority and build momentum for King Niu and the master behind him. Seeing Qian Rumeng coming, the remaining 7 Holy Sons guards all felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. They knew very well that since the other party could kill one of them in seconds, it meant that they could kill all of them in seconds. To put it bluntly, although they had more people, the strength of the two sides was extremely different. It was like a group of Transcendent Realm warriors besieging and killing a Condensation Realm warrior. There was no suspense in the battle, and they had no chance of winning. But even so, they can only fight once. Presumptuous. At this time, seeing one of the Holy Son's guards under his command being killed instantly by Qian Rumeng in front of him, and seeing Qian Rumeng raising his gun again to kill the remaining 7 guards, Yin Chofeng's heart was filled with rage, and a roar of anger rang out. The majesty of the Son of God cannot be violated. Now, the other party is not only blaspheming him, but also trampling on him. How can Yin Chofeng tolerate this? Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, a purple spear appeared out of thin air in Yin Chofeng's hand. Pseudo-divine weapon, purple flame mad dragon spear. Although in terms of grade, the pseudo-divine weapon in Yin Chofeng's hand was far inferior to Qian Rumeng's earthly divine weapon, but as soon as the spear appeared, boundless murderous intent instantly burst out from Yin Chofeng's body. The chilly cold made everyone feel as if the heaven and earth were frozen. Is this a fake divine weapon, the purple flame mad dragon spear? It seems that His Royal Highness the Saint Sun is really angry. Nonsense, your confidant was killed in front of you. If it were you, would you not be angry? That little girl is in trouble. Who says it's not true? His Highness the Saint is not only at the peak of the demigod realm, but also at the peak of the demigod realm who can fight against opponents of higher levels. In this way, the two of them are equal. The advantage of fighting against opponents of higher levels is completely gone. In this case, the middle level versus the peak, the little girl will definitely lose. While the demigods were discussing, Yin Chofeng did not hesitate at all. He raised his gun and shot at Qian Rumeng. In front of the city lord's mansion, Ye Bufan carried Lin Luoyan and watched Yin Chofeng rushing towards Qian Rumeng. Hearing the discussions of the demigods around him, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. It was amusement, ridicule, and even disdain. Fighting across levels. Today, I will let you see what a true cross-level battle is. Son of the temple, he is just a scumbag. 76th senior sister. Thinking in his heart, Ye Bufan shouted loudly. Ye Bufan's sudden shout startled all the demigods watching. 76th senior sister. What the hell? Isn't she the 78th senior sister? At this moment, not only the demigods who were watching, but also Yin Chofeng was slightly stunned. Call out. But at this moment, above the 9 heavens, among the thousands of miles of clouds, a purple-red sword light descended from the sky. The moment the blade light descended, everyone's hearts couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, time seemed to stop, space seemed to solidify, and there seemed to be only this purple-red blade light left between heaven and earth. Everyone felt as if a ferocious beast from ancient times was rushing towards them. The blood-red blade light rushed straight towards Yin Chofeng. Cold and domineering. Yin Chofeng's mind was shocked and his pupils shrank. He wanted to dodge, but the blade light came too suddenly and too fast. It was in front of him in an instant, leaving him no chance to dodge at all. Helplessly, Yin Chofeng could only hold his spear horizontally, gather the power of elements, and defend with all his might. In an instant, the blade slashed down. Bang! The purple-red blade light collided with the spear in Yin Chofeng's hand, and a dull and heavy sound was heard, causing the world to tremble violently at this moment. At the same time, Yin Chofeng's body instantly fell dozens of meters from midair. Seeing this scene, all the demigods watching couldn't help but gasp. Just a blade light was able to repel Yin Chofeng, who was at the peak of the demigod realm and was able to fight against opponents of higher levels. Is this the powerful servant of the gods taking action? Yin Chofeng was also shocked. At this moment, his hands were numb, as if he had lost consciousness. You know, he was at the peak of the demigod realm, and his body had been tempered countless times. Although it was not as terrifying as Ye Bufan's demigod body, it was definitely extraordinary. But now, because of a blade of light, his arms were numb and he almost lost consciousness. One can imagine how terrifying this blade of light was. Call out. Before Yin Chofeng and the others could think about it, Yi Jingxuan had already appeared in the air. She was holding a pair of butcher knives and staring at Yin Chofeng with cold eyes. The grace of raising a child and the love of blood. After arriving at Tianhuitian and learning about her parents' situation, Yi Jingxuan had already gone berserk. Now she witnessed Lin Luoyan's miserable condition with her own eyes. The anger and murderous intent in Yi Jingxuan's heart had already boiled over and reached its limit. If Ye Bufan had not reminded her earlier, if she had not been aware that a lack of patience would ruin a great plan, if she had not known that saving people was the main priority this time, how could Yi Jingxuan have endured until now? She would have already appeared and started a killing spree. She has already appeared at this moment. Although she cannot start a massacre for the sake of the overall situation, the anger in her heart can no longer be suppressed. She needs to vent, she needs to explode. Kill. Without any hesitation, Yi Jingxuan drew her knife and rushed towards Yin Chofeng. What about the son of the temple? So what if he is at the peak of demigod? With the inheritance of the emperor and concubine of heaven in your hands, you are just scum. Buzz. Seeing Yi Jingxuan rushing towards him, especially seeing the pair of butcher knives in her hands, Yin Chofeng couldn't help but tremble in his heart. That knife was actually another divine weapon. Yin Chofeng was confused and even more mad. He couldn't help but feel envious, jealous and hateful. Under these unwilling emotions, he roared angrily, "Who are you? Why do you all have earthly weapons?" As soon as Yin Chofeng said this, the whole audience was in an uproar. Earth God Soldier. Is the butcher knife in this woman's hand also a divine weapon? How is this possible? Could it be that the Earth God weapon has become a cheap commodity? She is only a high-level demigod. But at this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly arose from the crowd. High-level demigod. In an instant, the space was silent, and everyone looked at Ye Jingxuan, their faces turning pale. A blade of light knocked Yin Chofeng back. They originally thought that the person who made the move was a powerful servant of the gods who had surpassed the level of demigod, but they didn't expect that the other party was only a high-level demigod. A high-level demigod easily defeated Yin Chofeng, who was at the peak of demigod level. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. Even if they had seen it with their own eyes, the people present still found it hard to accept. But the facts are the facts. King Niu and the 78th senior sister were already perverted, and now, an even more perverted 76th senior sister has appeared. Damn, is this really the world beyond heaven? How come we didn't know about so many evildoers before? Etc. Suddenly, as if someone had thought of something, they said, Sister 78, Sister 76, these numbers can't be the ranking order of the disciples under Master Niu Dao Wang. Boom. A word can wake a dreamer up. As soon as these words were spoken, all the demigods present could not help but feel their minds shaken and trembled. 78, 76, these are not code names, but the order of seniority. If this is true, senior sister number 78 is a mid-level demigod, and senior sister number 76 is a high-level demigod, then wouldn't senior sister number 75 and number 74 already be at the peak of demigods? If a high-level demigod can easily repel Yin Chofeng with one strike, then doesn't that mean a peak demigod can easily crush Yin Chofeng, the holy son of the temple? This is not the point. The point is that those ranked outside the top 70 are already demigods, so those ranked within the top 70 are not the powerful gods, right? What realm is ranked within the top 60? What realm is ranked within the top 50? Ranked within 40. Also, what kind of earth-shattering realm will the number 1 disciple reach? If the disciple is like this, what about the master? Call. As they thought about this, everyone felt that breathing had become extremely difficult. They were terrified, they were trembling, and they were even more amazed and at a loss. The Bull King, 78th Senior Sister, 76th Senior Sister. The Terrifying Evildoer, the Terrifying Master. Chapter 1198 Run. 78th Senior Sister, Mid-Level Demigod Realm. 76th Senior Sister, High-Level Demigod Realm. The reason why Ye Bufan made such arrangements was to make people mistakenly believe that he had a powerful master behind him. In this way, he could make people fear him, and while rescuing Lin Loyan, it would also be convenient for him to act in the future. Otherwise, if a rescue is forced, Yin Chofeng and his 8 Holy Sun Guards may not be a threat, but what if all the demigods present attack together? At that time, Ye Bufan needed to protect Lin Loyan, and although Qian Rumeng and Ye Jingxuan were very strong, but a tiger cannot fight against a pack of wolves. Facing the siege of nearly 100 demigods, let alone rescuing Lin Loyan, by then, even the 3 of them might die here. Of course, this situation is impossible to happen. After all, Ye Bufan still has the Burial Heaven Palace and the Cemetery of Gods and Demons in his hands. If that time really comes, Ye Bufan can directly take them back to the Cemetery of Gods and Demons, and no one can do anything to them. However, this would mean that the Heaven Burial Palace and the Cemetery of Gods and Demons would be exposed. As the greatest reliance for walking in the world beyond heaven, Ye Bufan naturally did not want these 2 to be exposed so soon. After all, victory comes by surprise. The reason why the trump card is called a trump card is because no one knows it. Once it is known, it loses its value, or at the very least cannot play its greatest role. Therefore, using force to deter is definitely the most reasonable option at present. In fact, Ye Bufan's deterrence and intimidation have indeed worked. After all, the unknown is always the most terrifying. Faced with their own conjectures and the terrifying master who was very likely to exist, at this moment, the onlookers looked at Ye Bufan and the other 2 with fear in their eyes. The demigods watching were all like this, and even Yin Chofeng was no exception. 78th Senior Sister, 76th Senior Sister. Yin Chofeng could hear clearly the discussions of the demigods around him. Although he found it a little hard to accept, he had to admit that this possibility was still very high, especially under the current situation. He had no time to think about it and no time to distinguish the truth from the false. Stop. Thinking of this, Yin Chofeng immediately shouted, "It's just Lin Loyan, just give it to him." After all, Lin Loyan would be dead if he fell into his hands, and he would not have a good ending if he fell into the hands of this lustful bull. As for the Taichu Gukan and the God King inheritance, those things didn't exist at all, so there was no need to fight for anything. The reason why he took action before was simply because Ye Bufan had offended him and made him lose face. But as the holy son of the temple, Yin Chofeng is obviously not a fool. He is very shrewd and knows how to judge the situation. To do something knowing it is impossible is not pride but stupidity. For this reason, facing the powerful, senior sisters, who appeared one after another beside Ye Bufan, Yin Chofeng directly chose to retreat. After all, facing a young man who dared to ignore and challenge the temple, coupled with the fact that this young man was very likely to have a powerful master behind him, even if he was the son of the temple, Yin Chofeng still needed to weigh the pros and cons. It's a pity that Yin Chofeng wanted to compromise, but how could Ye Jingxuan, who was furious, accept it? Stop, you bastard. After a rude curse, Ye Jingxuan, who had already come in front of Yin Chofeng, did not hesitate at all. She moved her hands and chopped directly at Yin Chofeng with the butcher knife in her hand. Seeing this scene, Yin Chofeng couldn't help but feel confused. At this moment, he really didn't want to fight with Ye Bufan's side anymore, but facing the two oncoming knives from Ye Jingxuan, he had to take action. After all, he couldn't just sit there and wait to die and let Ye Jingxuan chop him with two knives. Immediately, Yin Chofeng swept his spear. Dang dang. With two crisp sounds, Yin Chofeng blocked Ye Jingxuan's two oncoming knives with his gun, and then without any hesitation, he immediately retreated and shouted in a hurry, "Stop, take the person away, and let this matter end here, how about it?" No matter what, Ye Jingxuan refused directly. "Do you think you ants can rob us? Besides, junior brother is here to rob women, but I am not. I finally came to Shenwu Star thanks to junior brother, and now I am leaving like this. Do you think it is possible?" The speaker is unintentional, but the listener is intentional. Ye Jingxuan's simple words shocked Yin Chofeng and the other demigods again. After all the effort I've come here, and Shenwu planet. What is Shenwu Star? Could it be referring to Tianyi and Shenwu continent? Could it be that they are not from here, they come from outside the starry sky? The more they thought about it, the more possible it seemed to Yin Chofeng and the others. After all, within the Tianyi, they had never heard of King Niu and the 78th and 76th senior sisters, nor did they have a sect that was superior to the temple, let alone the old monster who was suspected to have lived for tens of millions of years. But if these people came from outside the starry sky, then everything would have a reasonable explanation. However, it was precisely because of this thought that Yin Chofeng and others became more wary and frightened. Aliens. They don't know what kind of world is beyond the heaven, but they know that there are many powerful people outside the heaven, and demigods are just ants. If these people really came from outer space, they were definitely not someone they should mess with. Before anyone could think about it, Ye Jingxuan rushed towards Yin Chofeng again. "Ant, prepare to die." Ye Jingxuan's cry of, "Ant," made Yin Chofeng furious, but because of his fear of the master behind Ye Bufan and the other two, or before he understood the situation, Yin Chofeng didn't dare to act recklessly, so he could only roar angrily, "Don't go too far. Although you are strong, don't forget that this is the outer world, not the starry sky. There are nearly 100 demigods here. If we attack together, do you think you can be a match?" Nearly 100 demigods. After Yin Chofeng finished speaking, Ye Jingxuan sneered, and then said disdainfully, "So what if there are nearly 100 demigods? They are just ants. Whoever dares to help you, I will kill him." Swipe. As soon as Ye Jingxuan finished speaking, the demigods watching around instinctively retreated hundreds of meters, as if they wanted to distance themselves from Yin Chofeng. "Your uncle." Seeing this scene, Yin Chofeng became furious. Ye Jingxuan sneered, then slashed at Yin Chofeng with two unscrupulous knives. Dang dang. Yin Chofeng responded hastily, and two clear sounds were heard, followed by the collision of magical weapons. "See how many times you can block my sword." Ye Jingxuan did not stop after slashing twice, and slashed out twice more. Then, the butcher knife in her hand turned into a cold light and chopped at Yin Chofeng again and again. Dang dang dang. Dang dang dang. The sound of metal colliding continued to be heard between heaven and earth. High-level demigod, peak demigod. Ye Jingxuan and Yin Chofeng turned into two afterimages, one attacking and one defending, and they fought back and forth in the air. In just a moment, they had fought no less than hundreds of times. The nearly 100 demigods watching were terrified, shocked and horrified. They never imagined that Ye Jingxuan, who was only at the high level of demigod realm, could beat Yin Qiufeng, who was at the peak of demigod realm, so hard that he had no power to fight back and could only defend himself. Little did they know that at this moment, Yi Jingxuan was not using her full strength. Of course, Yin Qiufeng didn't have it either. However, even if both of them tried their best, Yin Qiufeng would definitely not be a match for Yi Jingxuan. Call. After a brief confrontation and a crazy fight, Yi Jingxuan's attack suddenly stopped after a moment. Yin Qiufeng couldn't help but be stunned. Ka. But at this moment, Yin Qiufeng suddenly felt cracks appearing on the pseudo-divine spear in his hand, and these cracks instantly spread throughout the entire spear body. Bang! Then, with a muffled sound, the entire spear turned into powder in an instant. Yin Qiufeng was shocked by the sudden change. The pseudo-divine weapon-level purple flame mad dragon spear was destroyed just like that. He couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, feeling heartbroken. After all, there were only a few pseudo-divine weapons in the entire TianYTN. If one was destroyed, there would be one less. This not only affects his own strength, but also consumes the foundation of the human race. Yi Jingxuan ignored her and just smiled and said, "Without this fake god-level broken gun, what else can you use to block my butcher knife?" After saying that, she attacked again. Seeing this scene, Yin Qiufeng was shocked, and one word immediately appeared in his mind: run. Chapter 1199 All tied up. The other party was as strong as himself and had a powerful master from outside the starry sky. Based on these 2 points alone, Yin Qiufeng felt that there was no need for him to fight to the death with the other party for Lin Luoyan. Having made up his mind, Yin Qiufeng no longer hesitated and shouted, "Retreat." After saying this, Yin Qiufeng turned and ran away. Nearly 100 demigods watching the sudden scene were stunned and shocked. They never thought that a person as arrogant as Yin Qiufeng would choose to escape. But think about it, before the situation becomes clear, it is obviously not a wise move to fight to the death with the other side. What's more, the enemy is already strong and we are weak. What if a character like the 73rd senior sister or the 71st senior brother appears on King Niu's side? At that time, I'm afraid Yin Qiufeng wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. "You want to run, can you run?" Seeing Yin Qiufeng was about to run away, Yi Jingxuan shouted angrily, then chased after him with a knife. "Don't go too far." Realizing Yi Jingxuan was chasing him closely, Yin Qiufeng gritted his teeth and couldn't help but roared in anger. "I just bullied you, what's wrong?" Puff. Hearing this, Yin Qiufeng almost vomited blood. "You just bullied me, so what? Is this holy sun so easy to bully?" Yin Qiufeng was angry, anxious and furious, but he was helpless and could only escape. Seeing this scene, the demigods watching around were all confused and full of sympathy. Yin Qiufeng, the holy son of the temple and at the peak of the demigod realm, was actually being chased by a little girl at a high level of the demigod realm. Not only did Yin Qiufeng lose all face in today's battle, but it will also leave a shadow in his heart. But there is nothing that can be done about it. It really is. It's not that Yin Qiufeng is too weak, but that the people in front of him are too strong and too evil. Run. Seeing Yin Qiufeng escaping, the 7 holy sun guards under his command did not stay any longer. The enemy is strong and we are weak. Under the current situation, there is absolutely no point for them to continue staying here. Not only is it meaningless, but they may die here in vain. It's a pity that they wanted to leave, but there was no way Qian Rumeng would let them do so. You can come as you please, and leave as you please. It's not that easy. Just stay here. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Rumeng stabbed out with a gun. Half-step magical power, water curtain sky wa. Huff, huff, huff. In an instant, with her as the center, the water elements between heaven and earth gathered together madly and quickly. Then, the elements turned into raindrops and fell from the air. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Drops of crystal clear water spread throughout the space around Qian Rumeng and fell on the 7 holy suns' personal guards. The 7 holy suns' personal guards were shocked. Without waiting for them to think or react, Qian Rumeng shouted, "Freeze." Call. The next second, the world suddenly became cold, and the surrounding water droplets instantly solidified. Ka. Without exception, the 7 holy suns' personal guards were frozen in an instant. Although this momentary freezing did not kill their consciousness, it imprisoned their bodies and made them temporarily unable to move. Without the ability to move, how could they escape? Die. Qian Rumeng didn't hesitate at all. he shot and killed one person directly. Sister 78, I want you to live. But at this moment, Ye Bufan shouted in front of the city lord's mansion. Qian Rumeng was stunned. Then she changed her attack, turning the gun into a stick, and hit one of the Holy Sun's guards directly with the stick. Boom! A powerful force impacted, and a sonic boom was heard. Bang bang bang! With one blow from Qian Rumeng's stick, the ice around the Holy Sun's personal guard instantly shattered. Puff! The Holy Sun's personal guard spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his body fell directly from midair. However, Qian Rumeng ignored her and did not even stop. After one strike, she hit another Holy Sun's guard with another one. Bang, bang, bang. In midair, within 1 second, Qian Rumeng struck out 7 times with the stick. 7 sticks, fast, fierce, and powerful, knocked all 7 of the Holy Sun's personal guards down from midair in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom, boom. 7 loud noises were heard, the earth shook, and all 7 Holy Sun's personal guards fell to the ground. Puff, puff, puff. The moment they fell to the ground, they couldn't help but bleed profusely. After blood spurted out, their bodies went limp and they collapsed directly to the ground, obviously seriously injured. Everything seems long, but it is just a moment. The whole place was dead silent. Nearly 100 demigods trembled in fear. In a breath, he defeated 7 Holy Sun's guards who were preparing to escape. Qian Rumeng's fighting power frightened them. Ants are ants, and they are vulnerable to attack. At this moment, Qian Rumeng glanced at the 7 Holy Sun's guards on the ground and sneered with disdain, then she looked at the nearly 100 demigods who were watching. In an instant, nearly 100 demigods couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Originally they came here just because of the Taichu Gukan and the God King inheritance, but they didn't expect all this was just a scam by Lin Loyan to drag a group of demigods to be buried with her. If it were just that, it would be fine, but now there are several powerful aliens appearing. The most important thing is that these aliens dare to kill even the Holy Sun's personal guards, and they openly hunt down the Holy Sun of the temple in front of them. It's simply rampant. But unfortunately, they still have the strength and capital to be rampant. At this moment, all the demigods were filled with regret. If they had known this would happen, they would never have come to Wangshu City to wade into this muddy water. But now that things have come to this, there is obviously no point in regretting. Now, the best strategy for them is to leave this troubled place as soon as possible. Haha, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Brother Wang, I didn't expect to meet you here. Let's go find a place to have a drink, how about that? That's exactly what I meant. Haha, count me in, too. Brother Liu. With this thought in mind, nearly 100 demigods began to look for various excuses to leave. Stop. Unexpectedly, Ye Bufan suddenly shouted loudly. Well, hearing this, all the demigods were stunned, and their steps to leave stopped instantly. Facing Ye Bufan's shout, it was not that they didn't want to leave, but that they didn't dare to leave, or rather, they didn't dare to act rashly. After all, this was a fierce man that even the Holy Sun of the temple dared to hunt down. If they ignored him and wanted to escape directly, who knew if another senior brother or sister in his 70s would suddenly appear beside him to hunt them down. In this situation, the wisest choice is to use stillness to overcome movement and to respond to ever-changing situations with constancy. Now, this king wants to hire you. Without paying attention to the thoughts of these demigods, Ye Bufan looked at them and spoke directly. Hire us. Hearing this, the demigods were stunned again, and they were even a little surprised. You don't want to. Ye Bufan's expression turned serious, and he said with some dissatisfaction. Not willing. We really don't want to, but looking at you, how can we not want to? King Niu, I wonder what do you want us to do? Thinking in his mind, one of the demigods looked at Ye Bufan and couldn't help but ask. The others also looked curious and fearful. It's very simple. Ye Bufan pointed at Wangshu City and said, tie up all the injured but not dead guys and send them to Tianji City. Forget about the dead ones. Then tell their families to pay money to redeem them. Chapter 1200. The demon is also tied up. Kidnap all the injured but not dead guys and send them to the city of heaven. Then tell their families to pay money to redeem them. Shit, you are going to kidnap someone. And the person you kidnapped is a demigod. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, all the demigods present were shocked and looked horrified. They had never imagined that the Bull King of the city of heaven would be so crazy. This is simply asking money for life. You took advantage of their misfortune today and kidnapped these demigods. Aren't you afraid that they will join forces to deal with you after they regain their freedom in the future? However, as soon as this thought arose in the minds of the demigods, it immediately disappeared without a trace, because the senior sister of the king Niu in front of them even hunted down the holy son of the temple. Would they still be afraid of the revenge of these demigods? Obviously not afraid. He is so skilled and bold that he doesn't even take a demigod seriously. Thinking of this, all the demigods were terrified and at a loss, especially the powerful demigods in the City of Sky. Among them, most of them either died or were seriously injured and lost the ability to move. There were more than a dozen people who were like Xuanyuan Wudi. Although they were injured, their injuries were not serious. Among them was Deacon Jin, who was at the peak of the demigod level in the temple. At this moment, hearing Ye Bufan's words, Deacon Jin was shocked and wanted to escape immediately without any hesitation. After all, in his opinion, this King Niu was a madman and he would definitely not end well if he fell into his hands. What's more, kidnapping and ransom? What if the price offered by this Niu guy is something that even the temple cannot afford, or is unwilling to pay? Therefore, instead of leaving your fate in the hands of others, it is better to escape as soon as possible. Unfortunately, before Deacon Jin could make any move, Ye Bufan spoke again. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and tie up these fat sheep for me. If any of them escape, I will tie you up. Holy shit. When Ye Bufan said this, the nearly 100 demigods who were watching on the scene were all trembling in their hearts. Just run away and use us to make up the numbers. How is this possible? Nearly 100 demigods looked at each other, and without any hesitation, they joined forces to blockade Wangshu City, not giving the demigods in the city any chance to escape. After all, if a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. They did not want to replace these demigods in front of them and become King Niu's hostages. Seeing this scene, more than a dozen demigods who wanted to escape like Deacon Jin suddenly became confused, crazy, and helpless. Facing the siege of nearly 100 demigods, they had no possibility of escape at all, so they could only admit defeat and surrender, becoming King Niu's hostages. The demigods in the city felt bitter, and so did the demigods outside the city. They are all demigods, and they are all in this outer heaven. They see each other every day, and many of them are even old friends. Who wants to take action if they can avoid it? But there was no way out. Faced with the threat from this bold king, they could only choose to compromise. Of course, if they united as one and joined forces to resist, Ye Bufan would have no way to deal with them. After all, a tiger cannot defeat a pack of wolves. It's a pity that human nature is selfish. Ye Bufan's side not only has a powerful background, but also has not infringed upon their interests. In this case, how could they possibly resist? I would rather die than let my friend die. It is better for others to suffer than for yourself to be harmed. Nearly 100 demigods no longer hesitated and started kidnapping people directly. At this time, in front of the city lord's mansion, Xuanyuan Wudi ignored the crazy behavior of the demigods. He came directly to Ye Bufan and said with a smile, "Brother Niu, congratulations, you finally got the beauty." His face was full of enthusiasm, but his heart was already surging with emotions. Everything that happened today has completely overturned Xuanyuan Wudi's cognition. He never thought that behind King Niu there was not only one master, but also a whole sect. Moreover, this sect was full of evil-level figures. The most important thing is they even dared to hunt down the son of the temple. Xuanyuan Wudi really couldn't imagine, or he didn't even dare to think about it, what kind of response the temple would make after it knew what happened here. Surround and kill Ye Bufan, or compromise. Xuanyuan Wudi didn't know what decision the temple would make, but he was clear that the King Niu in front of him was definitely an extraordinary person, and might even be his benefactor. After all, he came from outside the starry sky. If King Niu could recommend me to join his sect, then I would definitely be able to soar to the sky and even have the opportunity to set foot in the illusory realm of martial arts. Compared to entering the divine realm, a mere temple commander is simply not worth mentioning. Therefore, Xuanyuan Wudi had already made up his mind. Without the temple's knowledge, or without causing the temple's disgust, he would make friends with Ye Bufan at all costs. This is also the reason why he did not stop Ye Jingshuan when she was chasing Yin Chofeng. First, he couldn't stop it. Second, he didn't want to disobey Ye Bufan and thus cause Ye Bufan's dissatisfaction. After all, compared with his own future, the life and death of a mere son of the temple has nothing to do with him. Ha ha ha, are you envious? Don't worry, when I have time next time, I will go to the temple and capture the second most beautiful woman in the world to be your wife. Ye Bufan said with a smile as Xuanyuan Wudi just finished speaking. Damn, do you still remember this? Xuanyuan suddenly became invincible and chaotic. But at this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly sounded from a distance. Why is there a demon here? What? When these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked, even Ye Bufan frowned. Is there a demon in Wangshu City? Just now, everyone's attention was on Ye Bufan and Yin Chofeng, and no one cared about the situation in Wangshu City. But now, there's one here too, but it's dead. I found a live one, but it was badly injured. There is one here, too. With the sounds coming one after another, the 9 heavenly demons were gathered together by the demigods in an instant. Among the 9 heavenly demons, 3 died and 6 were injured, and all of the injured were seriously injured. Looking at the 9 heavenly demons gathered together in front of them, everyone was slightly dazed and even a little shocked. They never expected that there would be demons in the Wangshu city. What are you shouting for? What are you shouting for? Hurry up and tie him up and follow me back to the city of heaven. I'm still waiting for the bridal chamber. But at this moment, Ye Bufan shouted loudly and ignored the demon in the Wangshu city. After all, Lin Loyan's current condition was not very good. If it were not for the subsequent layout, Ye Bufan would not have paid any attention to these injured demigods and would have killed them directly. As soon as Ye Bufan said this, everyone was stunned. One of the demigods looked at Ye Bufan and said hesitantly, King Niu, how do we deal with these demons? Kill them. Kill your sister. Ye Bufan was furious. If you dare to kill me, I will chop you off. Changing the subject, Ye Bufan said, tie them together. Hearing this, everyone was stunned again. The devil is also tied up. Ye Bufan ignored him and looked at Xuanyuan Wudi beside him, saying, Xiao Xuanzi, go tell the Sky Demon clan to bring money to Tianji City to redeem the people. Chapter 1201. All of them will be sent to the God and Demon Cemetery as slaves. As soon as Ye Bufan said this, everyone present was confused and crazy. Are you so desperate to rob that you even want to tie up the demon? Of course, the reason why everyone has this idea is not because the Sky Demon clan cannot be kidnapped, but even if a member of the Sky Demon clan is kidnapped, will the Sky Demon clan really send someone to redeem them? Not at all. After all, this is the human race's territory, and they cannot be sure whether this is a conspiracy of the human race or someone really has kidnapped the members of the demon race and wants to blackmail them. If it was really just a kidnapping and extortion, then it would be fine. But what if the humans deliberately designed it to lure them into a trap and then round up and wipe them out? You should not have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. In a situation where it is difficult to distinguish the truth from the false, it is obviously not worth it to cause greater losses to one's own demon clan for the sake of a few demigods whose lives or deaths are unknown. Therefore, in the eyes of the demigods present, Ye Bufan's actions were totally unnecessary, because the heavenly demon clan would never send anyone to redeem people no matter what. But since Ye Bufan has already said so, they can only do as he says. After all, he is the Bull King from outside the starry sky, and he is an unreasonable young man. Arresting people, kidnapping. The demigods were busy. Call out. A moment later, a figure rushed over from afar at an extremely fast speed, and arrived above Wangshu City in an instant. The person who came was none other than Ye Jingxuan. The moment they saw Ye Jingxuan, everyone present except Ye Bufan and Qian Rumeng couldn't help but be shocked and tense. They looked at Ye Jingxuan with alertness and fear on their faces. After all, this was a fierce man whom even the son of the temple dared to hunt down. At the same time, they were all very curious about whether Yin Chofeng was dead or not after being hunted by Ye Jingxuan. As if seeing through the thoughts of these demigods, in order to satisfy their curiosity, Qian Rumeng looked directly at Ye Jingxuan and said, "Senior sister, what happened? Is that guy dead or not? Let him get away." Ye Jingxuan said angrily. "Run away. How is that possible?" Suddenly, Qian Rumeng's eyes widened in disbelief. "Don't mention it." Ye Jingxuan shook her hands and said angrily, "That guy is very cunning. He used the teleportation array to escape. Even if I wanted to chase him, I didn't know where to chase him." Call. Hearing this, most people instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Yin Chofeng is still alive, it will be fine. After all, if Yin Chofeng really died at the hands of the other party, the temple will definitely not let it go. Once the temple and Ye Bufan's side fight, then the fire at the city gate will inevitably affect innocent people, and then they will be the only ones who will be unlucky. Unfortunately, they had no idea that the reason why Yin Chofeng was able to escape from Ye Jingxuan alive was not because of his excellence or luck, but because Ye Jingxuan concealed his strength and never thought of taking his life from the beginning to the end. After all, once Yin Chofeng died, then, just as these demigods thought, the temple would never give up and would even fight to the death with Ye Bufan's side. This was obviously not what Ye Bufan wanted to see. After all, with their true strength, they could not confront the temple head-on, so they must not touch the temple's bottom line. As long as the Son of God is not dead, the temple will not turn against him directly. In this way, Ye Bufan can use the power of the outer heaven to achieve his goal openly. After Ye Jingxuan came back, Ye Bufan did not stay any longer and directly returned to Tiancheng City with a group of his parasites. 6 great demons, 34 human beings, and a total of 40 demigods all became hostages. Ye Bufan's crazy behavior must have shocked the entire TianYTN. This is also true. As the saying goes, good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels far and wide. There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Not long after Ye Bufan returned to the City of Heaven with 40 demigods, the news spread like wildfire throughout the heaven beyond heaven in a short period of time, shocking the entire heaven beyond heaven. Nima, he kidnapped 40 demigods at once. Is King Niu trying to defy the will of heaven? Kidnapping 40 demigods is nothing. Don't you know that not long ago in Wangshu City, the holy son of the temple, Yin Chofeng, almost died under the sword of King Niu? Fuck, King Niu even dares to kill the holy son. What do you think? Brother, you are wrong. The holy son did not almost die at the hands of King Niu, but at the hands of one of King Niu's senior sisters. Senior sister. That's right. It is said that King Niu came from outside the starry sky. He has a powerful master behind him. Everyone in that master is like a dragon and a monster. When he was in Wangshu City, in addition to King Niu, there were also his 2 senior sisters. It was one of his senior sisters who almost killed the Saint Yin Chofeng. Bull, King Bull, come from beyond the stars. Otherwise, do you think that someone as high profile as King Niu would have been unheard of in TianYTN before? Yeah, damn, I'm really convinced this time. As his name suggests, King Niu is really extraordinary. So the Taichu Gukan and the God King inheritance also fell into King Niu's hands. What kind of bullshit is this Taichu Gukan? There is no such thing as the inheritance of the Divine King. What's the meaning? You don't know yet, right? This so-called Taichu Gukan and the inheritance of the God King are simply a hoax fabricated by the witch Lin Loyan. The reason she did this is because she was ambushed by the temple and trapped in the city of Wangshu. She knew she could not escape death, so she wanted to drag more human demigods to be buried with her. Fuck, so cruel. Cruel. Maybe, but I admire her very much. Why? Don't you think about why Lin Loyan is so crazy? It's true that she has killed people and massacred people in recent years, but which of her targets has no connection with the temple? She is clearly seeking revenge on the temple, challenging the temple with her own strength. Just for this kind of heroism, I admire her. That's right. Then how is Lin Loyan now? Is he dead? Not dead, but almost dead. What's the meaning? She was robbed by King Niu. Fuck, was it robbed by King Niu? Yes, and I also heard that King Niu went to Wangshu City specifically to seize Lin Loyan, the most beautiful woman in the world. Oh my, your sister, not long ago, King Niu just killed someone, and now he's going to snatch Lin Loyan again. If this continues, will he go directly to the temple to snatch Lingu Shui next time? Very likely. However, what I am looking forward to now is not this, but what the temple will do about the incident in the City of Delusion. After all, the son of the temple almost perished this time. The temple versus the Bull King. Do you suddenly feel like a storm is coming? Inside TianYTN, there were constant discussions. At the same time, everyone focused their attention on the temple. After all, this time because of King Niu, it could be said that the temple had lost all its face. No one would believe that the temple would choose to remain silent. What's more, there were several deacons in the temple who, like other demigods, had become hostages in the hands of King Niu and were waiting for the temple to redeem them. Therefore, even if the temple wanted to remain silent, it couldn't. They had to respond. Temple, Bull King. One side is the leader of the human race in Tianytn. On one side is a mysterious force from beyond the starry sky. At this moment, everyone in Tianytn was very curious about how this matter would end. Will the two sides go to war, or will the temple compromise, or in short, before the dust settles, no one can predict the outcome, and anything can happen. City of Heaven, City Lord's Mansion. At this moment, nearly 100 demigods hired by Ye Bufan had already left. Although they were hired, Ye Bufan never mentioned the hiring fee. Since Ye Bufan didn't mention it, the nearly 100 demigods naturally wouldn't ask. After all, they never thought of collecting commissions from Ye Bufan. In their opinion, it was already good enough that Ye Bufan didn't rob them. Therefore, after sending the 40 captives to the City of Heaven, they left immediately. It is not advisable to stay for long in a place full of disputes. Ye Bufan didn't care about this at all. Inside the City Lord's mansion, Ye Bufan looked at the 40 demigods in front of him without the slightest hesitation. He directly took out the Heaven Burial Palace and said, "All of you, come in and stay here obediently. I will let you go after I collect the money. If I don't collect the money, I will kill you directly." Hearing this, the 40 demigods were all trembling in their hearts, but they did not hesitate at all and walked directly into the Burial Heaven Palace. After all, in their opinion, as powerful demigods, neither their own families nor the temples would abandon them directly, and someone would definitely pay money to redeem them, so all they needed to do now was to cooperate and wait. It's a pity that they underestimated Ye Bufan. After all 40 demigods entered the Heaven Burial Palace, Ye Bufan put away the Heaven Burial Palace and then disappeared on the spot. 40 demigod hostages. Release the person after receiving the money. Bullshit. Before releasing them, they will all be sent to the cemetery of gods and demons, and their memories will be altered to make them slaves. Chapter 1202 Tantai Ching Feng. The Fourth Heaven, the Tantai Family. Inside the small building in the middle of the lake, a white-haired old man sat at the table with his eyes closed. He was like a statue, motionless. The old man was none other than Tantai Tiany's grandfather, the current patriarch of the Tantai family, and the one who was at the peak of the semi-god realm, Tantai Yan. At this moment, a young man in white clothes was lying on the bed behind Tantai Yan. The young man had delicate features and his eyes were also closed, as if he was asleep. The young man in white, the little treasure of the Long family. If Ye Bufan saw this scene, he would definitely be surprised. After all, who would have thought that the Long Xiaobao he had been looking for would actually be hiding in the Tantai family? However, Long Xiaobao's current situation did not seem to be very good. At least his current appearance was definitely not just as simple as falling asleep. One old, one young. One lying down, the other sitting. There was dead silence in the small building in the middle of the lake. Bang! Suddenly, the tightly closed door was pushed open, and then a figure ran in hurriedly. "Father, good news, great news." The person who came was a man in his 40s wearing a green robe. As he spoke, he looked at Tantai Yan with excitement on his face. Tantai Yan raised his eyebrows, revealing a hint of displeasure, then opened his eyes, looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and shouted, "Who let you in?" As the head of the Tantai family, which ranks in the top 10 among the 108 ancient cities in Tianytn, Tantai Yan has two sons, the eldest son Tantai Qingfeng and the second son Tantai Qingmeng. The man in front of him is his eldest son and Tantai Tiany's biological father, Tantai Qingfeng. As the eldest son of the Tantai family, Tantai Qingfeng is over 40 years old, but he has only the cultivation level of the 6th turn of the Zhoutian realm. It can be said that looking at the entire Tianytn, in terms of strength, Tantai Qingfeng is definitely at the bottom. But this is not because Tantai Qingfeng has poor talent. On the contrary, Tantai Qingfeng's talent is better than most people. The reason why he has only reached the 6th level of the Zhoutian realm is because he has no interest in practicing martial arts. What he is interested in is eating, drinking, whoring and gambling. Since he was 13 years old, Tantai Qingfeng has begun to hang out in casinos and brothels. Tantai Yan had long been extremely disappointed with his son. If it weren't for the fact that he gave birth to Tantai Tiany and continued the bloodline of the Tantai family, Tantai Yan would have wanted to kill him with his own hands. Although Tantai Yan did not kill Tantai Qingfeng directly because of Tantai Tiany, Tantai Yan never had a good face towards this son. In his opinion, Tantai Qingfeng was a disgrace to him and to the entire Tantai family. At this moment, facing Tan Tai Yan's scolding, Tan Tai Ching Feng seemed to have been accustomed to it. He didn't care at all. He just said, "Father, don't worry about who let me in. Listen to me first. Do you know that just now, in the third heavens Wangshu City, Lin Luoyan was captured? Ha 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 ha, are you surprised? And the person who captured her was none other than the King Niu of Tianji City. Tisk tisk, it is said that the King Niu likes to destroy flowers with ruthless hands. If Lin Luoyan falls into her hands, she will definitely die this time." Buzz. Hearing this, Tan Tai Yan's body couldn't help but tremble. Tan Tai Ching Feng looked at Long Xiaobao lying on the bed and continued, "Father, this kid is just like Lin Luoyan, both are wanted criminals by the temple. They have been hiding in our house for so long. If the temple knew about it, would it let our Tan Tai family go? In my opinion, now that Lin Luoyan is dead and this kid hasn't woken up yet, we should take the opportunity to hand him over to the temple. In this way." "Just shut up." Tan Tai Ching Feng had just finished speaking when Tan Tai Yan shouted angrily. Then he stood up suddenly and pointed at Long Xiaobao and said, "Do you know who he is?" "I know. He's just a wanted criminal in the temple." Tan Tai Ching Feng said as a matter of course. "You." Tan Tai Yan was furious, and then shouted, "Let me tell you, he is the brother of your son's savior, and also the savior of my entire Tan Tai family. Now, in order to win credit, you actually want to hand over your savior to the temple. Did a dog eat your conscience, Tan Tai Chingfeng? Father, you misunderstood me. I didn't mean to take credit for this. I was thinking about our Tan Tai family. After all, if the temple knew that we were harboring a serious criminal, would they let us off easily? I think you are just afraid of death." "Yes, I am afraid of death, but is that wrong? Besides, he said he saved Tianyi, but did he really save Tianyi? I think you are getting old and confused. Are you done? If you're done, get out of here. Then this kid. I will not hand him over to you. If you are afraid of being implicated by him, then get out of the Tan Tai family as far away as you can. Then can we divide the family property first? You. Father, don't blame me for speaking harshly. If you continue to hide this kid, something bad will happen sooner or later. By then, it will be a small matter for my Tan Tai family to be implicated, but it will be a big matter for the whole family to be wiped out. So, if you don't want to hand him over, then we should make plans early. In this way, you divide the family property, and you don't have to chase me away. I, your son, will leave immediately. Roll. Father, do you really think I won't kill you?" Tan Tai Ching Feng wanted to say something, but Tan Tai Yan's face turned cold. He was already extremely disappointed with his son. He was simply a waste and there was no hope for him. Feeling the cold murderous intent from Tan Tai Yan, Tan Tai Ching Feng couldn't help but tremble. Then he pointed at Tan Tai Yan and cursed, "Old fool, did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Sooner or later you will kill all of us." Snort. After leaving a few words, Tan Tai Ching Feng turned around and left. Looking at Tan Tai Chingfeng leaving, Tan Tai Yan's face was filled with anger and helplessness. Is it really the father's fault for not educating his child? But why is it that although they are both his sons, Tan Tai Chingmeng is so much better than Tan Tai Chingfeng? Helplessly, Tan Tai Yan said slowly, "From now on, without my permission, Tan Tai Chingfeng is not allowed to leave the family. Anyone who neglects his duties will be severely punished according to the family rules." Tan Tai Yan's voice spread throughout the Tan Tai family in an instant. He was really worried that his disappointing son Tan Tai Chingfeng would do something to harm the Tan Tai family. When Tan Tai Yan said this, the entire Tan Tai family was shocked. However, Tan Tai Chingfeng yelled in anger, "You old bastard, what do you mean? Do you want to put us under house arrest?" Cursing, he who had just left turned back. Bang! Unfortunately, just as he was about to go in to argue with Tan Tai Yan, Tan Tai Yan waved his right hand and closed the door directly, not wanting to pay any attention to Tan Tai Chingfeng at all. Bang bang bang! Outside the door, there was a rapid and violent knock, accompanied by Tan Tai Chingfeng's shouting and cursing. "You old man, what do you mean? Come out and explain yourself clearly. Damn it, can you come out? You're not coming out, are you? Do you believe that I'll kill those two little bastards and make you childless? Don't go too far, old man. Damn it, just wait for me, I will make you regret it." Chapter 1203 He's coming. Damn it, just wait for me, I will make you regret it. Outside the small building in the middle of the lake, Seeing that Tan Tai Yan ignored him, Tan Tai Chingfeng did not stay any longer. He left after saying some harsh words. Why? Tan Tai Yan sighed helplessly. Misfortune in the family. Having had such a son, he was angry but also extremely heartbroken. Brush. But at this moment, Long Xiaobao, who had his eyes closed on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. Tan Tai Yan was stunned. He clearly felt that Long Xiaobao had awakened, so he ignored Tan Tai Chingfeng and turned to look at Long Xiaobao. You're awake. Senior, what's going on? Why did I fall asleep? Long Xiaobao sat up, rubbed his head, and asked in a daze. He remembered that Tan Tai Yan asked him to drink yesterday, and then they talked about some things related to Tan Tai Tianyi, and then he couldn't remember anything. You were hit by your Aunt Lin's requiem, and your soul was temporarily sealed, so you fell asleep directly. In response to Long Xiaobao's inquiry, Tan Tai Yan spoke slowly. Using the sound of the piano to seal the soul, a high-level demigod was forced to fall asleep without knowing it. Lin Luoyan's piano skills made Tan Tai Yan, a top demigod, feel extremely shocked and even terrified. What? Hearing this, Long Xiaobao was shocked. He woke up instantly and jumped off the bed. He looked at Tan Tai Yan and asked, "Where is Aunt Lin?" This. Tan Tai Yan hesitated slightly. She went to Wangshu City. Long Xiaobao's expression turned stern and he asked. Yes. Tan Tai Yan responded helplessly. Damn it. Long Xiaobao shouted angrily and ran out without any hesitation. Seeing Long Xiaobao's reaction, Tan Tai Yan naturally knew what he wanted to do, so he said helplessly, Xiaobao, it's too late. Buzz. Hearing this, Long Xiaobao's body trembled violently at the door. He seemed to be cast into a state of immobilization and could no longer move. After a moment, he said in a trembling voice, Aunt Lin, is she dead? She's not dead, she's just been captured. Caught. Long Xiaobao was stunned at first, and then he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least Lin Luoyan was not dead yet. As long as she was alive, there would still be a chance to rescue her. The next second, he calmed down, turned around and looked at Tan Tai Yan, and said, so, Aunt Lin should have been sent to the temple now. No, that's right, because the people who took your Aunt Lin away have no connection with the temple at all. It's not the temple. Then who is it? City of Heaven, King Niu. Heavenly City, King Niu. Who is this person? Why haven't I heard you mention him before? Also, isn't Wangshu City a trap set by the temple? How come Aunt Lin has fallen into the hands of this King Niu? This. Tan Tai Yan hesitated for a moment and said, according to the information I have received, the reason why your Aunt Lin did not fall into the hands of the temple, but was captured by this King Niu, is because the temple was intercepted by him. Not only that, this King Niu not only captured your Aunt Lin, but also kidnapped dozens of demigods in Wangshu City at the same time. Intercept the temple, kidnapping dozens of demigods at once. Long Xiaobao was shocked. Tan Tai Yan continued, as for this King Niu actually, I don't know much about him. Not only me, but the entire outer heaven knows nothing about his origins. Now, we only know that his name is Niu Duoduo, and he first appeared in the City of Heaven in the first heaven. At that time, he had just arrived and directly destroyed the City Lord's mansion and seized the City of Heaven. He also attracted the attention of the entire outer heaven because of a pill called, Essence Pill. Quote. Etc. When Tan Tai Yan said this, Long Xiaobao was suddenly stunned, and then he immediately interrupted, Senior, what is the name of the elixir you just mentioned? Essence Pill, what's wrong? Tan Tai Yan was puzzled. Essence Pill. Long Xiaobao groaned for a moment, then frowned, Senior, please tell me about this King Niu. I want to know everything you know. Well, hearing this, Tan Tai Yan was stunned. Although he didn't know why Long Xiaobao suddenly stopped mentioning Lin Luoyan and became interested in this Bull King, he didn't ask any more questions and told Long Xiaobao everything he knew about the Bull King of Tianji City without reservation. This included everything from Ye Bufan's first appearance in Tianji City to the kidnapping of dozens of demigods in Wangshu City, without any deviation or omission. After listening, Long Xiaobao fell silent, but he was constantly sorting out this information in his mind. How many cows? Essence Pill. The first heaven, the City of Heaven, is close to the passage between Tianyi-Tian and Shenwu Continent. Make a big publicity and collect Yuanxi. A battle across levels, fusion of souls to kill demigods. A master who has lived for tens of millions of years. Senior Sister 76 and Senior Sister 78 suddenly appeared. Not only did they both have the ability to fight against opponents of higher levels, they also have their own earthly divine weapons, suspected to come from outside the starry sky. All this information represents mystery and unknown to the people of Tianweishan, but in Long Xiaobao's opinion, there are too many coincidences in it. One coincidence may really be just a coincidence, but if 2, 3, 4, or even more coincidences happen to the same person, can it still be a coincidence? After a moment, Long Xiaobao looked at Tan Tai Yan and said very seriously, "Senior, are you really sure that there was no such person as Niu Duoduo in Tianyi before?" "Sure," Tan Tai Yan said, "because of the essence pill incident, everyone in the Tianyi heaven is keeping an eye on King Niu. Naturally, they want to know more about his identity. My Tan Tai family is no exception. However, no matter how we investigate, we can't find any news related to King Niu. It's as if he appeared out of thin air in Tianyi heaven." After a pause, Tan Tai Yan continued, "Originally, I suspected that this King Niu might be from the Shenwu continent, but now each of them has the ability to fight above their level, plus the successive appearance of the Earth God soldiers. I really can't think of a second possibility except that he came from the starry sky. From beyond the stars. Bullshit. Others don't know, but Long Xiaobao knows it very well, because Ye Bufan said that there is a sky-covering barrier set up by Dao Wuya between the Shenwu continent and the Tianyi heaven. In addition to hiding the Shenwu continent, this barrier also cuts off all connections between the Shenwu continent and the outside world. As long as the barrier exists, people from Shenwu continent cannot leave, and people from the outside world cannot come in. Therefore, unless the barrier of covering the sky is broken, even Hongmeng God cannot enter Shenwu continent quietly. King Niu came from beyond the starry sky. This is simply nonsense. As for the earthly divine soldiers and their ability to fight above their level, with the cemetery of gods and demons around, this is not a problem at all." Thinking of this, Long Xiaobao's expression became serious and he said, "He's here." "Him? Who?" Tan Tai Yan was stunned and asked in confusion. "Master Yi." "What?" Instantly, Tan Tai Yan was shocked. "You mean this King Niu is your young Master Yi's man?" "No." Long Xiaobao denied it without a word and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this King Niu is Master Yi." "What?" Tan Tai Yan was shocked again. Long Xiaobao stopped talking nonsense and looked at Tan Tai Yan and said directly, "Senior, I am sorry for disturbing you during this period of time. I will remember the Tan Tai family's kindness in sheltering me. I will definitely repay you handsomely in the future. Now I will take my leave first." Etc. Seeing that Long Xiaobao was about to leave, Tan Tai Yan immediately stopped him and said, "Are you going to the city of heaven?" "Yes. But what if you guessed wrong, and this King Niu is not Master Yi, what should we do?" "There's no chance of that happening. If he's not, then I'll kill him and take Aunt Lin away." Chapter 1204. What does this have to do with me? There's no chance of that happening. If he's not, then I'll kill him and take Aunt Lin away. After leaving a few words, Long Xiaobao left the Tan Tai family and went to Tian City alone. Tan Tai Yan did not try to stop him because he knew very well that he could not stop him even if he wanted to. High level of demigod realm. With Long Xiaobao's current cultivation and strength, if they really fight, he may not be Long Xiaobao's opponent. Of course, Tan Tai Yan didn't care too much about Long Xiaobao's strength. What he cared about at the moment was the combat power of the entire Shenwu continent outside Tianyi. After all, if Long Xiaobao's judgment is correct, if the King Niu of Tianji City is really the Ye Bufan who unified the Shenwu continent as he said, then the overall strength of the Shenwu continent is a bit scary. All along, Tan Tai Yan had the same idea as everyone else in Tianyi. In his view, the Shenwu continent was nothing more than a sealed, abandoned and barren land. In the Shenwu continent, it would be extremely difficult for a warrior to become a demigod. Not to mention becoming a demigod, even reaching the flying realm was difficult. Under such circumstances, Long Xiaobao was definitely a special case and a miracle in the Shenwu continent. But what about now? One Ye Bufan, plus the 78th and 76th senior sisters, make up 3 peerless geniuses and unrivaled geniuses. What's more, each of them has a divine weapon that even the entire heaven beyond heaven does not have. The world's geniuses come one after another. Crush the entire outer world's magical weapons. Is this really the Shenwu continent he knew? Is this really the sealed barren land? If such a Shenwu continent is not worth mentioning, then what is Tianyi? Tan Tai Yan was shocked, confused, bewildered and puzzled. After all this was really contrary to common sense and he could not figure it out. Of course, it was normal for Tan Tai Yan not to understand. After all, during the time that Long Xiaobao was hiding in Tan Tai's house, he did not say much about the situation in the Shenwu continent, and he did not even mention the cemetery of gods and demons. For this reason, without knowing about the inheritance land of the cemetery of gods and demons, even if Tan Tai Yan racked his brains, he would never be able to figure out what was going on. After all, the cemetery of gods and demons was far beyond his vision and cognition, and it was an existence that he could not even imagine. Of course, even though he was conflicted and couldn't figure it out, just based on Long Xiaobao's attitude just now, Tan Tai Yan felt that he needed to do something. After all, if Long Xiaobao's judgment was correct, and that young Master Yi from the Shenwu continent had really come to the Tianyi, then there would be a war between the Shenwu continent and the Tianyi, or at least between the Shenwu continent and the temple sooner or later. After all, Yi Tianxiong was still imprisoned in the temple square and suffered the pain of flogging every day. As a son, would Ye Bufan ignore it? It's impossible. Therefore, Ye Bufan will definitely find a way to rescue people, and based on Tan Tai Yan's understanding of the temple, they will not let anyone go no matter what. In that case, there will inevitably be a war between the two sides, but Tan Tai Yan cannot predict to what extent this war will reach. But one thing is certain, that is once you are in the world of martial arts, you have no choice. Once Ye Bufan and the temple go to war, his Tan Tai family must make a choice. Whether to support the temple or support Ye Bufan, they must choose one of the two. The Tan Tai family is like this, and other aristocratic families are no exception. It's just that other families haven't realized this yet, but he already knows it. Beyond the demon, storm is coming. Before that, his Tan Tai family must make plans early. With this thought, Tan Tai Yan looked directly outside the small building in the center of the lake, and then called out. Qingmang, come to the lakeside cottage. The fifth heaven, the temple. At this moment, outside the entrance of the main hall, no less than 1,000 people gathered in the huge square. These nearly 1,000 people were divided into 24 teams, each of which was led by a demigod. Among these 24 teams, except for the demigods, the rest were all flying realm warriors. The 24 teams came from the 24 families in Tianyi. Some of them were from the second heaven, some were from the fourth heaven, but more than half of them were from the third heaven. Now, the reason why representatives of these 24 families, nearly 1,000 people, appeared here was because they all had one thing in common, that was the demigods of their families were kidnapped by Ye Bufan. For any family, a demigod is definitely the backbone. Every family attaches great importance to the demigods within their family. Now, the demigods from these 24 families have been kidnapped by Ye Bufan. How could they ignore it? Paying money to redeem someone is definitely the wisest choice. After all, money is just something outside of one's body. If you lose it, you can earn it again. But if a demigod dies, it will be absolutely devastating news for any family, shaking the foundation of the family. But these 24 families did not do so. It's not that they don't want to, but that they dare not. City of Heaven, King Bull. Nowadays, to the entire Tianyi, this Bull King of the City of Heaven is no longer a stranger. He is greedy, lustful, impulsive, reckless, and does things without thinking, but he is very powerful. Most importantly, this Bull King is likely to come from a superpower outside the starry sky. Under such circumstances, how could the 24 ancient city families dare to act rashly? Pay money to redeem someone. Don't be ridiculous. What if they paid the money but the Bull King refused to release them? Or, what if the Bull King asked for a ransom that was beyond their ability to afford? What would they do then? As for the idea of joining forces to rush into the City of Heaven to rescue people, they did think about it, but they soon gave up. After all, King Niu was a fierce man who dared to hunt down even the son of the temple. If they accidentally angered him, then they might not be able to rescue their own demigod, but they would also be in trouble. In desperation, after consultation, the 24 families could only come to the temple together to ask for help and put pressure on the temple. After all, no matter what, all this was caused by the temple. If it weren't for the temple's design to ambush Lin Loyan, there wouldn't be Lin Loyan's crazy move of taking advantage of the situation and preparing to drag a group of demigods to be buried with him. If it weren't for Lin Loyan's crazy move, how could the Bull King of the City of Heaven have the opportunity to kidnap so many demigods at once? Therefore, the temple must take full responsibility for this matter. In addition, 2 commanders, 7 personal guards of the Son of God, and a deacon at the peak of the demigod realm were kidnapped by King Niu. In this situation, the temple could not stay out of it even if it wanted to. Outside the temple, 24 ancient city families arrived at the same time to ask for help. Inside the temple, the 3 deputy hall masters gathered together, and above them sat the holy son Yin Chofeng with a sullen face. Thinking that he, as the holy son of the temple, was being chased and killed by a high-level demigod woman, Yin Chofeng could no longer suppress his anger. At this moment, he directed all his anger and unhappiness at Jia Shitong. Deputy Palace Master Jia, you are the one who caused this. Now the representatives of the 24 families are waiting outside the palace, and 10 people from my temple have been captured. What do you think we should do? As soon as Yin Chofeng finished speaking, the other 2 deputy hall masters looked at Justin. If it's none of your business, just ignore it. Although both of them looked embarrassed at the moment, there was a hint of schadenfreude in their eyes. Faced with Yin Chofeng's questions and even questioning, Justin's face turned ashen. Originally, Wangshu City was just a setup to kill Lin Loyan, but who would have thought that things would turn out like this? Not only was Lin Loyan not killed, but a bull king actually came out and kidnapped 40 demigods, taking the opportunity to blackmail them. The most important thing is, from what Yin Chofeng said, he wants to push all the responsibilities onto himself and let himself bear it all. If King Niu was just an ordinary person, it would be fine. After all, as the deputy master of the temple, he has plenty of ways to deal with an ordinary person. But King Niu is not. Not only is he not, but it is very likely that King Niu has a terrifying backer behind him that even the temple cannot afford to offend. Before you know his background, who dares to act rashly? To put it bluntly, this is a hot potato that no one wants to take, and no one dares to take. This is true for the 24 ancient city families, and also for the holy son Yin Chofeng. They didn't want to answer it, and neither did Justin. The holy son is joking. After a moment, Justin suppressed his dissatisfaction and said with a calm smile, this matter was planned by Commander Xuanyuan Wudi. What does it have to do with me? Chapter 1205, Powerless. Shameless. When Jia Sidong said this, Yin Chofeng and the other 2 deputy hall masters couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Although the ambush on Lin Loyan in Wangshu City was arranged by Xuanyuan Wudi, everyone knew that Xuanyuan Wudi was Justin's man. Without Justin's instructions, would Xuanyuan Wudi do this? Would he dare to do this? Even if Xuanyuan Wudi wanted to and dared to do so, he did not have the ability to do so. After all, he was only one of the 12 commanders of the temple and had no right to mobilize the semi-god deacons of the temple. Therefore, Justin must be involved in this matter. But now, he clearly wants to shirk responsibility and let Xuanyuan Wudi bear it alone. He is trying to sacrifice the pawn to save the king. Hee. Looking at Jia Sidong, Yin Chofeng narrowed his eyes and smiled slightly. Deputy Palace Master Jia, aren't you afraid that your subordinates will be disappointed by doing this? Especially Xuanyuan Wudi, if he knew that you sold him out like this, I'm afraid he would not only hate you, but even want to kill you, right? What do you mean, holy son? Justin asked in a puzzled manner, and then said righteously, right is right, wrong is wrong, whoever is responsible should bear the responsibility. The incident in Wangshu City was caused by Xuanyuan Wudi, so naturally he has to solve it himself. Saint Son, are you saying this now to ask me to protect him? 40 demigods were kidnapped, among which 24 ancient city families were involved. So, this matter could be a big deal or a small one. If the people could be redeemed, that would be great. But what if they cannot be redeemed? The King Niu in Tianji City is simply a weirdo. Anything can happen to him. It is said to be kidnapping, but paying money does not necessarily mean that you can redeem the person. Once an accident happened to the demigods of the 24 ancient city families, they would not dare to act rashly before figuring out the true background of King Niu. In this case, if they did not dare to retaliate against King Niu, someone would have to stand up and take responsibility for the incident, and at the same time bear the wrath of the 24 families. The most important thing is that the relationships between the 108 ancient city families in Tianyi are intricately linked. Although there are only 24 families now, offending them may be equivalent to offending all 108 families. Even if not all of them, it will definitely offend more than half of the ancient city families. Be it Yin Chofeng or the other 3 deputy hall masters including Jia Saidong, they are in high positions and have great power in the temple. Even if these ancient city families bear a grudge against them, they dare not do anything to them. However, doing so would be equivalent to pushing all these ancient city families to the opposite side of themselves, which would definitely do them more harm than good. If you redeem the person, these 24 families may not necessarily thank you. If you fail to redeem him, you will have to endure their anger, which is simply a thankless task. So, although it was just a simple matter of negotiation and redemption, neither Yin Chofeng nor the other 2 deputy hall masters wanted to accept it, and no one dared to accept it. Justin is not a fool, so he naturally won't take the risk. So he can only sacrifice Xuanyuan Wudi. As for the result, it depends on Xuanyuan Wudi's luck. Facing Jia Saidong's words, Yin Chofeng didn't say anything more, but just said lightly, "In this case, let's notify Xuanyuan Wudi and ask him to go to Tianji City as soon as possible to redeem the person." The ransom. As soon as Yin Chofeng finished speaking, Justin spoke hesitantly. Ransom. Hearing this, Yin Chofeng frowned, and then said with difficulty, "You all know the situation in the temple. There is no extra funds available, so he can only figure out a way to pay the ransom himself." You. Upon hearing this, Justin immediately became furious. Asking Xuanyuan Wudi to redeem someone but not paying him a ransom is clearly pushing him into a desperate situation. Snort. Immediately, Justin snorted coldly. "Goodbye." Then he left 2 words, flicked his sleeves and left. Seeing Justin leave, the remaining 2 deputy hall masters looked at each other and then said goodbye and left. Hee. After the 3 vice hall masters left, Yin Chofeng looked at the empty hall and smiled, muttering, Justin, since you gave up Xuanyuan Wudi so easily, don't blame me for being rude. I want the person you don't want." After saying this, Yin Chofeng shouted again, "Someone come here." In an instant, a servant hurriedly ran in from outside the hall, knelt down in front of Yin Chofeng, and said respectfully, "Your Highness the Holy Sun. Go find Xuanyuan Wudi for me, and remember to warn him not to be discovered." Yin Chofeng said directly, "Yes, Your Highness." The servant responded and then got up and left. Justin didn't know that Yin Chofeng had secretly summoned Xuanyuan Wudi. After he left the Temple of the Son of God, he immediately summoned Xuanyuan Wudi, but was told that Xuanyuan Wudi had actually gone to the battlefield between humans and demons in the 7th heaven. This news made Justin, who was already full of anger, even more angry. Why is Xuanyuan Wudi going to the human-demon battlefield at this time? Just thinking with his toes, Justin knew that he was obviously helping King Niu of Sky City to pass a message to the demon clan, asking them to pay money to redeem the people. Xuanyuan Wudi's behavior was obviously an attempt to get closer to and please the Bull King. Thinking of this, Justin became even angrier. "Damn Xuanyuan Wudi, why didn't I realize before that you are a villain who changes sides with the wind and sits on the fence?" Ye Bufan had no idea what had happened in the temple. At this moment, he had entered the cemetery of gods and demons again. In front of Ye Bufan was Lin Loyan, who was unconscious and had a pale face and a shriveled body like a dead tree. On the left and right of Lin Loyan were Ye Jingxuan and Ji Yuqingyan, who had already burst into tears. After all, Lin Loyan is Ye Jingxuan's biological mother. Seeing her unconscious state, it is natural for Ye Jingxuan to burst into tears. However, it is not the case for Ji Yuqingyan. There is no blood relationship between her and Lin Loyan. The reason why she is like this is because in Tianyi, Ji Yuqingyan had already worshipped Lin Loyan as her master. This is what Ye Bufan learned from Ji Yuqingyan after he rescued her. It turned out that after Ye Bufan rejected Ji Yuqingyan, she ran away to Tianyi alone. With Ji Yuqingyan's innocence and kindness, she was naturally easily deceived. This is also true. Not long after Ji Yuqingyan arrived in Tianyi, she was abducted and almost sold into a brothel. Fortunately, she was rescued by Lin Loyan. Afterwards, Ji Yuqingyan became Lin Loyan's disciple, which is why Ji Yuqingyan knew the song of the slaughtering god. I have to say, fate is a really wonderful thing. Ji Yuqingyan did not learn the song of the god slaying from Ye Bufan, but got what she wanted from Lin Loyan. Of course, all this is no longer important. Looking at the unconscious Lin Loyan in front of him, Ye Bufan frowned, then looked at Feng Hen beside him and said, "Uncle Feng, how is she? Can she be saved?" As soon as Ye Bufan said this, Ji Yuqingyan and Ye Jingxuan also looked at Feng Hen. Feng Hen shook his head and said helplessly, Palace Master, she used a secret technique to disperse her soul and forcibly used the power of her soul to perform some kind of magical power. In addition, it has not been a matter of 1 or 2 days, but has been going on for a long time. Now, she only has 1 life soul left out of her 3 souls and 7 spirits. The other 2 souls and 7 spirits have been exhausted and she has no vitality, so there is nothing I can do. Chapter 1206, The Former Hongmeng Emperor's Soldiers. Palace Master, she previously used a secret technique to disperse her soul, and used the power of her soul to forcibly perform some kind of magical power. In addition, this has not happened in just 1 or 2 days, but for a long time. Now, she only has 1 life soul left out of her 3 souls and 7 spirits. The other 2 souls and 7 spirits have been exhausted, and she has no vitality, so there is nothing I can do. When Feng Hen said this, Ye Bufan's heart trembled violently. Only 1 life soul is left among the 3 souls and 7 spirits, and the other 2 souls and 7 spirits have been exhausted. The soul is the harp. Control the piano with your soul. Dance with soul. In Wangshu City, Lin Luoyan's song resounded throughout the world, setting up a shocking murderous situation. Ye Bufan originally thought that Lin Luoyan had extraordinary strength to be able to do all this, and the reason why she became like this was because she was injured by other demigods. But now it seems that this is not the case. The reason why she is in this state now is clearly because of the forced performance of the Song of Killing God. At the cost of his life, he set up a terrifying murder plan. What is she doing it for? There is no doubt that she was venting her hatred and seeking revenge on behalf of Yi Tianshong outside the temple. Given the situation in Wangshu City at that time, if the temple Saint Yin Chofeng had not suddenly appeared and stopped them, there would have been more human demigods entering Wangshu City. Once they entered Wangshu City, they would have no choice but to kill each other. Over time, a large number of human demigods would have perished. At that time, how would the human race contend with the heavenly demon clan? The demons are too powerful and the human race cannot defeat them, so the human race will be destroyed. If you destroy my beloved, I will destroy your entire clan. Absolute paranoia. Absolute madness. However, Ye Bufan was moved by this friendship and even admired it. Bang! But at this moment, Yi Jingxuan suddenly fell in front of Feng Hen, hugged his feet and begged desperately, Grandpa Feng, I beg you, please save mother, no matter what the price, Xuaner is willing to pay. As a powerful person in the realm of God, if even Feng Hen is unable to do anything, then let me ask, who else in the Shenwu continent and Tianwei Tian can save Lin Luoyan? Feng Hen is Lin Luoyan's only hope, so Yi Jingxuan will never give up no matter what. Bang! After Yi Jingxuan, Ji Yu Qingyan did the same thing, and the 2 women begged desperately. Seeing this scene, Feng Hen looked embarrassed. Uncle Feng, is there really no other way? At this time, Ye Bufan was also looking at Feng Hen and asked with a frown. No. Feng Hen shook his head. Palace Master, the 3 souls and 7 spirits are the foundation of life. A warrior condenses his soul from the 3 souls and 7 spirits, which is a kind of sublimation of life. If her soul did not disperse on its own, but was only seriously injured, I might still be able to help her, but now she has dispersed her soul on her own, and has exhausted her 2 souls and 7 spirits. If the 3 supreme beings were still alive, there might be a way, but with my cultivation level of the 1st level of the Divine Lord, I really can't do anything. After Feng Hen finished speaking, Ye Bufan fell silent. Since Feng Hen said there was no way, then there really was no way. After all, Feng Hen could not deceive him. Who said she is hopeless? But at this moment, a slightly dissatisfied voice suddenly sounded in the ears of Ye Bufan and the other 3. Who? The sudden sound startled Ye Bufan and the other 2. Feng Hen frowned. Call out. The next second, a purple light suddenly shot out from between Ye Bufan's eyebrows, and then stopped 2 meters in front of Ye Bufan. Purple flowing light and golden guqin. Zhu Tianchen left the body. Call out. Then, another human-shaped shadow rose from the Zudian harp. White clothes and light skirt. A woman stood on the Zutianchen. Qin Shin. Looking at the woman in white, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Weapon spirit. Feng Hen frowned, then looked at Qin Shin and said, You want to sacrifice for her. Sacrifice. Hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned again, his mind was blank. Ye Bufan was like this, and Yi Jingxuan and Ji Yu Qingyan beside him also looked confused. That's right, I want to sacrifice for her. Qin Shin said with a smile. Hearing this, Feng Hen's pupils shrank, and he was a little surprised. You are Hongmeng Emperor Soldier. It was. Qin Shin said with a smile. Etc. But at this moment, Ye Bufan interrupted the conversation between Feng Hen and Qin Shin. Then he looked at Qin Shin again, puzzled. The Zutianshan is not a divine weapon. No, isn't the Zutianshan a sub-divine weapon? How did it become a Hongmeng Emperor weapon? And, what's the matter with this sacrifice? Boy, who told you that Zutianshan is a sub-divine weapon? I was once the supreme Hongmeng Emperor's weapon, but it dropped in grade after the death of my first master. Even so, the sub-divine weapon is just a disguise. Now, I am still a top-level divine weapon. Qin Shin retorted immediately after Ye Bufan finished speaking. Who told me that? Looking at Qin Shin, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Didn't you tell me that you were a divine weapon, a sub-divine weapon that was high above everyone else? Oh, this. Qin Shin responded, and then said, that's because I lost my memory before. Amnesia. That's right. If Dao Wuya hadn't awakened all my memories, I wouldn't have known that I was once the supreme Hongmeng Emperor Soldier. Dao Wuya awakened all your memories. Why didn't I know? Why do you want to know? I am your master after all, right? Master. Haha, you still have the nerve to say that you are my master. Although Dao Wuya did not awaken all my memories at once, it has been a long time since my memories were awakened. During this period, have you communicated with me? Since you don't even ask, why should I tell you? So, am I wrong? Nonsense, let's not talk about Wuya, let's talk about that little girl Shi Feishuan. Although she didn't know that the Zhu Tianqin was a divine weapon, and she didn't know that the Zhu Tianqin was once a Hongmeng Emperor's weapon, but at least she taught you the god-killing song, right? Moreover, she also reminded you to practice the zither skills well in the inheritance, right? But my master, may I ask, after such a long time, have you mastered the basic knowledge related to music? Suddenly, Ye Bufan was speechless and extremely embarrassed. He really knew nothing about piano playing. Ahem. After a moment, Ye Bufan pretended to cough lightly, then changed the subject and said, okay, let's not talk about this. You should tell me what this sacrifice is about. You also know that I'm embarrassed. Qin Shin taunted, then continued, the so-called sacrifice is that I use myself to complete her 3 souls and 7 spirits. To put it bluntly, it means that I will merge with her and give her a new life. From now on, Zutianshan no longer has a spirit. In other words, she is the spirit. Hearing this, Ye Bufan was shocked. You want to turn her into a weapon spirit? You country bumpkin know nothing. What does it mean to turn her into a spirit instrument? She is still her, but apart from that she is also the spirit instrument of the Zutianshan. To put it bluntly, she has 1 soul and 2 bodies, and the person and the instrument are one. In this way, not only will she not have to die, but she will be able to unleash the power of the Zutianshan to 100% in the future. Do you understand? Qin Shin said angrily. What about you? Yes, she has become the spirit of the Zutianshan, what will you do then? You idiot, you are more stupid than ordinary idiots. I have already said that this is a sacrifice. If it is a sacrifice, then after the sacrifice, I will naturally cease to exist. You don't exist anymore. You can think of it as me sacrificing myself and giving her a chance to be reborn. Do you find it incredible? Do you think I'm noble? Qin Shin said, and then said with disdain, so, you lowly beings will never understand the world of us spirits. For as spirits, we are born because of the spirits, so as long as we can make the spirits more powerful, what's wrong with us spirits making some self-sacrifice? As she spoke, Qin Shin looked at the unconscious Lin Loyan below, and said with approval, the Zutianshan has had 73,661 masters. Even the first master who trained the Zutianshan into a Hongmeng Emperor Soldier was not as crazy as her. She actually used her own 3 souls and 7 spirits to turn the Qin into a dance music in order to activate the slaughtering god song. After a pause, Qin Shin continued, I don't care what her reasons are for doing this. Just because she dares to transform her soul into a harp, I admire her and am willing to sacrifice myself for her. At least, for someone like her, I believe she will never let the Zutian harp be tarnished in the future. As for you. As she spoke, Qin Shin looked at Ye Bufan again and said with a look of disdain, haha, in my opinion, it is the greatest misfortune that Zhu Tianqin recognizes you as its master. It is a blasphemy to the instrument, and even more so a trampling on my spirit. If it weren't for the fact that spirits, cannot devour their masters, I would even want to kill you. Chapter 1207. Is this possible? Haha, in my opinion, it is the greatest misfortune that Zhu Tianqian recognizes you as its master. It is a blasphemy to the instrument and even more so a trampling on my spirit. If it weren't for the fact that spirits cannot devour their masters, I would have wanted to kill you. Ye Bufan never thought that one day he would be despised by a spirit of an artifact, but he was not angry about it. After all, Qin Shen was right, he was indeed not a qualified master, and the Zhu Tianqian would only be wasted and covered in dust if it stayed in his hands. But Lin Luoyan is different. Although he didn't know where Lin Luoyan learned the Song of Killing Gods, he had to admit that in Ye Bufan's eyes, Lin Luoyan had already brought the power of the Song of Killing Gods to its extreme. At least Ye Bufan knew that he would never be able to do what Lin Luoyan did and make the song resound throughout the entire Tianyi with just one song. She can do this without Zhu Tianqian's cooperation, so what if Zhu Tianqian is added? Kill the divine song and punish the heavenly harp. The combination of these two will definitely allow Lin Luoyan's combat power to reach an unimaginable level. What's more, at this moment, Lin Luoyan only has one soul left out of her 3 souls and 7 spirits, and her life is hanging by a thread. Even Feng Hen cannot save her. In this situation, the Zhu Tianqian has become her last hope to survive. There is no other way. Thanks. Without thinking about anything else and ignoring Qin Shen's disgust, Ye Bufan looked at her sincerely. Although he is not the real Ye Bufan, at least his body belongs to Ye Bufan, and over the years, he has gradually become accustomed to his current identity. So, if possible, he really does not want Lin Luoyan to get into trouble, and he does not want to watch her die. That is why Qin Shen was willing to sacrifice herself to save Lin Luoyan, which was a great favor to him. As for Qin Shen, Ye Bufan wanted to say something, but Qin Shen spoke first. No need to thank me, I have already said it before, the world of instrument spirits, you lowly beings don't understand it at all. I saved her not because of you, nor because of her, but for Zhu Tianqian itself. But, while speaking, Qin Shen hesitated for a moment, then looked at Ye Bufan with a teasing expression and said, the Zhu Tianqian is a divine weapon after all, and it was once the Hongmeng Emperor's weapon. With the help of the Slaughtering God song, its power will definitely be far beyond your imagination. Now, are you really willing to just give it up like this? Well, hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned. Before he could speak, Qin Shen had already said, of course, even if you don't want to give up, it's useless, because although I can't devour my master, I want to merge with her, and you can't stop me at all. Then why are you asking? Looking at Qin Shen and listening to her words, Ye Bufan's face was confused and speechless. Okay, let's get started. The sooner the sacrifice is completed, the sooner I can get rid of you. Being with you is simply the greatest shame for Zhu Tianqian. Hearing this, Ye Bufan felt ashamed and angry. Qin Shen ignored her and did not even stop. She went straight into the Zhudian harp. Then, the Zhudian harp turned into a stream of light and shot up into the sky. The next second, Qin Shen's voice sounded again in midair. That old man, is there anyone who can cultivate the skill of playing the qin in Dao Wuya's heavenly palace? Upon hearing this, Ye Bufan and the other 2 were stunned. They didn't know why Qin Shen asked this, but they all looked at Feng Hen who was standing aside. Tian Fei, Yu Xinqing. Feng Hen looked indifferent and said these 5 words directly. Tian Fei, right. Qin Shen groaned for a moment, then continued, Emperor Consort of Heavenly Palace, martial arts god, although a little bit inferior, it's still acceptable. It's you. Bass. As soon as Qin Shen finished speaking, an ethereal sound rang out from the Zhudian harp. The spirit of the instrument dances with the piano, and the sound of the piano fills the air. Ding ding ding. The ethereal sound of the piano carried a hint of chilly air that swept across heaven and earth, causing a strong wind to blow in the cemetery of gods and demons. I will control the zither with my soul. Dance with my soul. God-killing song, soul-splitting, soul-calling, wake up for me. Bass. The sound of the zither stopped, and a tremendous amount of soul power suddenly surged out from the Zhudian zither, rushing straight to where the 72 emperors and concubines were, and then directly fell on one of the tombstones. Tianfei, the tomb of Yu Xinqing. In an instant, the tombstone shook, and in the blink of an eye another spirit rose up. White clothes and light skirt. A woman stood proudly on the tombstone, staring directly at Feng Hen, frowning and saying with some dissatisfaction, Feng Hen, how dare you wake me up by force? Etc. Then the woman seemed to have thought of something and changed the subject. How did you do it? It's not him, it's me. Without waiting for Feng Hen to answer, Qin Shin spoke first. You. Hearing this, the woman in white glanced at Zhu Tianchen and then frowned. Yes, that's me. Qin Shin responded, and then said, I want your inheritance. You are Hongmeng Emperor soldier. The woman in white did not answer Qin Shin, but looked at Zhu Tianchen and asked back. It was. Qin Shin did not deny it. I didn't expect that I would encounter a Hongmeng Emperor weapon after my death, and it was a killing harp. The woman in white groaned, then looked at the unconscious Lin Luoyan, frowned, and said, You want to sacrifice for her? That's right. Qin Shin responded, I can sacrifice for her and reshape her souls, but her body is dead and her vitality is gone. I can't do anything about that. So, I need the power of your inheritance to baptize her body and awaken her vitality. By the way, I will receive your inheritance. When Qin Shin said this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Is this really the same Qin Shin as before? Damn, it's bad enough that he forcibly awakened the spirits of the emperor and concubine of heaven, but he also accepted their inheritance. What is your inheritance as an imperial concubine? Chinese cabbage. I've seen arrogant people, but I've never seen anyone as arrogant as Qin Shin. The most important thing is, she is the imperial concubine of the heavenly palace, a powerful god. With your attitude, how can she agree to you? It's good enough that she didn't slap you to death. Ye Bufan thought so, and Ye Jingshuan and Ji Yu Qingyan were no exception. Even at this moment, they both looked nervous and worried. After all, they were not fools, so how could they not understand the meaning of Qin Shin's words? According to Qin Shin, not only have Lin Luoyan's 2 souls and 7 spirits disappeared, but even her body has already died, so her sacrifice alone is far from enough. The Heavenly Palace Emperor's concubine must use her inherited power to baptize Lin Luoyan's body in order to awaken her physical vitality. To put it bluntly, if you want to save Lin Luoyan, then Qin Shin's sacrifice and Yu Xinqing's inheritance are both indispensable. If Yu Xinqing refuses, then even if Qin Shin sacrifices for Lin Luoyan, it will be useless and she still cannot be saved. Unexpectedly, the woman in white, Yu Xinqing, agreed to Qin Shin's request very readily. Damn, is this even possible? Hearing this, Ye Bufan widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief and shock. It would be fine if Qin Shin directly awakened the heroic spirit to ask for the inheritance, but now Yu Xinqing actually agreed directly. The most important thing is what about the agreed martial arts compatibility? The reason why the inheritance in the cemetery of gods and demons is not easy to obtain is entirely because of the degree of compatibility with martial arts. If the degree of compatibility with martial arts is not enough, no matter how excellent or outstanding you are, you will not be able to obtain the inheritance here. This is also the reason why Ye Bufan was still worried that he would not be able to obtain all the inheritance here within 100 years after he took over the cemetery of gods and demons. After all, everything depends on one's own luck. Now, Qin Shin and Yu Xinqing didn't even mention the compatibility of martial arts, and directly passed the imperial concubine inheritance to Lin Luoyan. Although Ye Bufan was happy that Lin Luoyan could obtain the inheritance of the Heavenly Palace Emperor's concubine so easily, but wasn't this cheating too obvious? Qin Shin didn't know what Ye Bufan was thinking. Of course, even if she knew, she wouldn't care and she was too lazy to pay attention to Ye Bufan. At this moment, hearing that Yu Xinqing had agreed to her request, Qin Shin no longer hesitated and said directly, in that case, let's get started. Chapter 1208 A Ray of Law. After Qin Shin finished speaking, Yu Xinqing nodded and said, but the baptism of the body is fine. As for the martial arts inheritance, I can only seal it in her body temporarily and wait until she wakes up before doing it again. After all, according to what you said, the baptism of the body and the sacrifice of the soul must be done at the same time. During this period, there is no time for her to accept my inheritance. No problem, it's just a divine inheritance, it's dispensable, let's get started. After Yu Xinqing finished speaking, Qin Shin said calmly that in her eyes, the martial arts inheritance of the emperor's concubine of the heavenly palace and the powerful gods had become something dispensable. Ye Bufan and the other 2 were in a mess. Yu Xinqing didn't care at all. She said directly, let's get started. Bang! As soon as she finished speaking, she took a step forward. In an instant, the wind rose and the clouds surged in the cemetery of gods and demons. Although we are defeated, the heavenly palace will be immortal. The cycle of martial arts, another century of fighting. A solemn voice sounded, and Yu Xinqing's expression was stern. In this life, I have no regrets. Bang! As soon as she finished speaking, Yu Xinqing's spirit body exploded and turned into a ball of purple mist, and then condensed into a purple crystal in an instant. Purple light shines between heaven and earth. Bass. But at this moment, another cold piano sound suddenly rang out. Zhu Tian Qin, the spirit of the emperor's weapon. Song of God killing, the soul is scattered. The divine weapon is destroyed, and I am reborn. Bang! In an instant, the Zutianshan exploded and turned into countless dust-like fragments that filled the sky. Inheritance. Sacrifice. At this time, two voices sounded at the same time. Swoosh. Whoosh. As soon as the words were spoken, the inheritance crystal transformed by Yu Xinqing rushed directly towards the unconscious Lin Luoyan on the ground. At the same time, the fragments of the Zutianshan in the sky also rushed towards Lin Luoyan like a long golden river. Puff. The crystal of inheritance enters the body, and the magic weapon and spirit merge. Baptism of the body. Sacrifice of the spirit. In an instant, a violent and ferocious aura suddenly surged out from Lin Luoyan's body. Then, Qin Shin's voice sounded again. Karma, boy, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have met Dao Wuya. Without Dao Wuya, I wouldn't have been able to recover all my memories so quickly. That's why, in consideration of your help, I'll give you this law of power left in Zutian Qin by my first master. The power of law. That's a bargain for me. Ye Bufan couldn't help but be stunned. Feng Hen, who was standing by, was shocked. The next second, a purple gold light as thin as a hair suddenly floated out from Lin Luoyan's body. Is this the power of law? What is it for? Looking at the purple gold light in front of him, Ye Bufan pondered for a moment, somewhat confused. But at this moment, Feng Hen on the side shouted, Palace Master, hurry up, swallow him. Swallow it. Hearing this, Ye Bufan was stunned again. Damn it. Seeing that Ye Bufan had no reaction, Feng Hen shouted angrily. He had never thought that there was still a trace of residual power of the law in the Zutian harp, and he had never thought that all this came so suddenly. At this moment, he simply didn't have time to explain so much to Ye Bufan. Time waits for no one. Feng Hen waved his right hand, and divine power emerged, directly wrapping up that ray of power of law. Then he grabbed this ray of power of law in his hand, and he flashed directly in front of Ye Bufan. Palace Master, open your mouth. Looking at Ye Bufan, Feng Hen said directly. Well, Ye Bufan was stunned again. Feng Hen did not stop. He stretched out his left hand and pinched Ye Bufan's chin, forcing him to open his mouth. Bang! The next second, Feng Hen stretched out his right hand and pressed Ye Bufan's mouth directly, injecting the wisp of law power wrapped in his divine power into Ye Bufan's mouth. Everything was done in a flash. Faced with Feng Hen's abnormal behavior, Ye Bufan was a little confused. Uncle Feng, what are you doing? Don't talk, sit cross-legged, close your eyes, and use all your strength to practice the divine flame devouring heaven art. Devour as much as you can. Feng Hen said sternly without any explanation. Ye Bufan was stunned again. Although he couldn't figure out what was going on, he was not stupid. He knew there must be a very important reason behind Feng Hen's abnormal and inappropriate behavior. What's more, Feng Hen would never harm himself no matter what. For this reason, Ye Bufan no longer had any hesitation, nor did he ask any more questions. He just followed Feng Hen's instructions, sat cross-legged, and practiced martial arts. Boom! In an instant, chaos heart-refining flame rose directly around Ye Bufan. Seeing that Ye Bufan had entered the state of cultivation, Feng Hen no longer paid attention to him, but looked up at the sky, then waved his hand, seal the sky. As the two words, Feng Hen, were spoken, the elemental forces gathered crazily in the cemetery of gods and demons. Call. In an instant, the area within 1,000 meters in radius, centered on Fenghen, was instantly covered by a 9-colored barrier. That's not all. After the first layer of the 9-colored barrier appeared, it was followed by the second, third, and fourth layers in the blink of an eye. Feng Hen laid down 365 barriers in succession, making his face look pale. It is obvious that 365 barriers overlapped in a breath. This is already Feng Hen's limit. Otherwise, he would probably set up even more barriers. Seeing this scene, Ji Qingyan and Yi Jingshuan on the side were stunned and surprised. They had no idea what was going on. At this time, Feng Han looked at the two women and said, "The same goes for you too, hurry up and practice." "Ah!" Ye Jingxuan exclaimed instinctively. 350 barriers have completely blocked this area. Feng Han seemed not to be in such a hurry anymore, so he slowly said, "In the martial arts, energy forms are divided into Yuan Qi, elements, and laws. Yuan Qi can spy on elements, and elements can condense laws. If that small trace of law just now is converted into Yuan Qi or elements, the amount contained in it will far exceed the total of the entire Shenwu continent. Although you cannot touch the laws, you can refine the elements. The law leaves the body and returns to heaven and earth. Soon, this strand of law will transform into elements, until it becomes vital energy and merges between heaven and earth. But this is not the point. The point is that during this process, the elements in this area will be 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000 times more than those in the outside world. The effect of practicing at this time will be dozens or even hundreds of times greater than usual. 1,000 times, 10,000 times, 100,000 times greater than the elemental power of the outside world. 10 times, dozens of times the cultivation speed. Ye Jingxuan and Ji Qingyan were both stunned and dumbfounded. This was no different from cheating. Huff, huff, huff. At this time, Ye Bufan was covered with 9-colored divine light, and the majestic and pure elemental power surged out of his body like a tide. The elements gushed out, permeating the heaven and earth. In an instant, the elemental power surged in the area blocked by Feng Han's barrier. 1 time, 2 times, 10 times, 20 times, 100 times, 200 times. Feeling the explosive increase in elemental power around them, Ye Jingxuan and the other girl were shocked and horrified once again. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and practice. The 350 heaven sealing barriers I have set up can only temporarily delay the dissipation of these elemental powers, but cannot completely seal them here. The opportunity is fleeting. If you don't seize it, it will be gone." Seeing the two women distracted, Feng Han immediately urged them. "Oh." Ye Jingxuan was the first to come back to her senses. She responded several times and then sat down cross-legged on the spot. Ji Qingyan is no exception. Boom. But at this moment, Ye Bufan's aura suddenly increased, and his cultivation level suddenly broke through. Soul Fusion Realm, Intermediate Level. Chapter 1209. The king is in the bridal chamber and has no time. Feeling the change in Ye Bufan's aura, Ye Jingxuan and Ji Qingyan were both shocked. They never expected that Ye Bufan would break through so quickly. After all, how long had it been since Feng Han forced that trace of power of law into his body? It's really unbelievable. Of course, although the reason why Ye Bufan broke through so quickly was closely related to the power of laws in his body, the most important reason was that his cultivation had already reached the limit of the initial stage of Soul Fusion Realm, and he was not far from breaking through and advancing to the intermediate stage of Soul Fusion Realm. This led to the scene where he directly broke through and advanced after the laws entered his body. But it doesn't matter anymore. Feeling the surge of elemental power around them, Ye Jingxuan and Ji Qingyan no longer hesitated, and did not continue to pay attention to Ye Bufan's breakthrough, but began their own practice. After all, the elemental power around them was already dozens of times more than before, and it was still increasing. In this crazy practice environment, if they did not hold on tightly, they would really be stupid. Just as Feng Han said, time waits for no one and the opportunity is fleeting. All we can do now is practice. When Ye Jingxuan and Ji Qingyan entered the state of cultivation, Ye Bufan's heart was already filled with shock. At this moment, he could clearly feel that the power of law that Feng Han had forcibly injected into his body was like a piece of ice that was constantly melting. As the power of law melted, the various elemental forces in Ye Bufan's body also increased dramatically. These elemental forces had even condensed into a liquid, and there were even signs that they were about to form crystals. It is conceivable how concentrated the elemental forces in Ye Bufan's body were at this moment. That is why Ye Bufan now finally understood why Feng Han lost his composure like this. This tiny strand of power of law is comparable to a super divine crystal mine, and the elemental power contained in it is inexhaustible. The divine flame devours the sky and can refine all things. What Ye Bufan lacked in practicing the divine flame devouring heaven art was resources. As long as he has enough resources, he can make a breakthrough with unstoppable force. Unfortunately, although there are countless resources in the Heavenly Palace's inner treasury, Dao Hui's triple seal makes these resources temporarily unavailable to Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan also does not want to overconsume the only divine crystal that can be used. After all, his supreme divine body is a bottomless pit. Even if he devoured all the divine crystals in the inner treasury, it may not allow him to grow much. But if these divine crystals were used on the people in the 7 killing hall who had obtained the heavenly palace inheritance, it would be different. With the peerless inheritance of the cemetery of gods and demons, and the assistance of the divine crystals in their training, Ye Bufan believed that it would not take long before the people in the 7 killing hall would be able to grow rapidly. Compared to the strength of one individual, Ye Bufan hopes that the entire 7 killing hall will be improved. For this reason, although Ye Bufan had been using the divine crystal to practice, he was very restrained, which led to slow progress in his cultivation. Now, a ray of law power in his body made up for the lack of resources. In this way, Ye Bufan would no longer hold back. The divine flame devouring heaven art was instantly used to the extreme by him. He was like a glutton who had been hungry for thousands of years, madly devouring the elemental power in his body. Under the effect of this terrifying devouring power, countless elemental powers were devoured, refined, and finally integrated into his soul, strengthening his soul all the time and improving his cultivation. The giant dragon sucks in water and swallows the sky. Even so, Ye Bufan's absorption was far less than the dissipation of the power of law. This resulted in that during the entire process, Ye Bufan could only absorb 1% or even 1/1000th of the elemental power that was dissolved by the power of laws. Most of the elemental power directly left his body and merged into the world. Even if Ye Bufan wanted to force them to stay, he couldn't. This fact made Ye Bufan helpless and even heartbroken. This was simply a waste of resources. However, when these elemental forces left the body, Ye Bufan's supreme divine body was not idle. At this moment, Ye Bufan's body seemed to come alive, and every cell in the body was constantly absorbing these elemental forces, nourishing itself and strengthening itself, making the body that had already entered the initial stage of demigod realm soon feel like it was about to break through. Time passes by every second. In the outside world, Ye Bufan was surrounded by 350 Fengen barriers. The elemental power condensed into 9-colored mist that filled the entire space. The elemental power here was more than 10,000 times that outside the barrier. The effect of practicing in such an environment can be imagined. Ye Bufan and the other two were immersed in cultivation. On the side, Yu Xinqing and Qin Xin were also not idle. Yu Xinqing had begun baptizing Lin Luoyan's body with the help of the power of inheritance, and Qin Xin had also merged into the remaining soul of Lin Luoyan. City of Heaven, City Lord's Mansion. At this moment, representatives of 24 ancient city families, led by Xuanyuan Wudi, gathered in front of the City Lord's mansion. In front of them was Lu Sanuo, who was standing with his hands behind his back. A 7th-rank official in front of the Prime Minister. Facing Lu Sanuo, everyone present had a smile on their face, but their hearts were already boiling with anger, especially the team leader Xuanyuan Wudi. However, unlike the representatives of the 24 families, the anger of the representatives of the 24 families came from Ye Bufan, while Xuanyuan Wudi's anger came from the temple. One is Jia Sidong and the other is Yin Chofeng. Thinking of the instructions and advice the two of them had given him before they left, Xuanyuan Wudi became furious. He understood very well that if he could redeem the person this time, then nothing would happen. But if he failed, then he would inevitably become a victim of the temple and bear the wrath of the 24 ancient city families alone. By then, not only would his position as commander be in danger, but even his life would be in danger. Once you enter the world, you have no choice. Xuanyuan Wudi knew that at this point, he had no way out. Or redeem the person, or join King Niu. Comparing the two, Xuanyuan Wudi is more inclined to the latter. After all, people always strive for higher goals. After the Battle of Wangshu City, he already had this idea. This is especially true at this moment. Looking at Lu Sanuo, Xuanyuan Wudi said with a smile, "Manager Lu, please inform them that Xiao Xuanzi has brought money to redeem the person." Unexpectedly, Lu Sanuo directly refused. "The king is in the bridal chamber and is busy. You can come again tomorrow." Chapter 12:10, Hungry Ghost in Lust. Cave. When Lu Sanuo said this, Xuanyuan Wudi was stunned, and even the representatives of the 20 families behind Xuanyuan Wudi couldn't help but look at each other in surprise. They naturally knew who King Niu's target was in the bridal chamber. It would definitely not be anyone else except Lin Luoyan, the most beautiful woman in the world. After all, the fact that King Niu kidnapped Lin Loyan in Wangshu City was now known to everyone in the world, especially Xuanyuan Wudi. He was present at the time and saw it with his own eyes. But, whether it was Xuanyuan Wudi or anyone else, they all knew that Lin Loyan was seriously injured and her life was hanging by a thread. At this time, King Niu of Tianji City actually wanted to spend the bridal chamber with her. Is this still a human being? This is simply a beast. However, thinking of the fact that Ji Qingyan was caught and killed before, they all felt relieved and couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. This bull king is a pervert who treats women as playthings. Of course, it doesn't matter what kind of person King Niu is, and it has nothing to do with them what kind of fate Lin Loyan will end up with. What they care about is only whether they can redeem their own demigod. After all, this is their only purpose of coming to the city of heaven. With this thought in mind, Xuanyuan Wudi looked at Lu Sanyuo and said with a smile, "Manager Lu, since Brother Niu is busy, let's wait here for a while." "Then you just wait here." After Xuanyuan Wudi finished speaking, Lu Sanyuo said something, and then ignored Xuanyuan Wudi and his group and walked directly into the city lord's mansion. Seeing this scene, the representatives of the 24 families were all stunned. Especially Xuanyuan is invincible. The reason why he said he was waiting outside the city lord's mansion was purely out of courtesy. After all, the city lord's mansion was not his territory, and he couldn't say he would go into the city lord's mansion and wait, right? Logically speaking, after what he said, Lu Sanyuo should invite him and his group into the city lord's mansion and let them wait there. But now, Lu Sanyuo actually left them outside the city lord's mansion. You know, they are all very important people in Tianweishan. When have they ever been treated like this? Under normal circumstances, or in other places, they would definitely kill Lu Sanyuo, this arrogant and presumptuous man, without hesitation. But it's not possible now, and it's even more not possible here. After all, this is King Niu's territory, and Lu Sanyuo is King Niu's steward. If we kill him, will King Niu let it go? Absolutely not. By then, not only will the kidnapped demigods be unable to be redeemed, but they themselves may also be buried in this city of heaven. So, I can only endure it. Xuanyuan Wudi, what should we do now? In desperation, one of them immediately looked at Xuanyuan Wudi and asked a question. Hearing this, the others also looked at Xuanyuan Wudi. What to do? Xuanyuan Wudi glanced at the 24 representatives in front of him. He was already dissatisfied with being abandoned by the temple, and now he was even more furious. The words have been spoken, what else can I do? He immediately said unhappily, if you want to wait, stay. If you don't want to wait, you can leave now. This commander will never stop you. What's your attitude? As soon as Xuanyuan Wudi finished speaking, someone couldn't help but shout angrily, he's just the commander of the temple, but he really thinks he's a big deal. This is my attitude. If you are not satisfied, you can replace me with someone else. Xuanyuan Wudi didn't pay much attention to you. He just said one sentence and then closed his eyes, looking like he didn't want to bother with you. The 24 representatives were furious. But they all know that redeeming the talent is the key now, and nothing else matters. As for Xuanyuan Wudi, you just wait, and after you are redeemed, I will make you pay. Xuanyuan Wudi could naturally guess what the representatives of the 24 families were thinking, but unfortunately, as he was already ready to join Ye Bufan, he didn't care about these things at all. Revenge. It's still unknown who will take revenge on whom by then. Time passed by minute. Outside the city lord's mansion, representatives of the 24 families headed by Xuanyuan Wudi were waiting quietly. Inside the city lord's mansion, there was no news from Ye Bufan who was in the bridal chamber. One day later, in the early morning, Lu Sanyuo, who had just walked out of the city lord's mansion, saw Xuanyuan Wudi and his party. He was stunned at first, and then asked, "Why are you here again?" "What do you mean we are here again? We have been waiting here for a day and a night." The 24 representatives were speechless and even more angry. They didn't believe that Lu Sanyuo, as the steward of the city lord's mansion, would not know that they had never left. He was clearly pretending to be ignorant. However, even though they were extremely dissatisfied, they did not show it. After all, when you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Now his demigod is still in the hands of the other party, so there are some things that must be endured, even if it is unbearable, you still have to endure it. Unlike the representatives of the 24 families, Xuanyuan Wudi, who was planning to join Ye Bufan at this moment, did not have any dissatisfaction. He just looked at Lu Sanuo and asked with a smile, "Manager Lu, I wonder is Brother Niu awake yet? If it is convenient, please inform Manager Lu that we are here to redeem him. The king is still in the bridal chamber. Please come back later." Upon hearing this, Lu Sanuo shook his hands and said impatiently. Still in the bridal chamber. Xuanyuan Wudi was stunned, and so were the other 24 representatives. It's been a whole day and night, and you're still not done. Do you have to be so exaggerated? Or are you just trying to fool us? However, thinking of how much King Niu valued money, everyone gave up the idea. After all, they came to give money, and there was no need for King Niu to be perfunctory with them. In other words, this bull king is really in the bridal chamber. Damn, it's been a whole day and night, and it's not over yet. It's still going on. Is this bull king still a human being? Moreover, even if the other person is the most beautiful woman in the world, you wouldn't be so crazy, right? One day and one night. Everyone was shocked and even more confused. Looking at the reactions of these people in front of him, Lu Sanuo naturally knew what they were thinking, but Lu Sanuo was also helpless and bitter. After all, Ye Bufan was not in the city lord's mansion at all. As for where Ye Bufan had gone, Lu Sanuo didn't know. He only knew that Ye Bufan had told him to keep everyone out of the city lord's mansion on the pretext of the bridal chamber, until Ye Bufan came back. Originally, Lu Sanuo thought Ye Bufan would not be away for too long. But now, a day and a night have passed, and Ye Bufan has not come back yet. Not to mention the people in front of them, even Lu Sanuo, who knows the inside story, feels that it is a bit exaggerated. Lu Sanuo knows even more clearly that from now on, their king will definitely bear the reputation of a sex-hungry ghost. How could Lu Sanuo know that all this had actually exceeded Ye Bufan's expectations? After all, Ye Bufan only needed to send Lin Loyan to the cemetery of gods and demons and hand her over to Feng Hen for treatment, and he could return to Tianyi immediately, which would definitely not take much time. But who could have imagined that Lin Loyan only had one life soul left out of her 3 souls and 7 spirits, and even Feng Hen was powerless to do anything, which eventually led to Qin Shin sacrificing herself for Lin Loyan. If it were just that, it would be fine, but who would have thought that there was actually a trace of the power of law hidden in the Zudian harp, forcing Ye Bufan to stay in the cemetery of gods and demons to refine it. All I can say is, things are unpredictable. Ye Bufan had not expected things to develop to this point. Chapter 12:11, The Bull King Who Practices Evil Skills. 3 days later, outside the city lord's mansion of Tianji City, the faces of the 24 representatives were livid. They looked at the closed door of the city lord's mansion in front of them, and there was a hint of anger in their eyes. 3 days and 3 nights of waiting is neither long nor short. If King Niu was really delayed by something important, it would be understandable. But what is he doing? Bridal chamber. Damn, we have been in the same bridal chamber for 3 days and 3 nights, is it ever going to end? Most importantly, doesn't he know that these people are still waiting for him outside the door to negotiate and discuss the redemption deal? Things have their priorities. But this King Niu was so good. Not only did he not see anyone after waiting for him for so long, but he even refused to let him in the door and left them here for 3 days and 3 nights. This is simply outrageous. This is really too much. Even a clay figure still has some fire in it. What's more, these 24 representatives have long been accustomed to being high and mighty. If you can't bear it anymore, then there is no need to bear it anymore. However, thinking of King Niu's origin, they couldn't help but feel a little fearful, so they could only direct all their anger at Xuanyuan Wudi. The first bird to stick its head out gets shot. Anyway, Xuanyuan Wudi is the victim pushed forward by the temple. In that case, let him do this offending thing. With this thought, the 24 representatives exchanged glances with each other, and then looked at Xuanyuan Wudi. One of them said, "Xuanyuan Wudi, knock on the door. We must see Niu Duoduo today." "No time." Xuanyuan Wudi refused without even thinking. "What do you mean?" The 24 representatives were stunned at first, and then became furious. "It's nothing." Xuanyuan Wudi responded and said slowly, "If you can't wait, you can go and knock on the door yourself. This commander is not in a hurry, so you can wait slowly." "You Xuanyuan Wudi, do you want to rebel?" "Rebellion? Where did you get that from? Don't forget why the temple asked you to come here. Now, I order you to go and knock on the door right now and tell them that we must see Niu Duoduo today. Order me. Xuanyuan Wudi's face darkened, and he looked at the other party and said coldly, "Who do you think you are? Why do you give orders to this commander? You." Suddenly, the person who spoke became angry. The expressions of the other 23 representatives also changed when they looked at Xuanyuan Wudi. Xuanyuan Wudi didn't care at all. If it were in the past, even as the commander of the temple, Xuanyuan Wudi would definitely not dare to provoke the 24 ancient city families at the same time. But now it is different. Since he has already made plans to join forces with the King Niu of the City of Heaven, how could Xuanyuan Wudi still be afraid of them? Without paying any more attention to the 24 representatives who were in a rage, Xuanyuan Wudi simply closed his eyes, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Seeing this scene, the representatives of the 24 families became even angrier and more furious, but they could do nothing about it. After all, this is the City of Heaven, and they dared not take action here. What to do? Then they looked at each other helplessly. Oh. Feeling the reactions of the 24 representatives, Xuanyuan Wudi curled up the corner of his mouth in a sneer. Do you want me to be your sacrifice? Dream on, forget it. Squeak. But at this moment, in front of everyone, the door of the city lord's mansion, which was originally closed, was suddenly pushed open, and then Lu Sanuo walked out of the city lord's mansion. Seeing Lu Sanuo, the representatives of the 24 families were all shocked. They immediately suppressed the anger and displeasure in their hearts and replaced them with smiles. At this time, Xuanyuan Wudi also opened his eyes. The king invites you. Without waiting for Xuanyuan Wudi to speak, Lu Sanuo glanced at the people in front of him and spoke directly. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. The king invites you. Is that cow finally done? Without paying attention to the thoughts of the 24 representatives, Lu Sanuo left a word and turned around and walked back to the city lord's mansion. Xuanyuan Wudi came back to his senses and followed first. The representatives of the 24 families did not stop and followed Lu Sanuo into the city lord's mansion. City lord's mansion, main hall. Niu, brother Niu, you made a breakthrough, Xuanyuan Wudi said in shock as he looked at Ye Bufan, who was sitting in the depths of the hall in front of him with a bold move. Xuanyuan Wudi was like this, and the other 24 representatives were no exception. The initial stage of demigod realm. This is Ye Bufan's current level of cultivation. However, everyone present knew that when he was in Wangshu City, this King Niu was only at the initial stage of the soul fusion realm, especially Xuanyuan Wudi, who had seen it with his own eyes. But what about now? How long has it been? 3 days. In just 3 short days, King Niu's cultivation level soared directly from the initial stage of soul fusion realm to the initial stage of demigod realm. How did he do it? Even though they saw it with their own eyes, everyone still found it hard to believe. The initial stage of soul fusion realm, the middle stage of soul fusion realm, the initial stage of sky flying realm, the middle stage of sky flying realm, the peak of sky flying realm, the initial stage of demigod realm. 8 breakthroughs in 3 days. Even taking medicine is not this strong, right? Xiao Xuanzi, I was just looking for you, but I didn't expect you to come here by yourself. This time, I have to thank you very much. Ignoring the shock and disbelief of the people in front of him, Ye Bufan stood up, looked at Xuanyuan Wudi and said with a big laugh. Thank you, thank me. Xuanyuan Wudi was stunned and a little confused. The same is true for the 24 representatives. Thank you, of course. Ye Bufan responded, if you hadn't introduced me to the most beautiful woman in the world, how could I have advanced to the demigod level so quickly? Tell me, should I thank you? Xuanyuan Wudi was stunned again. Looking at Ye Bufan, he was even more confused. In just 3 days, you soared all the way from the initial stage of soul fusion realm to the initial stage of demigod realm. Is it because of the most beautiful woman in the world, Lin Loyan? How is this possible? Xuanyuan Wudi didn't believe it, and neither did the representatives of the 24 families. If Lin Loyan really had such a supernatural power, Yi Tianxiang would not have ended up like this. Besides, weren't you in the bridal chamber? How could? Etc. Thinking of this, Xuanyuan Wudi and the representatives of the 24 families were all stunned. In the bridal chamber, during the 3 days, his cultivation level soared. The combination of these 3 things made everyone's heart tremble. Xuanyuan Wudi widened his eyes, looked at Ye Bufan with a look of shock and said, Brother Niu, you used Lin Loyan to practice in the bridal chamber, and then you advanced to the initial stage of demigod. Yeah, what's the problem? As soon as Xuanyuan Wudi finished speaking, Ye Bufan responded. Oh shit, it's true. Xuanyuan Wudi was shocked. The other 24 representatives also woke up from their dreams. No wonder his bridal chamber lasted 3 days. No wonder his cultivation level has improved so much. This beast, it was obvious that he had practiced some evil skills and plundered Lin Loyan, which enabled him to advance from the initial stage of Soul Fusion realm to the initial stage of Demigod realm within 3 days. When they thought of this, everyone couldn't help but shudder. So cruel. Ye Bufan ignored him and looked at Xuanyuan Wudi and said calmly, I didn't expect that such a high-level bloodline could exist in such a mere trial site. After saying that, Ye Bufan changed the subject and said, by the way, does this most beautiful woman in the world have any sisters? If not, a daughter will do. Chapter 12:12 Induction. By the way, does this most beautiful woman in the world have any sisters? If not, a daughter will do. As soon as Ye Bufan said this, Xuanyuan Wudi and the representatives of the 24 families couldn't help but tremble in their hearts again. Lin Loyan's sister, or even a daughter. What do you want to do? Your brother, what are you doing? Xuanyuan Wudi looked at Ye Bufan and said hesitantly. Nonsense, of course we should catch them. Ye Bufan said this as a matter of course, and then continued, if they are from the same lineage, then they must have the same bloodline. Since the bloodline power of this most beautiful woman in the world is of great benefit to this king, then her sisters or biological daughters will naturally have the same effect. As Ye Bufan spoke, Xuanyuan Wudi and the others couldn't help but secretly exclaimed, how cruel. Originally, they thought that this King Niu simply didn't know how to be gentle with women, but now, it was not just that he didn't know how to be gentle with women, he was clearly trying to destroy them. However, Lin Loyan's life and death had little to do with them. Thinking in his heart, Xuanyuan Wudi said directly, Brother Niu, I don't know if Lin Loyan has any siblings, but I know that she has a son and a daughter. You have a son and a daughter. Ye Bufan was overjoyed. Great. Where is her daughter? Go and get me for her. With her, I can definitely advance to the middle level of demigod, or even the high level of demigod. This. As Ye Bufan spoke, Xuanyuan Wudi hesitated slightly. Why, you don't want to? Ye Bufan frowned and said with some dissatisfaction. No, it's not. Xuanyuan Wudi waved his hands repeatedly and said, Brother Niu, you don't know that Lin Loyan's daughter is not in Tianweishan. If it's not in Tianweishan, then where is it? In the Shenwu continent. Shenwu continent. Where is that place? The Shenwu continent was once part of the Tianweitian, but after a war 100,000 years ago, the Shenwu continent was sealed up. Now if you want to go to the Shenwu continent, you can only go through the passage between the two places. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. Oh, by the way, where is the passage between the two places? This Brother Niu doesn't know that although the passage between the Shenwu continent and the Tianwei heaven is within the first heaven, the Shenwu continent is protected by the all-seeing heaven-slaying formation, which only allows warriors in the Shenwu realm or below from the Tianwei heaven to enter. Brother Niu has already advanced to the demigod level, so he cannot enter the Shenwu continent. What? There is such a thing. That's the truth. Since this king can't get in, then let little Sanzi go. After saying that, Ye Bufan immediately shouted, Little Sanzi, come here and die for this king. Seeing this scene, Xuanyuan Wudi was in a mess and speechless. Brother Niu, don't be anxious, I haven't finished speaking yet. What else do you want to say? It's like this. Xuanyuan Wudi responded, I have sent people to the Shenwu continent before, and even sent 3,000 Red Army soldiers under my command. Not only that, after forming a battle formation, these 3,000 Red Army soldiers under my command can exert the strength of the Soul Fusion realm. But even so, they still failed in the Shenwu continent, and I was even severely blackmailed by Lin Loyan's son Ye Bufan. So, even if Chief Steward Lu entered the Shenwu continent with his cultivation level, it would be impossible for him to bring Lin Loyan's daughter back to you, Brother Niu. As soon as Xuanyuan Wudi finished speaking, the 24 representatives present could not help but look at each other. They were shocked and even more incredulous. They never imagined that Xuanyuan Wudi would ignore the temple's prohibitions and secretly send 3,000 Red Snake Army soldiers under his command into the Shenwu continent. They had never expected that the 3,000 Kai Lian army members under Xuanyuan Wudi would actually be defeated in the Shenwu continent. You know, 3,000 Kai Lian army can fight against Rong Hun. 3,000 Red Snake Army soldiers were defeated and all captured alive. That means that the Shenwu continent has high-end combat power beyond the Soul Fusion realm, but how could there be a strong person in the Soul Fusion realm, or even above the Soul Fusion realm, in the Shenwu continent? The 24 representatives couldn't figure it out. Ye Bufan didn't care about these things. What should I do? I finally encountered a bloodline power that is useful to me, or I going to give up like this? Brother Niu, I have a plan. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Xuanyuan Wudi said with a smile. What's the plan? Ye Bufan asked with a curious look on his face. Draw the snake out of its hole. As the 4 words, Xuanyuan invincible, came out of his mouth, a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What is luring the snake out of its hole? Ye Bufan pretended to be confused. Xuanyuan Wudi was speechless and said, Brother Niu, the so-called luring the snake out of its hole means although we cannot enter the Shenwu continent, we can let her come to Tianweishan. Let her come to Tianweishan. That's right. But will she come? Brother Niu, have you forgotten that Lin Loyan is still in your hands? She is Lin Loyan's daughter. If we use Lin Loyan as bait, we can definitely force her to surrender and come to Tianweishan. Lin Loyan, the most beautiful woman in the world. Yes, it's her. But she's gone now. No, not anymore. Yes, her blood, flesh and soul have been devoured by this great king. Hiss. When Ye Bufan said this, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. They originally thought that Ye Bufan was just using Lin Loyan for his cultivation, but they didn't expect that he actually devoured Lin Loyan's flesh, blood and soul. It would have been fine if they had just killed someone, but they even didn't let go of the corpse. The most important thing is that when King Niu recounted this incident, he actually acted as if it was a matter of course and he didn't care. This is simply a peerless devil. Cruel, heartless and inhumane. However, although they thought so in their hearts, no one present dared to show it, let alone express any dissatisfaction with Ye Bufan. Call. In that brief moment, Xuanyuan Wudi took a deep breath, calmed his mind, and said, Brother Niu, it doesn't matter even if Lin Loyan is gone. After all, we know that she is dead, but the people of Shenwu continent don't know, and Lin Loyan's daughter is even less aware of it. We can still use Lin Loyan as bait. That won't work. Xuanyuan Wudi said this, and Ye Bufan directly rejected it. Why? Xuanyuan Wudi was stunned and puzzled. Why so many whys? This is a matter of principle. I never lie to anyone. Ye Bufan said slowly. Never lie. A matter of principle. You are a murderer, and you still want to talk about principles with this commander. Xuanyuan Wudi was speechless. The 24 representatives were also in disarray. But since Ye Bufan has already said so, Xuanyuan Wudi will naturally not disobey him. After thinking about it, Xuanyuan Wudi said, Brother Niu, since we can't use Lin Loyan as bait, then let's change someone else. It's the same if we use someone else as bait. Who to change? Yi Tianshang. Who is Yi Tianshang? He is Lin Loyan's husband and the father of the girl from Shenwu continent. But I don't know where he is. How can I catch him and use him as bait to lure the snake out of its hole? Brother Niu, don't worry. Yi Tianshang is in the temple now. Not only Yi Tianshang, but even the girl's grandfather is in the temple. Great, then go and bring that guy and that guy to me now. I'm going to lure the snake out of its hole today. Go and bring the person over now. Everyone was speechless. What do you think the temple is? You ask for people and it will be given to you. But that's a good thing. Since King Niu has a demand, it means that they have some bargaining chips in disguise in the subsequent negotiations. Although Yi Tianshang is not very important, it is better than having nothing. Immediately, one of the 24 representatives looked at Ye Bufan and said, King Niu, there is no rush for Yi Tianshang's matter. Let's talk about redeeming him first. Chapter 12-13 Xuanyuan Wudi who turned against his allies at the last minute. King Niu, Yi Tianshang's matter is not urgent, let's talk about redeeming him first. Our people haven't been released yet, and you want Yi Tianshang. It's just a foolish dream. Although Yi Tianshang has now become a disabled man and is completely dispensable to the temple, they will not let you succeed so easily. When the 24 representatives said this, Ye Bufan looked puzzled and asked, ransom someone. Who do you want to redeem? You or so. Hearing this, the representatives of the 24 families became furious. Didn't you ask us to come to the city of heaven to redeem people? What's the point of pretending to be stupid now? Xuanyuan Wudi ignored the 24 representatives' words. He looked at Ye Bufan and said, "Brother Niu, didn't you see that Wangshu city had captured 40 demigods? They are here to redeem those demigods." "Oh, is it them?" Ye Bufan responded, then looked at the 24 representatives and asked, "Did you bring the money?" "Nonsense, we are here to redeem someone, how can we not bring money?" The 24 representatives were furious, but they were too lazy to argue with Ye Bufan. One of them said directly, "I wonder how much money King Niu will demand to release the person." 150 billion. Without waiting for Ye Bufan to speak, Xuanyuan Wudi spoke first. "Brother Niu, we are willing to pay 150 billion stones per person to redeem all 34 demigods." "What?" When Xuanyuan Wudi said this, the representatives of the 24 families were all shocked. Ye Bufan also frowned, a little surprised. "Xuanyuan Wudi, what do you mean?" After a moment, one of the 24 representatives glared at Xuanyuan Wudi and shouted. The other 23 people were also filled with anger. 150 billion yuanshi is definitely not a small number. Even if they are a family from the ancient city, they may not be able to come up with so many yuanshi at once. The most important thing is that even if they have it, they don't want to give it. After all, the amount is too large. Once such a large amount of yuanshi is consumed, it will inevitably shake their foundation. But now, Xuanyuan Wudi actually asked for 150 billion stones per person. What does he want to do? Is he on our side, or is he in the same group with King Niu? The first thing he asked for was 150 billion. How could he talk about it? There was no way he could talk about it. It can be said that Xuanyuan Wudi directly pushed the 24 families into an infinitely passive situation. If they want to redeem the person, then they definitely can't expect to pay less than 150 billion. After all, Xuanyuan Wudi asked for 150 billion. If the number was less than this, King Niu would definitely not agree. When they thought of this, the representatives of the 24 families looked at Xuanyuan Wudi, grimacing and getting angry. They even wanted to kill Xuanyuan Wudi. Unfortunately, Xuanyuan Wudi didn't care at all. He even ignored the representatives of the 24 families. He looked at Ye Bufan and said slowly, "Brother Niu, you don't know that before I left, the saint of the temple, Yin Chofeng, told me that he was willing to redeem all the demigods at a maximum price of 100 billion per person, and wanted me to win over the 24 families in this way. Yin Chofeng's bottom line is 100 billion stones per person. Since he has already offered such a price, then 50 billion per person from the 24 companies present is definitely not too much, and they can definitely afford it. So, Brother Niu wants 150 billion for each of them, which is just right. They will definitely give it to him. Call." After Xuanyuan Wudi finished speaking, the whole place fell into dead silence, and the representatives of the 24 companies looked at him with shock on their faces. The Holy Sun Yin Chofeng is willing to pay 150 billion per person to redeem all the human demigods in order to show goodwill and win over these 24 ancient city families. Although Yin Chofeng's behavior made them somewhat disgusted, this was not the point. The point was Xuanyuan Wudi. His behavior of revealing everything was essentially to undermine Yin Chofeng and make him an enemy of Yin Chofeng. What does Xuanyuan Wudi want to do? Is he crazy? The 24 representatives thought so, and Ye Bufan was a little confused. He never thought that Xuanyuan Wudi would actually turn against him and tell him directly the other party's bottom line. But that's a good thing. Ye Bufan laughed and said, "Haha, then let's do as Xiaoxuanzi said. 150 billion per person. If you pay me, I will release you." Hee. Hearing this, Xuanyuan Wudi smiled slightly. Son of a bitch. The representatives of the 24 families were filled with rage and anger. They looked at Xuanyuan Wudi with murderous intent in their eyes. If Ye Bufan had not been present, they would have killed Xuanyuan Wudi without hesitation. 150 billion. According to Xuanyuan Wudi, Yin Chofeng was willing to redeem everyone on behalf of the temple at a price of 100 billion yuanshi per person. In this way, they might not have to pay any price to redeem their own demigod, but now because of Xuanyuan Wudi's betrayal, they actually lost 50 billion yuanshi in vain. 50 billion. Even though they are a family from an ancient city, 50 billion is not a small amount of money for them. But now all this is all thanks to Xuanyuan Wudi. His heart should be punished. His body will perish. Okay. Immediately, one of the 24 representatives said, "Okay," 3 times in a row, then looked at Xuanyuan Wudi and said, Xuanyuan Wudi, my Morong family has taken note of this account, just wait for me. Not only the person who spoke, but also the representatives of the other 23 companies were no exception. Xuanyuan Wudi turned against them at the critical moment and schemed against them, causing them to lose 50 billion stones in vain. They would not give up no matter what. Unfortunately, facing the anger and murderous intent of the 24 representatives, Xuanyuan Wudi didn't care at all. After all, when he planned to do so, he was already prepared to face the anger of these 24 families in Yinqiufeng. But so what? If you are unkind, then don't blame me for being unjust. The 24 representatives ignored Xuanyuan Wudi. After all, in their opinion, Xuanyuan Wudi was no different from a dead man, so they looked directly at Ye Bufan. Then, the person who spoke earlier gritted his teeth and said, King Niu, 150 billion per person, we will give it to you. Things have come to this point, and they have no choice but to pay the ransom of 150 billion to this man, whether they want to or not, unless they give up their own demigod. But that is obviously impossible. After all, compared to a powerful demigod, material possessions are nothing. Make a deal. Faced with the compromise of the 24 families, Ye Bufan did not ask for more and spoke directly. Haha, congratulations to Brother Niu for his great harvest. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Xuanyuan Wudi immediately greeted him with a smile. Son of a bitch. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the 24 representatives instantly became more ferocious. They were angry, furious and anxious. Xuanyuan Wudi, you despicable villain, you really deserve to die. You deserve to be killed. Unfortunately, Xuanyuan Wudi didn't care at all. Looking at Ye Bufan, he spoke again. Brother Niu, in addition to congratulating you on your great harvest today, I have something else to ask, and I hope Brother Niu can help me. Whatever it is, just tell me. Ye Bufan said carelessly, looking nonchalant, but he was actually very curious. Bang! After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Xuanyuan Wudi did not stop. He knelt on one knee, facing Ye Bufan, clasped his fists and said, I want to join Tianji City and serve Brother Niu from now on. I hope Brother Niu will help me. Chapter 12-14, Conquer Xuanyuan Wudi, and meet Demon Lord Mokshuan again. I want to join the City of Heaven and serve under Brother Niu. I hope Brother Niu will help me. As soon as Xuanyuan Wudi said this, the whole place fell silent. The faces of the representatives from the 24 companies changed drastically. They looked at Xuanyuan Wudi, each of them in shock and disbelief. At the same time, they all woke up instantly. No wonder Xuanyuan Wudi turned against his allies at the critical moment. No wonder Xuanyuan Wudi's attitude towards them changed so much. No wonder Xuanyuan Wudi dared to betray and even plot against the holy son Yinqiufeng. So this was what he was thinking. Join the City of Heaven. Join King Niu. Once Xuanyuan Wudi becomes a member of the City of Heaven and joins the ranks of King Niu, then no one, including them, will dare to do anything to him. After all, King Niu is not easy to mess with. It's nice to sit under a big tree and enjoy the shade. Xuanyuan Wudi is looking for a way out and a backer for himself. With this thought in mind, all the 24 representatives, without exception, looked at Ye Bufan. After all, Ye Bufan would have the final say on the outcome. The 24 representatives were all like this, and Xuanyuan Wudi was no exception. He was even more nervous than the 24 representatives. After all, he had no way out. This time he was completely risking everything. If Ye Bufan refused his surrender, then no matter whether it was the 24 representatives in front of him or the holy son Yinqiufeng, they would not let him go, and he would have no way out. Feeling the looks from Xuanyuan Wudi and the representatives of the 24 families, Ye Bufan was stunned. He never expected that Xuanyuan Wudi would actually join him. Although he was surprised, he found it more funny. Who is he? He is the eldest son of the Yi family in Tianwang City, Shenwu Continent. He is the son of Lin Luoyan and Yi Tianshang. He and Xuanyuan Wudi are destined to be enemies rather than friends. If he hadn't been afraid of the temple, if he hadn't wanted to expose himself too early and have a head-on confrontation with the temple, he would have destroyed Xuanyuan Wudi long ago. Now, before I could even take any action, Xuanyuan Wudi actually offered to surrender to me and join me. If you don't seek death, you won't die. This idiot is simply looking for death. Of course, Ye Bufan was also very clear that the reason why Xuanyuan Wudi did this was because he was desperate. The incident in Wangshu City this time made his situation very embarrassing, even very unfavorable for him. The most important thing was that he obviously wanted to cling to the big thick leg of King Niu. So he gave up the temple and chose himself. A wise bird chooses the right tree to roost in. However, Xuanyuan Wudi was obviously not a good bird, and he himself was not a good tree either. Not only that, to Xuanyuan Wudi, he was an abyss and a quagmire. Ye Bufan really wanted to know how Xuanyuan Wudi would feel when he knew his identity one day. But it doesn't matter anymore. How could I refuse a demigod who came to me for help? Thinking of this, Ye Bufan laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, Xiao Xuanzi wants to come to Tianji City. I welcome you naturally, and if you follow me, I will guarantee that you will have meat to eat and wine to drink." Call. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Xuanyuan Wudi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was really worried that Ye Bufan would reject him, but now he has King Niu as his backer. The 24 families in the ancient city and the holy son of the temple, even if he had just cheated them of a lot of money, they would not dare to touch him at all. Thinking in his heart, Xuanyuan Wudi turned to Ye Bufan, clasped his fists, and said with a smile, "Thank you very much, Brother Niu." "No, I should thank you very much, Your Majesty. I, Xuanyuan Wudi, promise that from now on, I will follow Your Majesty's lead and will never refuse no matter what happens." "Good." Ye Bufan smiled and patted Xuanyuan Wudi on the shoulder. "Don't worry, follow me and I will make sure you have meat to eat and wine to drink. When there is a chance in the future, I will take you to see the world outside the starry sky. Compared to that, Shenwu Star is just a garbage dump. The world beyond the starry sky." Xuanyuan Wudi was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed. The faces of the 24 representatives changed. They were envious, angry and afraid. Originally, they wanted to teach Xuanyuan Wudi a lesson after leaving Tianji City, but now it seems that there is no chance. Not only that, with King Niu as their backer, they must also change their attitude towards Xuanyuan Wudi. After all, it is easy to get along with a gentleman, but it is difficult to guard against a villain. King Niu has strong limbs but a simple mind. If Xuanyuan Wudi slanders and plots against them in front of him, they will definitely be in big trouble. As soon as they thought of this, the representatives of the 24 families immediately looked at Ye Bufan and Xuanyuan Wudi and said, "Congratulations to King Niu for recruiting a powerful demigod, and congratulations to Brother Xuanyuan for finding a good master." Snort. Unexpectedly, facing the congratulations from the representatives of the 24 families, Xuanyuan Wudi just snorted coldly. "Brother Xuanyuan, are you worthy?" Seeing this scene, the representatives of the 24 families were extremely embarrassed. They knew very well that Xuanyuan Wudi must still be holding a grudge against them. That was why they were more determined to ease the conflict with Xuanyuan Wudi. After all, being held a grudge by such a person was definitely not a good thing for them. However, Ye Bufan was present at the moment, so they could not say much. This matter had to be resolved privately, and the sooner the better. Although Ye Bufan said nothing, he knew exactly what Xuanyuan Wudi and the 24 representatives were thinking. However, he did not interfere, nor did he stop them. As the saying goes, the higher you climb, the harder you fall. The more proud Xuanyuan Wudi is now, the more miserable his end will be in the future. "Your Majesty." At this time, Lu Sanuo ran in from outside. "What's up?" Ye Bufan looked at him and asked directly. "This." Lu Sanuo glanced at Xuanyuan Wudi and the representatives of the 24 families and hesitated slightly. "It's okay, go ahead." Ye Bufan simply waved his hands. "Yes." Lu Sanuo responded and said, "My king, there is a demon outside who wants to see you. He said he is here to redeem someone." Demon. When Lu Sanuo said this, everyone present except Ye Bufan was shocked. They never thought that the Sky Demon clan would actually come to the human race to redeem people. Ye Bufan laughed loudly. "Finally he's here. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and invite him in. He's here to give me money. What about the human race and the demon race? This king only cares about money, not people." "Yes." After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Lu Sanuo responded and walked out directly. The 24 representatives looked at each other. A moment later, Lu Sanuo came back and brought a heavenly demon in front of everyone. However, the moment Ye Bufan saw this heavenly demon, he couldn't help but be shocked. The one who comes is the demon lord Mo Zan. Chapter 12-15 Don't be silly. Ye Bufan never thought that the person sent by the heavenly demon clan would be the demon lord Mozan. Is this a coincidence or is there another reason? Snort. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, one of the 24 representatives snorted coldly, and then said in a gloomy tone, "The demons nowadays are really getting bolder and bolder. How dare a demon at the initial stage of the demigod realm come to our human territory openly?" The other 23 representatives also looked at Mozan with unfriendly expressions. Unfortunately, Mozan ignored him. He glanced at everyone present and finally fixed his sight on Ye Bufan. Then he clasped his fists and said with a smile, "I guess this must be King Niu. I am Mozan. I have heard of your great name for a long time, and I have come to visit you today." Shameless. Hypocritical. Visit your uncle. After Mozan finished speaking, the representatives of the 24 families couldn't help but curse in their hearts, but now that Ye Bufan was present, they didn't dare to reveal their thoughts at all. The 24 representatives were like this, but Ye Bufan went straight to the point and asked, "Did you bring the money?" As for the matter of recognizing Mozan, Ye Bufan was not in a hurry at all. After all, the memories of the 40 demigod captives had all been tampered with by Feng Hen, and they had become Ye Bufan's die-hard fans. If he really wanted to recognize Mozan, he could easily do it through the 6 demigod demons. There was no need to go to such lengths to recognize Mozan right now. "I brought it." After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Mozan responded, and then changed the subject and said, But what? King Niu, to be honest, this time, in addition to redeeming the 6 members of my heavenly demon clan, I also want to buy back the other 34 human beings." What? When Mozan said this, the 24 representatives present were all shocked and furious. Presumptuous. Bold. You're looking for death. In an instant, the representatives of the 24 families surrounded Mozan. They stared at Mozan with cold eyes, murderous intent and anger blooming undisguisedly. By 34 demigods of the human race. If the heavenly demon clan really succeeds, these 34 human demigods will definitely be dead. Once the 34 demigods die, it will definitely be a fatal blow to the human race. One gains while the other loses. This is definitely what the demon clan wants, and this is also the real purpose of their trip. Redeeming people is fake, weakening the human race is real. At this moment, the evil ambitions of the Sky Demon clan are clearly revealed. Because of this, the 24 representatives became even angrier. We must not let him get what he wants. Unfortunately, facing the anger and murderous intent of the 24 representatives, Mozan simply ignored them. He just chuckled and then taunted, "When 2 countries are at war, they don't kill the envoys. Do you still want to kill me? What's more, this is King Niu's territory. When is it your turn to act so recklessly here?" You. Upon hearing this, the 24 representatives became furious. Mozan looked at Ye Bufan and said, "King Niu, I want to redeem all 40 demigod captives from the human race and the demons. I wonder if it is possible." Swish, swish, swish. After Mozan finished speaking, the 24 representatives all looked at Ye Bufan. They were nervous and even more uneasy. If it were someone else, they naturally wouldn't worry. After all, as long as they were human, they would never do anything to betray their fellow human beings, especially in front of so many people. But the Bull King of the City of Heaven is different. This beast is a complete weirdo. Who knows what he is thinking? Others would not do such a thing, but he might not. "How much are you offering?" Without waiting for the 24 representatives to think more, Ye Bufan looked directly at Mo Xuandao. "How much are you paying?" "Damn it, you mean you will sell it as long as the money is enough?" In an instant, the 24 representatives were in chaos and even crazy. "What you fear will come true." Mozan smiled calmly, then pointed at the 24 representatives and said, "King Niu, I wonder how many yuanshi they are prepared to pay to redeem those demigods." Them. Ye Bufan glanced at the representatives of the 24 families, then looked at Mozan and said, "They are prepared to pay 150 billion for each person to redeem them." "Okay then, I'll offer 200 billion per person to redeem him," Mozan said without even thinking. 200 billion. Everyone was stunned, and then the 24 representatives became furious. "Mokshuan, don't go too far." One of them even pointed at Mozan and scolded him angrily. "Excessive." Mozan chuckled, spread his hands and asked, "Excuse me, where did I go too far?" "You." The person who was speaking was angry. Mozan ignored him and continued, "My heavenly demon clan has nothing but a lot of yuanshi. Now we want to make friends with King Niu and let King Niu earn more. How is that too much? Or you are jealous of King Niu making money, so you want to sabotage him? I didn't. Hearing this, the person who spoke became very anxious and immediately opened his mouth to object. Who is King Niu? He is a young man with strong limbs and a simple mind. If he misunderstands that I want to ruin his good deeds, he might kill me directly. You don't have it. If you don't have it, don't talk nonsense to me. Mozan pointed at the other party and scolded him fiercely, then looked at Ye Bufan and said with a smile, King Niu, 200 billion per person, how about it? The 24 representatives felt nervous. Make a deal. Ye Bufan said with a smile. No. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, someone immediately stopped him. Make a deal. Deal your sister. It would be disastrous if these 34 human demigods fell into the hands of the demon clan. Hearing this, Mozan was furious. Are you guys going to stop yet? As he spoke, he looked at Ye Bufan again and said, King Niu, I think it is necessary to drive all these irrelevant people out, so that they won't get in the way here. Son of a bitch. Upon hearing this, all the 24 representatives became furious. They looked at each other, then at Ye Bufan. One of them gritted his teeth and said, King Niu, we'll pay 201 billion per person. Hee. Mozan sneered, 200 and 100 million. You still dare to ask for an additional 100 million. After saying that, Mozan looked at Ye Bufan again and said, King Niu, I'll offer 250 billion per person and 40 demigods. My heavenly demon clan wants them all. As soon as Mozan finished speaking, Ye Bufan immediately looked at the representatives of the 24 companies and said, he offered 250 billion per person, what about you? Do you want to raise the price? Puff. The 24 representatives almost couldn't hold back their spitting out of blood. He offers 250 billion, should we increase the price? King Niu, are you going to raise the price? But this cannot be blamed on Ye Bufan. After all, if they were in his place, they would do the same. The highest bidder wins. No one will complain about having too much money, regardless of racial interests. Because of this, the hatred of the 24 representatives towards Mozan instantly reached its peak. Without him, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Originally, 150 billion could solve the problem, but now even 250 billion can't do it. It's just hateful and abominable. Before the representatives of the 24 families could think about it, Xuanyuan Wudi on the side suddenly gloated and said, do you think you can compete with the power of the heavenly demon clan with just the foundation of the 24 families? Don't be silly, contact the temple quickly. Chapter 12:16 Kill him. Do you think you can compete with the power of the heavenly demon clan with just the foundation of your 24 families? Don't be silly, contact the temple immediately. When Xuanyuan Wudi said this, the representatives of the 24 families present were all stunned. While they were dissatisfied with Xuanyuan Wudi, they all woke up as if from a dream. Yes, this time the Sky Demon clan was obviously well prepared. How could the 24 families with their foundation alone possibly compete with the power of one clan? Immediately, someone looked at Xuanyuan Wudi and shouted, then what are you waiting for? Contact the temple immediately. If it were anyone else, the representatives of the 24 families would not waste time talking to the other party. They would definitely take action to snatch the person away. As for the demon, they would just kill him directly. But King Niu is different. Nowadays, everyone in Tianyi knows that the Bull King of Tiancheng may come from outside the starry sky. He is not only powerful, but also has an extraordinary and untouchable background. In this case, the representatives of the 24 families obviously dare not act rashly and can only compete fairly with the Tianmo clan. Now that they cannot compete, they can only seek help from the temple. After all, this is no longer a private matter of the 24 families, but concerns the overall situation of the entire human race. In short, the 34 human demigods must not fall into the hands of the demon clan. Facing the rebukes from the 24 representatives, Xuanyuan Wudi pointed at himself, chuckled and said, sorry, I have already left the temple. What does your business have to do with me? You. Upon hearing this, the 24 representatives became furious. However, they had no way to refute it. After all, the fact was that Xuanyuan Wudi had indeed left the temple. Snort. Immediately, the person who spoke snorted coldly, then looked at Ye Bufan, clasped his fists and said, King Niu, can you wait a moment and let me contact the temple? Can. Ye Bufan agreed without thinking. When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Once the human temple and the demon clan compete, it will definitely maximize his interests. How could Ye Bufan refuse such a good thing? Hold on. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, the representatives of the 24 families said something and then began to contact the temple. Ye Bufan didn't care about this at all. He just walked back to the city lord's throne and sat down. There was dead silence in the hall. The 24 representatives were contacting the temple, while Xuanyuan Wudi looked at them with disdain and amusement. Ye Bufan took the opportunity to look at Mo Zan. His mouth twitched slightly, and he sent a voice message to him. Mo Zan, it's me, Ye Bufan. The sudden voice startled Mo Zan, and he immediately looked at Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan transmitted the message again, keep it as it is and don't let them notice anything. While speaking, Ye Bufan did not forget to take a look at the reactions of others. Yes, master. Mo Zan transmitted the message and responded. Very good, remember this. You can compete with the temple later, but you must not take these 34 human demigods away. You must leave them to the temple. They are still of great use to me. Do you understand? The memories of the 40 demigod captives have all been tampered with by Feng Hen. Now they are all Ye Bufan's diehard fans. If they were bought back by Mo Zan and killed, it would not only be a loss for the human race but also a loss for Ye Bufan. Therefore, Ye Bufan would never allow such a thing to happen. I understand, Mo Zan said in a voice transmission. In fact, I have never thought of buying these human demigods from the beginning to the end. Ye Bufan frowned. Mo Zan continued, it's like this. Although I'm far away in the 8th heaven, I've heard about King Niu's deeds during this period. Through various signs, especially the appearance of the essence pill, I suspect that King Niu might have been sent by you, the master. So this time when 40 demigods were kidnapped by the master, I asked to come and redeem them. There are 4 purposes for this trip. First, I want to confirm King Niu's identity. Second, redeem the captured demons. Third, weaken and discuss the human race. Fourth, to show goodwill to King Niu, that is, to make friends with you, the master. So, the reason why I want to buy all 40 demigod captives is to make the temple bleed heavily once, so that King Niu can have a great harvest and have a good first impression of our Sky Demon clan. I see. Then let's do as you originally planned. Yes, master. Mo Zan responded. Ye Bufan didn't say anything more, but waited quietly. After all, the more you talk, the more mistakes you make, the less you talk, the fewer mistakes you make, and not saying anything is not a bad thing. If Ye Bufan was not worried that Mo Zan would ruin his plan, he would never have sent a message to the Demon Lord in front of Xuanyuan Wudi and the representatives of the 24 families. After all, it was too risky. If the representatives of the 24 families saw any clues and aroused their suspicion, that would be bad. Fortunately, they didn't find anything. Of course, even if they haven't discovered anything at the moment, but if you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet, so Ye Bufan decisively remained silent. Time passed by minute, and about half an hour later. Are you ready? How long do we have to wait? Looking at the representatives of the 24 families, Ye Bufan, who was sitting on the city lord's throne, frowned and asked impatiently. The 24 representatives looked embarrassed. It's almost there, it's almost there. The holy son of the temple should be here soon. Please, King Niu, wait a moment longer. Snort. Hearing this, Ye Bufan snorted coldly and said dissatisfiedly, you said the same thing just now. But what's the result? Wait another 10 minutes. If that saint's son hasn't come, then this king won't wait any longer. Yes, yes, yes. The 24 representatives responded in succession, but their faces were full of bitterness. At this moment, several solemn and cold voices suddenly sounded outside the hall. The holy son of the temple, Yin Chofeng, is here to visit the great king of heavenly city, Niu. The deputy temple master, Jastin, is here to visit the bull king of the city of heaven. Chu Yang, the deputy master of the temple, is here to visit the bull king of the city of heaven. Duan Mu Lin, the deputy master of the temple, is here to visit the great king Niu of the city of heaven. 4 voices in succession startled not only the guards of the city lord's mansion, but also Mo Zan, Xuanyuan Wudi and the representatives of the 24 families in the hall. Ye Bufan frowned even more. He never expected that the holy son of the temple and the 3 deputy temple masters would come together. What did they want to do with such a large formation? Swish, swish, swish. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, 4 figures had already landed outside the hall door. Led by Yin Chofeng, the 3 deputy hall masters followed him and slowly walked into the hall. In the hall, Yin Chofeng glanced at everyone and finally his eyes fell on Mo Zan, who was standing aside. The next second, without the slightest hesitation, he pointed at Mo Zan and shouted, "Kill him." Chapter 12:17 Are you pigs? Kill me. Looking at Yin Chofeng, who was full of anger and murderous intent, Mo Zan chuckled and said, "Sure, you can kill him as you like, but I don't know if King Niu will agree." As soon as Mo Zan said this, everyone looked at Ye Bufan instantly. Yin Chofeng was also stunned, then looked at Ye Bufan and said, "Don't worry, King Niu. After you kill him, all the property on him will be yours. My temple will not take a penny. Not only that, we will still pay the ransom." Yin Chofeng was absolutely dissatisfied with Ye Bufan, but he was more afraid of him. He still remembered the Battle of Wangshu City vividly. If he had not run fast, he would have died at the hands of King Niu's 76th senior sister. That is why, if possible, Yin Chofeng does not want to confront Ye Bufan head-on. This time he brought the 3 deputy hall masters with him just in case, for he was afraid that King Niu's 76th senior sister would attack him again after seeing him. As for Mo Zan, Yin Chofeng didn't take him seriously at all. Originally he planned to wait until Mo Zan left Tianji City before taking action, but after thinking it over carefully, he decided not to do so. After all, if he waited until Mo Zan left Tianji City, it would mean that everything had been settled, and there would only be 2 possible outcomes. First, his temple redeemed 34 demigods. Second, Mo Zan bought these 34 human demigods. If it is the first case, the temple will have to pay a huge amount of financial resources to compete with Mo Zan. If it were the second situation, after Mo Zan bought the 34 human demigods, he killed all of them before he left the City of Heaven. What would the temple do then? By then, I'm afraid they won't be able to stop it even if they want to. Therefore, whether it is the first situation or the second situation, it is absolutely not advisable. Then there is only one choice before that, just kill Mo Zan and be done with it. As for King Niu, Yin Chofeng believed that since he was seeking wealth, he would definitely not refuse his proposal. As expected, as soon as Yin Chofeng finished speaking, a hint of greed immediately appeared in Ye Bufan's eyes. This scene happened to be seen by Yin Chofeng, and he became more convinced that killing Mo Zan was the best choice. Unfortunately, without waiting for Yin Chofeng to think about it, or for him to take action, Mo Zan laughed loudly, then looked at Yin Chofeng and sneered, "Killing people and robbing their money, good idea, but do you think I will be as stupid as you?" "What's the meaning?" Yin Chofeng was stunned and asked in confusion. "What's the meaning?" Mo Zan sneered, "Do you think my heavenly demon clan would be so stupid as to send a sheep into the tiger's mouth? Let me tell you, that's impossible." After a pause, Mo Zan continued, "Although I am here, I don't have any money with me, so even if you kill me, don't even think about getting a single yuanshi from me. How dare you play tricks on me?" As soon as Mo Zan finished speaking, Ye Bufan became furious. "I don't dare." Mo Zan responded, "King Niu, this time my heavenly demon clan came with full sincerity, but King Niu, you also know that there are too many villains in the temple, and the wealth involved this time is too rich, so my heavenly demon clan has to be on guard. But we are defending the temple, not you, King Niu. Of course, King Niu can rest assured. The ransom this time is whatever it is. My heavenly demon clan will definitely pay it with both hands without a penny less. However, in order to prevent someone from coveting this money, I will trouble King Niu to go to the 7th heaven. Our people are already waiting there, and they will hand the ransom directly to King Niu." Hearing this, Yin Chofeng became furious. "That's more like it." Ye Bufan groaned and said, "King Niu, no." Yin Chofeng was very anxious. He immediately looked at Ye Bufan and stopped him. "Why not?" Ye Bufan looked curious. "King Niu, think about it, if the Sky Demon clan has set a trap there, waiting to lure you over and then ambush you, what should we do?" Yin Chofeng gritted his teeth and spoke slowly. "Ambush my king." Ye Bufan sneered and said disdainfully, "Would I be afraid? If they dare to ambush me, I will destroy them in a minute." "That is." Mo Zan immediately responded, "My demon lord was planning to make friends with King Niu, so how could he ambush King Niu?" He changed the subject and looked at Yin Chofeng again, sneering, "But you, holy son of the temple, what are you doing now? Are you trying to sow discord?" Or seeing King Niu making money, you are jealous, so you deliberately make trouble. You. In an instant, Yin Chofeng became furious, and there was murderous intent in his eyes as he looked at Mo Zan. However, Yin Chofeng is not a fool. He knows that under the current circumstances, it is impossible for him to kill Mo Zan. If the temple wants to obtain the 34 human demigods, it can only compete fairly with the heavenly demon clan. Snort. Thinking of this, Yin Chofeng snorted coldly and said nothing more. Ha ha. Mo Zan smiled cheerfully, then looked at Ye Bufan and said, King Niu, since this holy son of the temple is here, shall we begin? Start what? Ye Bufan pretended to be confused. Auction those 34 human demigods. Mo Zan said with a smile. Yes, yes, yes. Ye Bufan responded, then let's get started. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Mo Zan immediately looked at Yin Chofeng and said with a smile, Your Highness, the Holy Sun, my heavenly demon clan is offering 250 billion per person. I wonder how much are you going to offer? 250 billion per person. Yin Chofeng's heart sank and his face became grim. 250 billion per person, 850 billion for 34 people. 85 trillion. Just thinking about it made Yin Chofeng's heart tremble. But we can't do without competition. After all, are we just going to watch the heavenly demons capture these 34 human demigods? Not only will the 24 families be disheartened, but the human race will also lose so many demigod warriors at once, which will definitely be disadvantageous to the overall situation. Therefore, this time the temple had no choice but to accept defeat, even if it meant breaking its teeth. 260 billion. Immediately, Yin Chofeng gritted his teeth and said with a ferocious look. 260 billion. Just an additional 10 billion. Saint Sun, your race is too petty, aren't they? Mo Zan laughed at Yin Chofeng as he finished speaking, and then said loudly, I'll pay 300 billion per person. You. In an instant, Yin Chofeng looked at Mo Zan, and became even more furious, don't go too far. Pass. Mo Zan sneered, even if it's over, so what? Do you still want to bite me? As he spoke, Mo Zan looked at Ye Bufan again and said with a smile, King Niu, this is clearly a naked threat, are you just not going to do anything about it? If you continue to speak rudely and threaten him, do you believe that I will kill you? Ye Bufan immediately looked at Yin Chofeng, glared at him, and warned and threatened him in a cold voice. Puff. Hearing this, Yin Chofeng almost couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Am I blackmailing him? Are you a pig? Can't you see that he is trying to sow discord? Also, are you a human? Why are you helping a demon? Yin Chofeng was angry, anxious, hateful and furious, his eyes were red and his fists were clenched. If looks could kill, Mo Zan would have died 1,000 times by now. As the holy son of the temple, Yin Chofeng had never felt so aggrieved. However, ever since he met this King Niu, he felt aggrieved every time he saw him. This bull king is simply his nemesis. Although he felt aggrieved and angry, he still had to endure it, even if he couldn't bear it anymore. 310 billion. Gritting his teeth, Yin Chofeng spoke in a cold voice, and the look he gave Mo Zan became increasingly cold. 400 billion. Unexpectedly, Mo Zan didn't even blink and just smiled and said, You are so fucking. Yin Chofeng was furious, my temple doesn't want this person anymore, can't I just give him to you? 400 billion. 34 people means 13.6 trillion. Moreover, Mo Zan raised the price by 90 billion at a time. According to this trend, it is unknown how terrifying the final transaction price will be. The demon clan was clearly here to disgust him, but he had no way of retreating. The 34 demigods must not fall into the hands of the heavenly demons. This is the bottom line. So he chose to give up directly, but it was not a real giving up, but retreating to advance. He wanted to try whether the demon clan was really determined to get these 34 demigods, or just wanted to trick the human race. Unfortunately, the representatives of the 24 families did not know Yin Chofeng's thoughts, so when faced with Yin Chofeng's approach, they were filled with infinite worry and immediately refused to do it. After all, among the 34 people, except for the 10 people from the temple, the remaining 24 people included one person from each family. He is a demigod. The temple can afford the loss, but the 24 families cannot. What's more, it's all the temple's responsibility that their 24 families' demigods have fallen to this point. If it weren't for the temple's design to ambush Lin Loyan, how could their demigods have been kidnapped by King Niu? Therefore, the temple must be held responsible for this matter to the end. How could they allow Yin Chofeng to give up? Your Highness, it's just 400 billion stones. Can the Sky Demon clan afford it, but my human clan temple can't? Yes, Your Highness, we can't just give up like this. If these 34 demigods fall into the hands of the Heavenly Demon clan, will they still be able to survive? Your Highness, if the temple does not have enough yuanxi, my Shen family is willing to support 100 billion. My Bai family is also willing to pay 100 billion. My Wu family will also contribute 100 billion. Your Highness, please consider the overall situation. Puff. Even though Yin Chofeng was strong inside, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood when he heard these words. Are you pigs? Chapter 12:18. Injure 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of your own. The overall situation is important. The overall situation is your sister. I am not afraid of god-like opponents, but I am afraid of pig-like opponents. At this moment, in Yin Chofeng's eyes, these 24 representatives were just pig-like teammates. He just wanted to retreat in order to advance, test and occupy a certain dominant position in order to control the final transaction price. But now, the 24 representatives made such a fuss, and instantly pushed Yin Chofeng into an extremely embarrassing situation. To put it bluntly, he had to buy the 34 demigod captives whether he wanted to or not, no matter how much it cost. How passive is this? And all this is thanks to the 24 representatives. These people are simply stupid. You. Pointing at the 24 representatives, Yin Chofeng spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes full of anger. Seeing this scene, the 24 representatives were stunned. They never thought that Yin Chofeng would suddenly vomit blood for no apparent reason. Ha ha ha. But at this moment, Mo Zan on the side suddenly looked at Yin Chofeng and laughed and said, Your Highness, the holy son of the human race, I thought you really wanted to give up. It turns out that you are planning to do this. Judging from the current situation, I am afraid that you want to retreat in order to advance, so as to control the final transaction price. Retreat to advance. Control the last person transaction price. After hearing this, the expressions of the 24 representatives all changed. Those who are involved are often confused, while those who are not involved can see things more clearly. At this moment, they seemed to have thought of something, and each of them showed regret on their face. Mo Zan's voice sank, and he continued, but your test is meaningless, because these 34 human demigods must be obtained by my heavenly demon clan. They must belong to my heavenly demon clan, and they must die. In comparison, a mere yuanxi is nothing. You. Hearing this, Yin Chofeng was furious, and he stared at Mo Zan with a ferocious look. Mo Zan ignored him and said directly, Don't be so pedantic. My Sky Demon clan is offering 400 billion per person. Are you going to raise the price or not? If you don't raise the price, then these 34 human demigods will belong to my Sky Demon clan. 400 and 100 million. With red eyes, gritting teeth and clenching fists, Yin Chofeng said angrily and helplessly. The 24 representatives lowered their heads one after another. They were like children who had done something wrong. They did not say anything, nor did they dare to speak. 500 billion. After Yin Chofeng finished speaking, Mo Zan spoke without thinking. He looked like a wealthy man who was determined to get what he wanted. Seeing this, Yin Chofeng's mouth twitched. Are the demon clan really determined to get the 34 human demigods, or are they just raising the price and wanting to make the temple lose a huge sum of money? True and false, false and true. Before the answer is revealed, no one knows what the demon clan is thinking. However, Yin Chofeng cannot afford the gamble, the temple cannot afford the gamble, and the human race cannot afford the gamble even more. If 34 demigods were to die at the same time, it would definitely be a fatal blow to the human race. Helplessly, Yin Chofeng was forced to raise the price, 500 and 100 million. 600 billion. You. What's this about you, me, and me? Hurry up and stop wasting King Niu's time by dawdling. 600 billion per person, 34 people means 200 and 400 billion. Can you afford so many yuanxi? How ridiculous. Is it possible that our huge heavenly demon clan is still short of a mere 20 trillion yuanxi? Everyone can talk big, but where is the yuanxi? Don't worry, after the auction is over, I'll hand over the money and the person. If there's one less yuanxi, the deal will be cancelled and I'll let King Niu deal with it. You. What are you talking about? Are you done yet? 600 billion, are you going to raise the price? As Mo Zan spoke, everyone looked at Yin Chofeng in silence. 1 trillion. Yin Chofeng shouted out these 3 words, his face grim as he said, I don't care whether you, the Sky Demon clan, really want to buy these 34 demigods, or just want to cheat my human race. 1 trillion per person, this is the limit my temple can offer. If you raise the price, the 34 demigods will be yours. One game decides the outcome. Cut the Gordian knot. Yin Chofeng obviously didn't want to continue to tangle with Mo Zan. Your Highness the Holy Sun. However, as soon as Yin Chofeng said this, the representatives of the 24 companies became extremely anxious. 1 trillion people. This ransom is indeed terrifying, but what should we do if the demon clan raises the price? Shut up. As soon as the 24 representatives opened their mouths, Yin Chofeng glared at them and scolded them. The 24 representatives remained silent. Tisk tisk. Mo Zan chuckled and said, 1 trillion to buy a demigod, 34 people is 34 trillion stones, you humans really think you are rich and powerful. After a pause, Mo Zan waved his hand and said, forget it, this man belongs to you. My Sky Demon clan doesn't want him anymore. Son of a bitch. Hearing this, Yin Chofeng was not happy but angry, and he couldn't help but curse in his heart. At this moment, in this situation, how could he not see that from the beginning to the end, the Heavenly Demon clan had never thought of buying these 34 human demigods. They were simply disgusting the temple and the human race. The most hateful thing is that the temple has no choice. Even if you know it is a trap, you still have to jump in. After all, no one knows what Mo Zan is thinking. If Yin Chofeng had given up the bidding just now, he might have said that the human race is ruthless and gave up 34 demigods for just a few trillion stones. Right and wrong. It's even more wrong. It can be said that the human race was doomed to suffer a crushing defeat in this game from the very beginning. Without waiting for Yin Chofeng to think more, Mo Zan looked at him and continued leisurely, by the way, my Heavenly Demon clan still has 6 demigods in the hands of King Niu, how about you humans buy them all together? I buy your uncle. Yin Chofeng was instantly furious. 6 demigods are worth 6 trillion yuan stones. What are they going to do with them? Are they going to be killed and eaten? He would only do this if his temple really had too much money and had no idea where to spend it. After all, a mere 6 demigods cannot affect the situation between the human and demon races at all. Snort. Thinking in his heart, Yin Chofeng snorted coldly and said, don't be complacent. My human race spent 1 trillion to redeem 1 person, and your demon race did the same. Why can't I be proud? You have 34 people in the human race, and my demon race only has 6. No matter how you calculate it, my demon race will not lose out in this wave. Idiot, if you hadn't bid maliciously, would your Heavenly Demon clan have lost so many yuanshi? But there are only 6 of us. You hurt the enemy by 1,000 and your own by 800. Did a donkey kick your head? But there are only 6 of us. But there are only 6 of us. Are you deliberately trying to cause trouble? But there are only 6 of us. Son of a bitch. Looking at Mo Zan, Yin Chofeng's body trembled with anger. Only 6 people. Don't I know that there are only 6 people in your Heavenly Demon clan? Do I need you to remind me again and again? It's so infuriating and disgusting. Chapter 12:19, The dust has settled. However, Yin Chofeng also knew that Mo Zan was simply trying to disgust him on purpose. Call. That's why he took a deep breath and ignored Mo Zan. Instead, he looked at Ye Bufan beside him and asked, where are the people? Where's the money? Ye Bufan stretched out his hand. The temple is on the 6th heaven. Are you afraid that I will run away? Yin Chofeng shouted angrily. He had no good feelings towards Ye Bufan, but he still took out a zumi ring and continued, there are about 800 billion here. You take it first, and I'll have someone send the rest to you later. Is that okay? Finally, Yin Chofeng looked at Xuanyuan Wudi standing aside and added, Xuanyuan Wudi, give him the 340 billion you have. What's 340 billion? Xuanyuan Wudi glanced at Yin Chofeng and pretended to be confused. Fuck you, didn't this saint son give you 340 billion before you set out? Yin Chofeng was furious. Oh, you mean that? Xuanyuan Wudi responded and said with a smile, sorry, these 340 billion belong to me. What do you mean? Yin Chofeng couldn't help but be stunned. I have been in the temple for so many years. Although I have retired now, even if I have not made any contributions, I have worked hard over the years. Therefore, it should not be excessive to charge you 340 billion in severance pay. Xuanyuan Wudi said slowly. Yin Chofeng was stunned again. You leave the temple. That's right, I have joined King Niu and am now a member of the City of Heaven. As he spoke, Xuanyuan Wudi immediately walked towards Ye Bufan, took out a zumi ring and said, King Niu, this is 340 billion. It is my gift to you. You must accept it. Son of a bitch. Seeing this scene, Yin Chofeng's eyes turned cold, and his clenched fists made a crackling sound. Quit the temple, join the City of Heaven, and give my 340 billion to King Niu. Or you, Xuanyuan Wudi, trying to use this bull king to suppress me. Good, very good. Xuanyuan is invincible, just wait for me, the Holy Sun. Yin Chofeng was furious, but Xuanyuan Wudi ignored him. He was not even afraid of the murderous intent in Yin Chofeng's eyes. It's nice to sit under a big tree and enjoy the shade. Xuanyuan Wudi firmly believed that with King Niu's support, Yin Chofeng would not dare to make things difficult for him. This is also true. Even though he wanted to kill Xuanyuan Wudi, Yin Chofeng still endured it. Watching Yin Chofeng and Xuanyuan Wudi fighting against each other, Ye Bufan smiled calmly in his heart. Then he patted Xuanyuan Wudi on the shoulder and said, Xiao Xuanzi, you know my heart very well. Don't worry, I didn't ask you for these yuanxi in vain. I will ask my senior brothers and sisters someday to see if there is any way to directly improve your cultivation to the peak of demigod. As he spoke, Ye Bufan directly took the zumi ring from Xuanyuan Wudi's hand. Xuanyuan Wudi was shocked. Directly promoted to the peak of demigod. This is simply a step to heaven. It turns out that there is nothing wrong in following King Niu. Immediately, he looked at Ye Bufan, clasped his fists and said, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your cultivation. The 24 representatives present were filled with envy, jealousy and hatred. Directly advance from the initial stage of demigod realm to the peak of demigod realm. If anyone else said this, they would definitely not believe it, but it was different if it was King Niu. Alien. Powerful master. These 2 points alone are enough to show that King Niu's words are not a joke. The peak of the demigod realm. At this moment, the representatives of the 24 companies even had the idea of joining Ye Bufan. The 24 families were like this, but Yin Chofeng and the 3 deputy hall masters looked more and more gloomy. After all, the stronger King Niu was, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. But now is not the time to think about this. Without paying any attention to Xuanyuan Wudi or thinking about anything else, Yin Chofeng looked directly at Ye Bufan and said, Can we bring the person out now? No problem. Ye Bufan smiled and said, Anyway, I am not afraid that you won't pay me. If you don't pay me, I will just tie them back. Hearing this, everyone's mouth twitched. The same is true for Yin Chofeng. However, with Ye Bufan's words, Yin Chofeng really didn't dare to default on his debt. After all, this King Niu from Tianji City was capable of anything. If he defaulted on his debt now, it might become even more troublesome later. If he could kidnap 34 demigods the first time, he could do it the second time and the third time. Therefore, it is better to have less trouble than more. Just think of it as spending money to avoid disaster. This is also true. If Yin Chofeng dares to default on his debt, Ye Bufan has plenty of ways to deal with him. It was for this reason that Ye Bufan was willing to release the person directly without asking for money or the person to be released. Then, Ye Bufan continued, however, in addition to the yuanxi, this king has another condition. What conditions? Yin Chofeng frowned and asked in a deep voice. Ye Bufan, this king wants that Ye Wuchang and his father. Ye Tianshang. Yin Chofeng couldn't help but be stunned. Yes, it is Ye Tianshang. This king wants him and his father. Ye Bufan responded quickly. What do you want them to do? Yin Chofeng frowned, looking puzzled. Why do you care what I want them to do? Just send them here. Ye Bufan shouted sternly. Yin Chofeng was furious. At this time, one of the 24 representatives immediately ran to Yin Chofeng and whispered something in his ear. After a moment, Yin Chofeng's expression changed, and he couldn't help but look at Ye Bufan. Practicing evil skills. Relying on women to improve your cultivation. Do you want Ye Tianshang and old man Yi in order to use them as bait to capture Ye Jingshuan in the Shenwu continent? Yin Chofeng never thought that Ye Bufan would have this purpose, and he never thought that there would be such a powerful martial art in this world. But there is no doubt that all of this is true, otherwise how to explain the cultivation of this King Niu at the initial stage of the demigod realm? After all, he was only at the initial stage of the soul fusion realm before, and even if it weren't for the reminders of these 24 families, Yin Chofeng really didn't notice that Ye Bufan was already a demigod. The Bull King in the soul fusion realm can already kill a demigod, so what about the Bull King in the demigod realm? It's unimaginable. But whether it is Yi Tianshang or Old Man Yi, they have both become useless people. Now that Lin Loyan is dead, there is no point in keeping them. Since King Niu wants it, just give it to him. Yin Chofeng immediately said, okay, I'll send the people and the money later. Little Sanzi, bring up those fat sheep. As soon as Yin Chofeng finished speaking, Ye Bufan immediately shouted outside the hall. Those fat sheep. Everyone couldn't help but twitch their lips. Ye Bufan looked at Mo Zan and asked, where is your 6 trillion? Reporting to King Niu, this is the territory of the human race after all. I did not bring any yuanxi with me, so I can only trouble King Niu to go with me. To express my apology, my Tianmo clan is willing to pay an additional 1 trillion. Okay, but I have something else to do, so I'll let Xiao Sanzi go with you. This. Why, you don't want to? No, King Niu misunderstood. Mo Zan waved his hands repeatedly and said, King Niu, it's like this. I'm worried that some people have bad intentions. What if someone ambushes us on the way? What should we do? After a pause, Mo Zan continued, if we get hurt, it's a small matter, but if someone robs King Niu's property, or if someone hurts Chief Steward Lu, that would be bad. King Niu, isn't that right? That's right. Ye Bufan responded and said, then let those fat sheep go with Xiao Sanzi. Let 34 human demigods pass with us. Mo Zan couldn't help but be stunned. Ye Bufan said, yes, let them go with you. If my money is robbed, or if Xiao Sanzi doesn't come back, then I will kill you all. Chapter 1220, Meet Master Yi. Yes, let them go with you. If my money is robbed, or if the third child doesn't come back, I will kill you all. Hiss. Looking at Ye Bufan, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Originally, everyone thought that King Niu was just a young man with strong limbs and a simple mind, but now it seems that this may not be the case. 34 human demigods are traveling together. If an accident occurs, will all of them be jointly liable? In this way, I believe that no matter whether it is the 24 families, the temple, or the other ancient city worlds, they will never dare to act rashly and ambush and assassinate Mo Zan and his party. After all, if they do so, then at that time, it is hard to say what kind of crazy move the King Niu of the City of Heaven will make. Especially the 24 families present. Not only would they not plot against Mo Zan and his group, but they would also fight to the death to protect them. After all, if anything happened to Mo Zan and his group, they would be the first to be implicated. This is the case with the human race, and it must be the same with the demons. This time, I believe no one dares to plot against anyone else. And this is exactly what Ye Bufan wanted. The 40 demigod captives are also Ye Bufan's diehard fans. Nowadays, the memories of these captives have all been tampered with by Feng Hen. They are all Ye Bufan's diehard fans. Ye Bufan plans to use them to infiltrate the human and demon races. Before that, he naturally does not want anything to happen to them. Thank you, King Niu. After a moment, Mo Zan looked at Ye Bufan, clasped his fists, and said with a smile. My lord, the people are here. As soon as Mo Zan finished speaking, Lu Sanuo ran in from outside the hall. 40 demigod captives from both the human and demon races gathered outside the hall. Although each of them was injured, they were still able to move. Even so, no one thought of escaping. To outsiders, it seemed that they did not dare to run, but the fact was that after becoming Ye Bufan's die-hard fans, they would not leave without Ye Bufan's order. Of course, Ye Bufan would not let anyone else know all this except himself. Even Lu Sanuo is no exception. Looking at Lu Sanuo, Ye Bufan said, Xiao Sanzi, go with that demon or something and go to the 7th heaven to bring back the ransom. Hearing this, Lu Sanuo was stunned, but he said without hesitation, yes, my king. Ye Bufan nodded, then looked at Yin Chofeng and said, remember, you only have 3 days. If you don't send the remaining ransom to me after 3 days, don't blame me for being rude to you. You are paralyzed. Hearing this, Yin Chofeng was furious and even roared. As the holy son of the temple, when had he ever been threatened by anyone? When had he ever felt so aggrieved? But there was no way out. Facing the mysterious Bull King, he could only compromise and endure. Snort. Yin Chofeng immediately snorted and said, "Don't worry, the remaining yuanxi will be delivered within 3 days. Let's go." After saying this, Lu Sanuo flicked his sleeves again and turned away. The 3 deputy hall masters of the temple glanced at Ye Bufan and then left one after another. The 24 representatives were not in a hurry to leave. After all, they were always worried until the demigods of their families gained absolute freedom. So, they all planned to escort Lu Sanuo together with the 40 demigod captives. "Manager Lu, please." At this time, Mo Zan looked at Lu Sanuo and said with a smile, "Please." Lu Sanuo raised his hand. Afterwards, he and Mo Zan walked out of the hall together, and the representatives of the 24 families followed them. There was dead silence in the hall. With the departure of Yin Chofeng and the others, only Ye Bufan and Xuanyuan Wudi were left in the hall. Looking at Ye Bufan, Xuanyuan Wudi clasped his fists and said, "Your Majesty, I would like to go back to the temple." "Return to the temple." Ye Bufan frowned. "What are you going back to the temple for?" "That's right, my king." Xuanyuan Wudi said slowly, "I have a private army under my command. They are not numerous, only about 8,000 people, but their combat power is comparable to that of a demigod. Now that I have left the temple and joined the city of heaven, I must hand over my military power, but these 8,000 red refining army soldiers are absolutely loyal to me, so I want to bring them back and serve the king together. I don't know, what do you think, Your Majesty? 8,000 red refining army soldiers, absolutely loyal to you." Looking at Xuanyuan Wudi, Ye Bufan sneered in his heart. "Among your 8,000 Chilean army, 3,000 have already surrendered to me and are absolutely loyal to you." Ridiculous. Of course, Ye Bufan would not tell Xuanyuan Wudi about this fact. "Well, go ahead." Immediately, Ye Bufan waved his hand. "Thank you, my king. I will take my leave." Xuanyuan Wudi said this, then turned and left. Interesting, it's really interesting." Looking at Xuanyuan Wudi walking away, Ye Bufan placed his right hand on the armrest of the chair, tapping it with 2 fingers, with a playful look on his face and a smile on his face. In the Battle of Wangshu City, he originally kidnapped 40 demigods on a whim, but he did not expect that this action would make Xuanyuan Wudi choose to join him. At this moment, Ye Bufan really didn't know what to say. One day, when Xuanyuan Wudi knew his true identity, he didn't know what he would feel and what kind of expression he would have. But that will be a long time in the future. For Ye Bufan, the transaction is the focus now. Although a consensus has been reached, the transaction can only be considered half completed before Ye Tianshang and Old Man Yi come to Tianji City. Of course, Ye Bufan was not worried that Yin Chofeng would go back on his word. A lack of patience will ruin great plans. As the holy son of the temple, he believed that Yin Chofeng was a smart man and knew what to choose. This is also the reason why Ye Bufan dared to release the person before receiving the money. This is because the more casual and unscrupulous Ye Bufan behaves, the more wary Yin Chofeng and the temple will be of him, and the greater his chances of success will be. Repairing the plank road in public and marching through Chenkang in secret. Everyone thought that Ye Bufan was after money, but they didn't know that Ye Bufan's real purpose was to release 40 demigod captives and rescue Ye Tianshang and the other 2. Half a day later, in the main hall of the city lord's mansion, Ye Bufan did not leave, still waiting for Lu Sanuo to return. At this time, a guard from the city lord's mansion suddenly walked in. "What is it?" Looking at the city lord's mansion guard in front of him, Ye Bufan asked directly. Bang! Unexpectedly, the guard knelt down on one knee in front of Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan frowned. The guards of the city lord's mansion looked at him, clasped their fists, and said, "Linglong Chamber of Commerce, Zan's shopkeeper Qian Yu, greets Ye Bufan, Master Yi." Chapter 1221 Exposed. Linglong Chamber of Commerce, the owner of Zan brand Qian Yu, greets Master Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan was shocked by the sudden behavior of the guards from the city lord's mansion. Although he knew that Qian Duoduo divided all the shopkeepers in Linglong Chamber of Commerce into 4 levels, Heaven, Earth, Zan, and Huang, with Heaven being the highest and Huang being the lowest, he did not know who these 4 types of shopkeepers were. Linglong Chamber of Commerce, Qian Yu, the owner of the Zan brand. "Is this guard in front of me a rich man?" Ye Bufan frowned. He didn't know and couldn't be sure for the time being, but it's better to be safe than sorry. "What Linglong Chamber of Commerce?" Looking at the guard from the city lord's mansion, Ye Bufan was surprised. The heavens returned to one, and are reversed into elixir. The 7 rhymes of heaven can change one's appearance and shape. Without answering Ye Bufan's question, Qian Yu looked at him and said directly. This time he was ordered to come and confirm Ye Bufan's identity. However, he had joined the city lord's mansion for so long that he had no chance to even contact Ye Bufan, let alone test him. So he chose to confront Ye Bufan directly. Go all in and tell the real from the fake. As soon as Qian Yu finished speaking, Ye Bufan's heart was shocked again. The heaven and earth return to one, and reverse into elixir. The 7 rhymes of the heavenly face can change one's appearance. These 2 things even in the Shenwu continent, not many people know about them. Especially the fact that the reversing heavens evolution and returning to oneness technique can be used to refine the essence pill, very few people know about it. That is why Ye Bufan can be sure that the Qian Yu in front of him is from the Linglong Chamber of Commerce, and there is absolutely no mistake about this. Get up. Immediately, Ye Bufan looked at Qian Yu and said. Yes. Qian Yu was stunned for a moment, then responded and stood up. Where's Uncle Qian? Looking at him, Ye Bufan asked. Qian Yu was stunned again. At this moment, he was certain that the Bull King in front of him was Ye Bufan, so he said, reporting to Master Yi, according to the Vice President, because Master Filong is trying to become a demigod, the President needs to protect him, so we don't know where the President is now. Uncle Long is striving to become a demigod. So Uncle Qian has already become a demigod. Yes, the President advanced to the demigod level shortly after leaving the Shenwu continent and entering the Tianwei heaven. So why are you here this time? Reporting to Master Yi, I am here on the orders of the Vice President to confirm whether King Niu is Master Yi. Unfortunately, I have been in the City Lord's mansion for so long and have not had the opportunity to contact Master Yi, so I can only choose to confront Master Yi directly to confirm his identity. I was wondering, how come it's been so long and there's no news from Uncle Qian? It turns out you guys have already come to me. Ye Bufan smiled bitterly, and then said, by the way, how is Linglong Chamber of Commerce now? Why can't I get any news about you in Tianwei Tian? According to Uncle Qian's style and ability, he has been in Tianwei Tian for so many years, so Linglong Chamber of Commerce should not be unknown. Reporting to Master Yi, since we came to Tianwei Tian, the President has broken up the Chamber of Commerce into smaller units and dispersed them to various locations in Tianwei Tian to develop on their own. After a pause, Qian Yu continued, also, although the Chamber of Commerce is now unknown in Tianwei Tian, as long as the Chamber of Commerce is reorganized, we will be able to overthrow the 3 top chambers of commerce within a month, replace them, and become the #1 Chamber of Commerce in Tianwei Tian. In the words of the Vice President, the prices of goods in Tianweishan are now decided by our Linglong Chamber of Commerce. As long as the President is willing, he can make the value of most goods increase 10-fold or even 100-fold within 3 days, or he can make most items become worthless within 3 days. Hiss. After Qian Yu finished speaking, Ye Bufan couldn't help but take a breath. He knew that it was impossible for Qian Duoduo to achieve nothing and make no achievements after so many years in Tianweishan, but he did not expect that Linglong Chamber of Commerce had become so terrifying. After the reorganization of the Chamber of Commerce, it will be able to replace the 3 super chambers of commerce and become the #1 in Tianwei Tian within a month. One sentence can influence the price of everything in the world and affect everyone's food, clothing, housing and transportation. This is no longer powerful, but terrifying. Qian Duoduo's methods are simply supernatural. Just ask, who could have known, who could have imagined that there was such a behemoth hidden in the sky outside the heaven? To all major merchants, the Linglong Chamber of Commerce is simply an ancient beast. Once it bears its fangs, all chambers of commerce are destined to be destroyed and devoured by it. Turn your hand and it becomes clouds, turn your hand back and it becomes rain. These 8 words are absolutely not an exaggeration to describe the current Linglong Chamber of Commerce. Hiss. Not only Ye Bufan, but also someone above the hall couldn't help but gasp. However, although the other party's movements were small, they did not escape Ye Bufan's perception. Who? Ye Bufan's face changed, and he looked up instantly and shouted harshly. Oh no, we've been discovered. On the roof of the hall, a man in black suddenly changed his expression. Run. Without any hesitation, he immediately chose to escape and flew into the distance. Ye Bufan sensed this sudden change clearly. Although he didn't know who the other party was, he knew that the other party must have heard his conversation with Qian Yu just now. In other words, his true identity had been known to the other party. We must not let him get away. Call out. As soon as he thought of this, Ye Bufan flew into the air. Bang! His body instantly broke through the roof and arrived above the hall. 30 meters in front of Ye Bufan, a man in a black robe was running at high speed in midair. Chase! Without any hesitation, Ye Bufan rushed out immediately. Those who come with evil intentions will not come, and those with good intentions will not come. The other party was lurking above the hall, eavesdropping on the conversation between himself and Qian Yu, and fled immediately after being exposed. This alone is enough to show that the other party is an enemy, not a friend. Now that the other party already knows his true identity, how could Ye Bufan allow the other party to leave here alive? I would rather kill someone by mistake than let him go. Chapter 1222 Exposed 2. It is better to kill someone by mistake than to let him go. No matter who this man in black is, since he knows his true identity, he must die. He must not be allowed to leave the city of heaven alive. In just a moment, Ye Bufan had already pushed his speed to the extreme. However, the man in black was running for his life at a fast speed. In fact, his strength at the peak of the semi-god realm had been stimulated to the extreme, so that he and Ye Bufan always maintained a distance of 20 to 30 meters. The man in black cannot escape. Ye Bufan couldn't catch up either. In just a breath, the two of them had left the city of heaven. Who are you? Looking at the man in black running ahead, Ye Bufan roared angrily. Unfortunately, the man in black ignored him and just ran for his life. Snort. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan snorted coldly. You want to run, can you run away? The next second, Ye Bufan moved. Half a step of magical power, 9 steps of the soaring dragon. Roar. A dragon roar sounded between heaven and earth, and the shadow of a divine dragon appeared around Ye Bufan. The dragon roars in the sky and steps on the void. Call out. Ye Bufan took a step forward, and the dragon broke through the air and instantly arrived at the original position of the man in black. Although the man in black was running at a very fast speed and was not caught up by Ye Bufan, the distance between the two of them was shortened to about 3 meters in an instant. Ye Bufan did not stop and continued to chase. With the Tenglong 9 steps, the distance between him and the man in black was getting closer and closer, 30 meters, 27 meters, 24 meters. Feeling that Ye Bufan was getting closer and closer, the man in black was shocked and even more anxious. Under this extreme fear, his speed, which had already reached the limit, actually increased again. Unfortunately, this is far from enough. In desperation, the man in black gritted his teeth, paused, and suddenly turned around. Ye Bufan, go to hell. After a roar, the man in black did not hesitate at all. He gathered the elemental power around him and then punched out with the force of thunder. After 9 steps of Tenglong, Ye Bufan just arrived in front of the man in black. Seeing that the man in black suddenly gave up running and attacked with a punch, Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all. He paused and also punched out. Fist to fist. In an instant, the two fists collided. Boom. Between heaven and earth, a thunderous sound rang out, the space shook, and the earth and sky trembled. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of the black-clothed man's mouth, and he flew backwards 30 meters away in an instant. Ye Bufan was also knocked back 10 meters. In a split second of confrontation, the distance between the two men widened to more than 40 meters again. At this time, although the man in black was not stable, he turned around and, with the help of the force of Ye Bufan's punch, he once again distanced himself from Ye Bufan by several meters, so that the distance between the two exceeded 50 meters. Then the man in black did not stop, but moved quickly and ran away. With this sudden change, Ye Bufan understood the black-clothed man's intention, but he didn't care at all. Repairing the plank road in the open and attacking Qinkang in secret, do you think this will work? I want to see how many punches you can take from me. While speaking, Ye Bufan had already chased out. The man in black was extremely terrified. He had never thought that Ye Bufan would be so strong. He could injure a demigod at the peak with just one punch, relying on his initial demigod cultivation. However, the man in black knew that he had no choice. Even if it happened again, he would still do it. At least, this blow increased the distance between him and Ye Bufan by another 50 meters, which bought him a lot of time. As long as he could enter the nearby main city and the teleportation array, he would be safe. It's a pity that imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. The man in black and Ye Bufan had not run away for long after the fist fight when a figure suddenly fell from above his head, above the 9 sky clouds, and instantly blocked the man in black. The sudden change in the person who fell from the sky made the man in black stunned. However, he did not pay much attention to it. After all, Ye Bufan was chasing him from behind. Unfortunately, the man in black wanted to ignore the visitor, but the visitor did not agree. Call out. Facing the man in black, the man swung his sword and the 3-foot sword light hit the man in black directly. The man in black was shocked, but he didn't dare to slack off at all. He dodged in an instant. Call out. The sword light passed by the man in black, and he felt a cold sweat running down his body. Then he instinctively looked at the person who came and shouted angrily, "Who the hell are you?" Long Xiaobao. The 3 words, "Come," came out of his mouth. Long Xiaobao. Are you the Long Xiaobao who cut off Justin's arm? The man in black was shocked. Exactly. Long Xiaobao smiled slightly. Call out. At this time, Ye Bufan followed closely and instantly came behind the man in black. Damn it. Sensing Ye Bufan's arrival, the man in black became furious and terrified. At this moment, he couldn't run away even if he wanted to. However, Ye Bufan ignored the man in black and looked at Long Xiaobao, and asked in surprise, "Xiaobao. Why are you here?" "This," Long Xiaobao said awkwardly. "In fact, besides him, I was also the one who eavesdropped in the city lord's mansion just now." "I see." As soon as Long Xiaobao finished speaking, Ye Bufan understood instantly. There is no doubt that Long Xiaobao must have been attracted by me, but he could not confirm his identity, so he could only explore in secret first, and as a result, the incident with the man in black happened. I think Long Xiaobao and I are both here to chase the man in black. The man in black fought with me just now, and although he pulled the distance between us, it gave Long Xiaobao enough time to get ahead, which is why Long Xiaobao fell from the sky. If you lose something in one place, you may gain something in another. It can be said that the black-clad man's punch was simply an attempt to outsmart himself. But this is a good thing for Ye Bufan. Immediately, he looked at the man in black and said, "Run, why don't you run?" The man in black is bitter. He wanted to run, but with Long Xiaobao in front of him and Ye Bufan behind him, where else could he run? "Tell me, who are you?" Without waiting for the man in black to think more, Ye Bufan looked at him and asked again in a cold voice. A safe bet is a safe bet. It can be said that this incident gave Ye Bufan a profound reminder, that is, the city lord's mansion in Tianji City is no longer safe, and he himself was careless. A man in black and Long Xiaobao, the two of them hid in the city lord's mansion without anyone noticing. If I had been more cautious, this would never have happened. But this is the first time and the last time, and something like this will never happen again. Snort. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, the man in black snorted coldly and said, "Since it has come to this, what's the harm in telling you?" After a pause, the man in black continued, "I, Wang Zuan, am a deacon of the temple." Temple deacon. Ye Bufan and Long Xiaobao were both stunned. "That's right." The man in black responded, "His Royal Highness the Saint Sun sent me to monitor you," but the man in black sneered and continued, "I didn't expect that you would deceive everyone. What a bullshit alien, it's all bullshit. You are just pretending to be a big shot, don't you think?" Shenwu Continent, Yi Tianshang's son, Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan frowned and said, "Since you know everything, I can't let you stay here." Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, the man in black laughed loudly, then looked at Ye Bufan and said playfully, "Killing to silence me. Do you think that if you kill me, your identity will not be exposed?" "What's the meaning?" Ye Bufan frowned. "What's the meaning?" The man in black sneered, "Your Highness the Holy Sun always makes preparations in both an open and covert way. Do you think I was the only one here this time? You are wrong. In addition to me, there was another deacon from my temple in the city lord's mansion at that time." "What? There's one more person?" Upon hearing this, Ye Bufan and Long Xiaobao were instantly shocked. The man in black smiled and said, "Isn't it a bit hard to accept? But it's too late now. At this time, I think His Royal Highness the Holy Sun has already known your identity." Shenwu Continent, Yi Tianshang's son, Ye Bufan. Chapter 12:23 Evacuation. In front of the man in black, Ye Bufan had a stern expression and a frown on his face. The identity of King Niu was just something he made up. It was not essential, but he could not do without it, especially at this time. He had just reached an agreement with Yin Chofeng. If Yin Chofeng knew his true identity at this time, knew that he was not an alien, and knew that everything before was a scam, what choice would he make? Continue trading. This is obviously no longer possible. Not only will the transaction be unable to continue, but Yin Chofeng, in a rage, will directly send troops to attack Tianshan. Of course, Ye Bufan is not afraid of the attack of the temple army, and he doesn't care if he can't get tens of trillions of yuanxi. But what about Grandpa Yi and Yi Tianshang? Is what you said true? Looking at the man in black, Ye Bufan frowned and asked in a deep voice. Do you think I need to lie to you? The man in black smiled calmly and said, so, I advise you to let me go and not make the same mistake again. Making the same mistake over and over again. Ye Bufan sneered, if it is really as you said, do you think there is any difference between me killing you and not killing you? You. The man in black was stunned. Ye Bufan continued, besides, how can I be sure that what you said is true? If you are lying to me, then if I let you go, wouldn't I be causing trouble for myself? So what do you want? The man in black clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and said angrily and helplessly. I don't have to kill you, but you have to leave. Ye Bufan said directly. Go with you. The man in black was stunned. Then he looked at Ye Bufan, then at Long Xiaobao, and said, okay, I'll go with you. It is better to live a miserable life than to die. The man in black knew that he had no choice at this moment. After all, Ye Bufan alone was already beyond his reach, let alone Long Xiaobao. 1 against 2, if he doesn't agree, he will die. Very good. After the man in black finished speaking, Ye Bufan responded, then took out the Heaven Burial Palace and said, go in. I hope you keep your word. The man in black looked at Ye Bufan, said something, and then walked directly into the Burial Heaven Palace. He is at the mercy of others and has no choice at all. After the man in black entered the Burial Heaven Palace, Ye Bufan directly folded up the Burial Heaven Palace. Master Yi, what should we do now? Looking at Ye Bufan, Long Xiaobao asked. Let's go back to the City of Heaven first. Ye Bufan said this and then set off directly back to the City of Heaven. Long Xiaobao followed closely. City of Heaven, City Lord's Mansion. After returning to Tianji City with Long Xiaobao, Ye Bufan went directly into the Cemetery of Gods and Demons, and then asked Feng Hen to read the memory of the man in black. Now Ye Bufan is sure that the man in black did not lie, which means that Yin Chofeng already knows everything and his identity has been completely exposed. Is Lu Sanuo back? In the hall, looking at Zhang Ying in front of him, Ye Bufan asked in a deep voice. Zhang Ying was stunned and said, reporting to the king, Chief Steward Lu has not returned yet. Hearing this, Ye Bufan frowned. Contact him immediately and tell him that if he can't come back within half an hour, then don't come back and find a place to hide first. Hearing this, Zhang Ying was stunned again. At this time, Qian Yu on the side slowly said, Young Master Yi, leave this matter to me. With the strength of the Chamber of Commerce, it will be no problem to hide someone. Can. Ye Bufan responded and said, I'll leave this matter to you and Zhang Ying. Remember, be quick. Yes, Mr. Yi. Qian Yu responded and directly pulled Zhang Ying, who was still a little confused, out of the hall. After the two left the hall, Ye Bufan also came outside the hall, then raised his head, looked at the sky, urged his own energy and said, all the local residents of Tianji City, listen to me, I am King Niu, my real name is Ye Bufan, I come from Shenwu continent, and I am the son of Yi Tianshang. Wow! Ye Bufan's stern voice instantly spread throughout the entire City of Heaven, causing everyone in the City of Heaven to be stunned at first, and then there was an uproar. King Niu, Ye Bufan. Isn't the king a visitor from outer space? How did he become a native of Shenwu continent? The king is actually the son of that human traitor Yi Tianshang. How is this possible? The sounds came one after another. In the City of Heaven, both the residents and outsiders were shocked at this moment. Ye Bufan ignored him and continued, now, my identity has been exposed. It won't be long before the army of the temple will arrive at the City of Heaven, so I will evacuate the City of Heaven. Now, if any local residents of the City of Heaven are willing to leave with me, please gather outside the City Lord's mansion as soon as possible. If you are not willing, I will not force you. However, whether you are willing or not, you only have half an hour. After half an hour, I will leave the City of Heaven directly. I will not wait for you after the time limit, even for just 1 minute. That's all I have to say. Now everyone, please make a decision as soon as possible. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, there was a dead silence in the City of Heaven. King Niu is Yi Tianshang's son. Identity exposed. The temple army is about to arrive at the City of Heaven. King Niu is preparing to evacuate the city of heaven. Is he asking us if we want to leave with him? The sudden news made all the residents in Tianji City a little confused, but they had to make a choice, to leave or not. Ye Bufan didn't care about this. Just as he said, he welcomes those who are willing to go with him, but he will not force those who are unwilling to go with him. The reason why he did that was because Ye Bufan was worried that if Yin Chofeng didn't see him after coming to Tianji City, he would most likely massacre the city in anger. Although Ye Bufan does not think that he is a good person, he is not a heartless person. He cannot and does not want the residents of Tiancheng to die tragically because of him. As for how to arrange these people, owning the entire Shenwu continent is not a difficult task for Ye Bufan. Of course, whether to leave or not is up to the residents of the City of Heaven to choose. Beyond the sky, the temple of the Son of God. Asshole, 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 this damn Ye Bufan actually dared to play tricks on this saint's son. At this moment, even though Yin Chofeng was extremely strong inside, he couldn't help but get angry and went berserk. The Bull King of Tianji City is actually Yi Tianshang's son. Where are the aliens you promised? Where is the powerful master you promised? Bullshit, all of this is fake. Ye Bufan is just trying to use his own tricks to hype himself up. But they were all deceived and played around by Ye Bufan. This fact was a great humiliation for the temple and for Yin Chofeng. My uncle can tolerate it, but my aunt can't. Ye Bufan, wait for me. With a stern face and cold eyes, Yin Chofeng's heart was boiling with anger at this moment. Someone come. With an angry shout, Yin Chofeng said in a cold voice, gather 50, no, 100 demigod deacons to accompany me to the city of heaven. Today, I will make the city of heaven flow like a river of blood. Chapter 12:24. Confused Xuanyuan Wudi, where is he? What is the son of the temple? He is an existence second only to one person in the heaven beyond heaven and above 10,000 people. If he were placed in a secular empire, he would be the crown prince of the current dynasty. Once he inherits the throne in the future, he would be the emperor who dominates all living beings and holds the power of life and death. The emperor dominates all living beings. As the emperor, he cannot be blasphemed. In a sense, Yin Chofeng's status is much higher than that of the prince and the emperor. But what about now? Ye Bufan, the son of a human traitor, actually deceived the entire Tianyi and frightened him, the holy son of the temple, so that he dared not to be his enemy. For Yin Chofeng, this was a great humiliation and a complete loss of face. Because of this, all the fear, suspicion, unwillingness, and dread in Yin Chofeng's heart all erupted like a volcano, transforming into endless anger that was out of control. Shame must be washed away with blood. Dignity must be restored through death. Following Yin Chofeng's order, in less than 10 minutes, the 100 demigod-level deacons of the temple had assembled. Among them, there were more than 20 deacons at the peak of the demigod level. This power was enough to shake the world. After the 100 semi-god deacons had gathered, Yin Chofeng, without any hesitation or pause, marched directly to the city of heaven with overwhelming rage and endless murderous intent. The first heaven, the city of heaven. Yin Chofeng was leading his troops towards him, but Ye Bufan had already begun to evacuate quickly. In front of the city lord's mansion, there was a huge crowd of people, which extended from the city lord's mansion to the surrounding streets and alleys. Although it had only been more than 10 minutes since Ye Bufan announced the announcement to the city of heaven, the local residents of the city of heaven had already made their choice. Regardless of gender, age, they were all willing to evacuate with Ye Bufan. In the eyes of the residents of Tianji City, whether it was King Niu or Ye Bufan, even if he was the son of the human traitor Yi Tianshang, so what? They recognized King Niu as a person, not his identity. At least during the time when King Niu controlled Tianji City, they no longer had to be oppressed by others. On the contrary, they could benefit from others. What is the purpose of life? Power, status, or money? Neither. For ordinary people like the residents of the city of heaven, as long as there is no oppression and a comfortable life, it will be enough. However, these temples cannot give them that, but Ye Bufan can. For this reason, they are willing to stand by Ye Bufan. As for Ye Bufan's identity, and whether Yi Tianshang was sentenced to be a human, they didn't care at all. After all, if even staying alive becomes a luxury, who would care about racial justice? After the residents of Celestial City arrived, Ye Bufan let them enter the main hall of the city lord's mansion one by one. In fact, he wanted them to enter the Heaven Burial Palace, and then Ye Bufan would send them to the Shenwu continent in batches. Half an hour later, all the residents of Tiancheng City were sent to the Shenwu continent. Outside the city lord's mansion, Ye Bufan looked at the outsiders who were watching and said directly, "Everyone, it is not suitable to stay here for long, you should all leave quickly. Also, it's best not to go in the direction of worry-free city. After all, the temple must be coming from that direction. If we run into them, we might get into some trouble. Okay, that's all I have to say. Goodbye." Leaving behind a few words, Ye Bufan flew away directly, but he did not go to Wuyu City, but went in the direction of the passage between the two places opposite to Wuyu City. After Ye Bufan left, the remaining outsiders in Tianji City were stunned. Afterwards, they no longer hesitated and followed Ye Bufan towards the passage between the two places. After all, Ye Bufan was right. When the city gate catches fire, innocent people will suffer as well. Nowadays, everyone already knows Ye Bufan's true identity, and even as he said, the temple army is likely to arrive soon. Once the temple army arrives and discovers that the residents of the City of Heaven are nowhere to be found, even Ye Bufan is missing, what will they do? It is very likely that they will take out their anger and hatred on the remaining people in the City of Heaven. In this case, who would dare to continue staying in the City of Heaven, and who would dare to linger here? With the transfer of the residents of Tianji City and the departure of Ye Bufan and a group of outsiders, the huge Tianji City was directly transformed into a dead city. No one could be seen in the streets and houses anymore, and there was only the endless cold wind. Another hour later, towards Wuyu City. Swish, swish, swish. One after another, human figures flew through the air and headed straight for the City of Heaven. The leader was none other than Xuanyuan Wudi, who went to summon the Chilean army. As for the rest of the people, they were naturally the 8,000 members of the Chilean army under Xuanyuan Wudi. When he was less than 100 meters away from the City of Heaven, Xuanyuan Wudi's body paused and he fell directly to the ground. The 8,000 Chilean soldiers also followed suit. At this time, Xuanyuan Wudi turned around and looked at the 8,000 red refining army in front of him, and said solemnly, "Did you remember what I said to you just now?" "I remember." 8,000 Chilean soldiers shouted in unison. Xuanyuan Wudi said again, "Very good, but I have to repeat it to you, remember it, this King Niu has an extraordinary origin, far beyond the temple of God. Now that we have joined him, it is like climbing a big tree. Not to mention half God, it may not be impossible for you to impact the God realm in the future. So from now on, everyone, please be alert and flatter this King Niu if you can. If you can't, then find a way to flatter him. Because he cares about his reputation, you can never go wrong if you flatter him. Do you understand?" "Understood." "Very good, now follow me into the city." "Yes." In an instant, Xuanyuan Wudi turned around and led 8,000 Chilean soldiers towards the gate of Tiancheng. City of Heaven, City Lord's Mansion. Looking at the deserted City Lord's Mansion in front of him, and thinking back to the empty, deserted streets along the way, Xuanyuan Wudi's face was filled with confusion and bewilderment. How long has it been since he left the City of Heaven? Just a few hours. How come in just a few hours, this City of Heaven has become a deserted city? Where are the people? Where is King Niu? What exactly happened here? Xuanyuan is invincible, and the 8,000 Chilean army is no exception. Suddenly, Xuanyuan Wudi looked at the 8,000 Chilean army and said, "Go and see if there are any other people in the city. If there are, ask them what happened in the City of Heaven, and where is King Niu?" "Yes." The 8,000 Chilean soldiers responded and scattered instantly. Xuanyuan Wudi frowned and walked directly into the City Lord's mansion. He wanted to see if there were any clues in the City Lord's mansion that could help him understand what had happened in the City of Heaven. Half an hour later, the 8,000 Chilean soldiers turned back and looked at Xuanyuan Wudi in front of them and said, "Sir, there is no one in the West District. There's no one in the East District either. So is the North District. There's no one in the South District either." At this moment, in the huge City of Heaven, there was no one else except them. Chapter 12:25, Desperate Xuanyuan Wudi. In just a few hours, the huge City of Heaven turned into a deserted dead city. This was really strange and aroused Xuanyuan Wudi's vigilance. There must be a reason for everything being unusual. The changes in the City of Heaven are definitely not normal. However, before Xuanyuan Wudi could think more or make any decision, figures with murderous intent rushed towards him from afar above the sky above the City of Heaven. They were moving at an extremely fast speed and arrived above the City of Heaven in just a moment. The visitors were none other than Yin Chofeng and 100 demigod-level deacons of the temple. The moment he arrived, Yin Chofeng did not hesitate at all, and did not even investigate the situation in the City of Heaven. He shouted angrily, "Seal off the City of Heaven. From now on, no one is allowed to step out of the City of Heaven without the permission of this saint. Those who disobey will be killed without mercy." "Yes, Your Highness." As soon as Yin Chofeng finished speaking, 100 demigod deacons of the temple responded and then dispersed, completely blocking the entire City of Heaven. Xuanyuan Wudi and the 8,000 Chilean soldiers were all stunned by the sudden change. However, before they could figure out what was going on, Yin Chofeng had already arrived above the city lord's mansion with 7 deacons at the peak of the demigod realm. Xuanyuan is invincible. Looking at Xuanyuan Wudi below, Yin Chofeng's face turned cold. Before today, Yin Chofeng still wanted to win over Xuanyuan Wudi, but now, since Xuanyuan Wudi has withdrawn from the temple, Xuanyuan Wudi has no value to him anymore, and Xuanyuan Wudi had helped Ye Bufan to plot against him before, so Yin Chofeng's hatred for Xuanyuan Wudi was not much less than that for Ye Bufan. Xuanyuan Wudi was naturally aware of these, but he didn't care at all. Yin Chofeng. Looking at Yin Chofeng in midair, Xuanyuan Wudi's face darkened and he asked, "What are you doing here? What am I here for?" Yin Chofeng sneered, then shouted angrily, "Today, this saint's son will wash the City of Heaven with blood." When Yin Chofeng said this, Xuanyuan Wudi couldn't help but tremble in his heart, but said, "You dare? Why wouldn't this saint dare?" Yin Chofeng sneered. "You." Xuanyuan Wudi was stunned and said angrily, "Don't forget that this Tianji city is the territory of King Niu. Do you want to make an enemy of King Niu by blood-bathing Tianji city?" It would have been fine if King Niu was not mentioned. Once King Niu was mentioned, Yin Chofeng could no longer suppress the anger in his heart, and he instantly exploded, "It is him that I will destroy today. If it weren't for him, I would not have bothered to come to this City of Heaven." "What do you mean?" Hearing this, Xuanyuan Wudi was shocked, confused, and even stunned. "Are you a pig?" Yin Chofeng cursed angrily and said, "This saint's son has made it so clear, don't you understand? Let me tell you, today, this saint's son will not only wash the City of Heaven with blood, but also destroy this so-called King Niu." Killed the Bull King. After Yin Chofeng finished speaking, Xuanyuan Wudi felt something was wrong, but he still pretended to be calm and said, "Yin Chofeng, don't forget that King Niu came from outside the starry sky, and behind him is a peerless sect that even the temple cannot contend with. You want to kill him. Aren't you afraid of angering the sect behind him, and bringing disaster to the temple, or even the entire TianYTN? A visitor from outer space. Peerless master." Yin Chofeng sneered, looked at Xuanyuan Wudi and said sarcastically, "Xuanyuan Wudi, I have to say that this saint's son is beginning to sympathize with you." Hearing this, Xuanyuan Wudi was stunned, but then he frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" "What's the meaning?" Yin Chofeng said leisurely, "This saint's son asks you, who do you hate the most in this world?" Hearing this, Xuanyuan Wudi frowned and asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" "Don't worry about what I mean. Just tell me, who do you hate the most in this world?" Although he didn't know why Yin Chofeng asked this, Xuanyuan Wudi still said, "If you ask me who I hate the most, it would definitely be Yi Tianshang." "Who do you want to kill the most?" "Of course it's Yi Tianshang." "Very good. Then I will ask you again, who is responsible for Yi Tianshang's current fate?" "Of course it's all thanks to me." "One last question. In this world, besides Yi Tianshang and Lin Loyan, who do you think wants to take your life the most?" Xuanyuan Wudi frowned. Yin Chofeng continued, "Why, you don't want to say it, or there are too many people who want to kill you, and even you don't know how to answer this question from this saint's son." After a pause, Yin Chofeng spoke again, "How about this? Let's not talk about the heaven beyond heaven, let's talk about the Shenwu continent. Tell me who in the Shenwu continent wants to take your life the most." Shenwu continent. Xuanyuan Wudi couldn't help but be stunned. "Yes, it is the Shenwu continent. Tell me, who in the Shenwu continent wants to kill you the most?" Yin Chofeng said slowly, "If we were to ask who in Shenwu continent wants to kill me the most, it would naturally be Yi Tianshang's children." Although he didn't know what Yin Chofeng wanted to do, Xuanyuan Wudi still told the truth. He. After Xuanyuan Wudi finished speaking, Yin Chofeng smiled calmly, and then asked, "Do you know who King Niu is?" Xuanyuan Wudi frowned again, puzzled. "You idiot, let me tell you the truth, the so-called King Niu is Ye Bufan, the Ye Bufan from Shenwu continent, the son of Ye Qianshang, Ye Bufan. Yin Qiufeng pointed at Xuanyuan Wudi and cursed and mocked him. What? When Yin Qiufeng said this, Xuanyuan Wudi was shocked. This is impossible. Impossible. Yin Qiufeng sneered. Why not? If I hadn't confirmed his identity, do you think I would have taken action against him? This. Xuanyuan Wudi was speechless, his mind was in a mess and he didn't know what to say for a Xuanyuan Wudi was speechless, his mind was in a mess and he didn't know what to say for a moment, but he still didn't believe